or not you win this thing, you've got to decide how you're going to walk out of here when it's all said and done. Because the game is going to go on. And there's only one rule you're going to need to know about. There are no second chances. There's only this moment and the next moment. Every one of those moments is a test that you get to take one time, and only one time. So if you see an opening, tear into it. If you get a shot at victory, make sure you take it. Seize that moment. That moment is a crossroads where everything you want will collide with everything standing in your way. You've got momentum at your back. Fear and doubt are thundering like a freight train straight at you. And all you got, the only difference between making history and being history, the only thing you can count on in any given moment is you. It's you versus them. You versus no. You versus can't. You versus next year, last year, statistics, excuses. It's you versus history. You versus the odds. It's you versus second place. Clock is ticking. Let's see what you got.
Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to a new edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We're off and running. Good time gang here. It's the kickoff hour, and that's why it's called that, because we kick things off for the day. Intern Lord of the Jacket, he's got TV handled, and they're switching. Super P, our other intern, he's got phones and doing show prep. So together, they're your interns today, getting their degree in common sense. Excited about this week's RBU. It's going to be with Mac Brunson, pastor at Valleydale Baptist. And, boy, the topics are going to be some good ones. You do not want to miss this week's RBU, and been wanting him as a guest for quite some time. And now the schedules have lined up. And this week, it's with Mac Brunson. So we look forward to that. Over to my left, it's Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. It's the Good Time Gang. What's up, boys?
Hey.
What's happening? And as I speak, Bill Bubba Bussey steps into the studio, ready for another day.
There he is.
There he is. He took a bow. There he is, right there. Fired up, ready to go. How are y'all? Everybody good?
I'm not good. I'm not
Why aren't you good?
I'm not good.
Aren't you good?
Something's wrong with my truck.
Oh,
what?
Helmsy, I'm sorry.
You can't have more than one vehicle
Buddy,
down.
come on, man.
You kidding
Well, you know
me?
who to call, right?
And Greg just said it. Well, yeah, I won't take it there. I can promise you that.
What's the deal?
I don't know. Of course, Braden's car is still in the shop. That was like a month ago.
Yeah,
Hey,
forgot what it looks
they're
like.
really on top of it. And it's about, they keep saying it's about parts, and, evidently it's hard to get parts in. Ever since COVID, I guess that's what we just say.
Well, we got
You know what I
that.
mean?
Yeah, we can use that.
Because I tell you this, we can order something from Amazon, it's there the next day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Maybe
All right,
I
what's
get
up?
them delivering the parts.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I left here yesterday and was headed home to grab Maddie and go to the tennis court,
Okay.
and grabbed her, and we had a little date yesterday. We were going to hit tennis, but we were going to hit 200 tennis balls apiece and then go to Chick-fil-A. That was our
Sounds like a fun little
that
day.
was our date.
Father-daughter
Tennis
day.
and
chicken.
it was going to be, we were going to set up, we got this ball machine at UAB. It's called the Lobster. So she likes hitting off.
I love
she
that.
likes hitting off the Lobster.
Lobster,
So
what a
I
name.
told her, I said, we got a date with the Lobster and Chick-fil-A. And so
The Lobster?
we got halfway to the courts, and I started getting a high temp alert on my truck, and I thought, well, that's
Can't
weird.
even
That ain't
have
good.
A truck.
And it was obviously the running hot gauge was pegged all the way,
Oh,
and I thought,
not the running hot.
and I thought, well, we've got 2 miles till we get to the court, so let's just keep going, and we will we'll hit tennis balls, and maybe it'll calm down.
Is it like major hot? Like we got bad
it's
warning.
pegged,
Okay.
and it's beeping at me, and I there was something too, and I still right now don't know if it was me or not, but I could have swore I saw white smoke at one point when I gouged it, like to get over.
A little puff.
We got
and
some
I thought,
we got
was
oil
that
problems.
from me?
You up on your oil changes and everything?
Yeah, I that's a first. Well,
What am I, a mechanic?
that's one of the
check the air
things
in your
that I
tire?
checked. So, because it was the strangest thing. So we get to the courts and we have our date with lobster. We're having fun. We forgot that my truck overheated, less than an hour ago. And so then we get excited, start talking about Chick-fil-A and what we're going to get, and we're kind of getting everything up and orderly, and it hit me. I thought, if the truck is still going to go overheat, we probably don't need to go to Chick-fil-A.
And it was going to. I mean, something was causing it.
You said
There's
it's
no way.
white.
So I
Smoke,
looked at the
white?
well at the it was just that one moment, that spurt, and I'm not 100% sure it even and I'm not even 100% sure it came from me because I was in a bunch of traffic on 280. But that's about the time it started. That's why I was looking around at my surroundings at that point in time because of the temperature warning. Mm-hmm. So we skip Chick-fil-A for the moment. We go home. I'm not
hungry?
I'm not a mile down the road. I'm pretty hungry. Maddie's like, if you'll just cook me some fries in the air fryer when we get home, I'm good. I'm like, okay.
All right.
So
White smoke out.
So that only happened one time and didn't happen again. Before I left, I popped the hood and I looked at the coolant just to see, and the coolant was a little low. I mean, it was around that minimum level. It wasn't low, but it was lower. It probably needed some, and I thought, well, that's probably it.
Right.
So we get it home, and I figured out that when I'd put it in neutral and let it coast, and it would slowly but surely go down. And so I would that's basically the way I got home without, I guess, blowing everything up was, and I probably, tore it up even more. I don't know.
Crack your head.
So get home, and I thought, I'll just run and get some coolant, and I'll put in it, and just top that off, and we'll get it up to the max line. Maybe that was it. And it wasn't.
Yeah, there's a reason it
and
was low.
so, and I checked the oil because I thought, I know that, I mean, I hadn't changed the oil in a while, but I know I have it gone. I'm not the guy that does that. So I did check it because that was one of the things that I read. And I put the coolant in it, and I let it cool off and just sit there for hours because there was nowhere I didn't know what to do at this point. And so I rode around the neighborhood, and after that, in like a minute down the road, I saw it start heating up again. And then by the time I got home, it was pegged out again. So now I got to figure out how I'm going to get it to wherever I'm going to take it. First of all, I'm not sure if I think I do. I'm pretty sure I've got one of those little extended warranty things when I bought it, but I don't know what that covers, and I don't know who I can take it to. I know I don't have to take it back to that dealership. I just have to take it to wherever the coverage.
Yeah.
So I got to figure that out.
And with your insurance company, you probably get a couple of tows a year. You could just
and that's another thing.
If you wanted to tow it somewhere.
I don't know if I'm gonna have to or not. I guess it depends on how close. I mean, I don't want to chance it, but I'm afraid.
Okay.
I'm afraid that I don't know that I can get it there.
Yeah.
I don't know what's coming next.
Do you have a favorite mechanic?
No.
Okay.
No. Used to, and I don't anymore.
So
I think he passed away.
if you know what's going on with Helmsy, it's Helmsy@rickandbubba.com. If you want a puppy, it's Greg@rickandbubba.com. So we get a lot of emails now.
I don't want to waste. I don't want you to waste your time on your email. I've Googled everything, and I can't. Even if you sent me something, I can't do it. You know what I mean? Like I've done what I can do when it comes to cars.
Yeah, but I'm just saying somebody might have a suggestion on where to take it.
Now I'll say this:
somebody
if you know
or
a mechanic in the Vestavia, Homewood area,
that's Central Alabama around Birmingham.
Kind of downhill
for those of
from
you who don't know.
Houston coast.
even Hoover would even be better because if I could get on top of that hill and just come on down.
It's got Greg standing up before we go to break.
Yeah.
I don't like not having my truck. I miss it. I'm in my wife's car.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need, from seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar and s'mores bundle for the kids. HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. Relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Before you pack your bags for vacation season, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. You know, what we do, because we consider all of you family, it's the Rick and Bubba Army, we live our lives out on the air. Now, sometimes our wives hate that, and our kids can't believe it because we bring their stories to the show. But as part of living our lives out, if there's things going on in our personal life, we come and talk about it. And Helmsy discovered he's got some truck issues. And even though he said, I don't want any emails about what could be wrong, y'all still sent them. And he's actually appreciating it now because it's making sense as to what's going on with his truck.
Well,
he was overheating. He thought he saw white smoke. But you didn't tell us the AC stopped blowing cold air.
Right. But here's what's funny about
tell
that.
us that.
I didn't tell you that because I don't know why I didn't tell you. Probably should have included that.
I don't either. I'm
But what's amazing to me is I didn't tell that to anybody, not our audience or you guys. And I've had 6 emails in the break, and all of them have said the exact same thing. They've said that I believe you have a thermostat issue. Now, when I bring up air conditioner now blowing, but blowing hot air, yeah, I would think that. But I didn't realize the thermostat controlled so many other things.
Yeah.
Or got air to so many other things, or cooled so many other things. I didn't realize that.
But now you're going down the right
Now
path.
I'm starting to think I got a faulty thermostat.
So now
Based
you can
off-
kind of, when you walk up to whatever garage you want to go to, you can go, hey, I think I got a faulty thermostat. I need you to take a look at it. And something about a pump. What was it?
about a pump.
Well, somebody said, the first email said, it sounds like water pump or thermostat. But now I don't know if
Check
they're
my water
thinking,
pump
I don't know
and
if they're thinking
thermostat.
the water pump. It's not busted because everything I filled yesterday is still there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But that could be functioning improperly. I don't know.
Yeah.
So that guy and then 5 others said, sounds to me like you got a thermostat issue.
Okay, so now friends
So-
of mine
so now-
are texting me what's wrong with your truck.
Okay.
And I've had 2 thermostat stuck text messages.
How can I unstuck it?
I don't know. Google that one.
Do you have
is
to-
there anybody that can come to our part? Well, no, it's not here.
No, it's not here. You know
Golly.
why? Because I'm afraid I'd blow it up on the way.
And that's smart because you don't want to do. This is me. Well, it was okay, but if you hadn't have driven it,
I know. And that's
know?
what I've had. You know what? People have told me that before when I pull up.
Yeah.
You know what? If it would have stayed at your house, we had this issue.
Yeah,
But now that we're here, there's 2 more
Yeah,
issues.
Yeah. Are you driving it? Oh, you are. Oh, well, if you hadn't have done that.
So is this it's broke and I got to get a new one, or is it? Can I unstick it?
No, I think they replace it, and it's not. I don't remember. Things are
Change it
different.
out,
I'm
they
thinking
say.
in my mind the way.
Well, and I'm getting emails too, going, "Hey, this is something you can change out. Let's not get crazy."
Hey, Siri.
Okay? I'm not. Y'all don't understand. Not very good when it comes to stuff like this.
How do you change out a thermostat in a Dodge truck?
I'm getting.
Here's an answer from reference.com. Replace the thermostat intake housing gasket and bolt into place. Finish by reconnecting the radiator hose. For a 6-cylinder engine, drain the radiator fluid by loosening the petcock on the lower right-hand side.
There you go. Loosen the petcock, and then you're good.
Oh, good night.
That's what it's called, Greg.
I'm getting better as I get older, as far as being able to do more, as far as around the house and cars and stuff like that. But I don't think I can take this on.
Yeah. No. There's things.
Probably not.
There's things that you don't do.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, hey, by the way, I got good news. If you want to go for like little wins, I felt like this was a win. Do you remember I was telling you, and this is a first world problem, that when it came to the little sprinkler system I have in the front yard, that a couple of sprinkler heads were acting crazy and just leaking and all this stuff. Well, I called.
Not sprinkling.
I called a company to come take a look at it, and he actually said that one of them there was no problem, and he told me why I was seeing what I was seeing, which made sense. So I only had to replace one head, and that's it. And now it's working fine.
Did you do it?
No, they did, but it made me think of that when you said, Helmsy, there's certain things I can do, but then it gets to a point and you're like, okay, it's over my head. I'm better to call somebody.
Yeah,
and I was, everybody was like, I tell you what to do. You go and you get it and brace the head, dig it up, and then I'm like, that just sounds
Nothing
too
to it.
complicated. I think I'd rather just hire somebody.
That is
But
a
I
lot
try to do
easier.
things on my own if I can. But
It just depends on what it
I
is.
felt like that was a win because I
Yeah,
thought I
it
was having
is.
to replace 2 and I only had to replace 1.
Well, you know what I'm being told now? It says serpentine belt.
Oh, now the
They
serpentine
said
belt.
the serpentine belt will cause both these issues.
Yeah, but are you hearing a noise with the serpentine belt, like a
No.
whine
No.
of any kind?
Well,
like almost like when you hit the gas. Do you hear a high pitch?
High pitch, no.
You don't?
No.
Huh.
It says
You
somebody.
know I knew
it
about
said,
serpentine belt, did you, Greg?
I had no idea.
This will cause both issues you're describing because the belt drives the water pump and the AC compressor. The thermostat controls engine cooling, nothing to do with
You
air
should be able to
conditioning.
see that. Look and see if the belts.
The Greg's weighing in.
Man, I don't know where to look. Greg, listen, I got on a chair.
Now look,
yesterday.
they've changed everything. Usually there were about 3 or 4 belts. Now you got one. That does it all, but
Here's me.
Hey, those
yesterday.
serpentine belts are easy to get to, too.
Hey, here's me. Here's me yesterday, like this.
Oh, yeah, you
have no idea what I'm looking for,
Right.
but I'm up under the hood going.
Mm-hmm. Now, they do have, I think you have to have, and this is just me, here I go. I don't know what I'm talking about. You have to have a special tool to unlock that serpentine belt, the tension.
Yeah, you don't want to change.
But you can go to your
any of
Napa auto
You don't
parts
wanna
store and
change
get
that
the
out.
serpentine belt and do it
All right,
yourself.
let's
but if
say-
you don't have the
You don't wanna do
equipment, it's
Let me
tough.
ask you
wanna do
this.
that.
Let me ask you this. Let's say it's the serpentine belt,
Mhm.
or let's say it's the thermostat.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to drive it? That's my question.
It's going to overheat.
You got to get it somewhere.
You can't
tow
drive
it.
it hot. I mean, if it gets too hot, if you can get there quick enough.
Well, I
but-
think if you can tow it, you tow it to whatever garage you want
Okay.
to, and they come with a flatbed tow truck
God
and then
almighty.
get it up there.
That's gonna be fun getting it up our driveway.
Well, surely you can pull it to
I'd
the
drive
top
it.
of the
I can.
road. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now Greg would drive it. Depends on how
I'd
close
give
the
it a
garage
shot.
is. We don't know what we're talking about.
I've got
I
a
just
guy.
realized we don't know what we're
Well,
talking
I've got a
I'm
guy.
not giving any
I do
advice.
have a guy that's.
It's good to have a guy.
3 miles from my house, mostly will be coasting down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you
So
call your guy and
I
go, "Hey,
could-
here's what's wrong. I think this is what
yes,
it is,"
Yes.
and he'd be like, "Bring it to me." That's
Yeah.
what a good guy does.
I mean, you drove it a good bit yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Greg, just drive it.
Yeah.
Driving.
I wonder if when I
Just go
saw,
real easy.
I wonder if, when you bust a serpentine belt, would that have caused that smoke?
Well, first of all, if you bust it, I don't. If it's like totally busted, it wouldn't even
Wouldn't be
run.
dry.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's fraying out,
You're
and-
saying I would hear that though.
Yeah, we had a serpentine belt issue with one of our vehicles, and there was a whine that went with it. There was a high pitch whine. You could hear it, but I
Yeah,
don't
but that's
know.
normally before it breaks.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But when it needs to be replaced, but
Here's an email that's great. Want to know what's wrong with it? Take it to a mechanic.
yeah, there you go.
One test is worth 1,000 opinions.
That's true.
True.
That's true.
Yeah.
But why do we do that when we can come to y'all with it? You know, it's the greatest audience in the world. Y'all,
Steve,
y'all
that may
saw-
be the best advice I've gotten.
A lot of times y'all do scare us with some of your advice, especially if it's medical. But y'all have really helped over the years. We come to y'all, and there's so many experts in the audience that you help a ton. And so hopefully y'all have helped Helmsy. It's Helmsy at rickandbubba.com. Keep shooting him emails. And Greg's looking for those puppy emails. Greg at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be.
All right, it's 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Look at there, Lord of the Jacket. Can you switch and show yourself in there? You know how to do that? Show out a little bit. There's Lord of the Jacket. Oh, we went black. Okay, never mind. Oh, we got Man Church. Oh, there's Rick. There you go. There's Lord of the Jacket. Look at him in there. Fired up, ready to go. Thank you, buddy, for coming in and running the kickoff hour. And then we got Super P. He is standing over the printer in there, and he is getting show prep ready for the guys. Rick and Bubba, as well as Adler, all join us right after top of the hour. So we're kind of looking at things and going through emails and bringing handles to the show, which is just part of life. And so thank y'all for helping Helmsy. He's getting a lot of good information.
I really am.
And
I don't want to talk about it anymore, but I really am.
Yeah.
We've wasted enough time on it. So let's move on. But I'm very thankful, very helpful here.
Have y'all seen and keep those coming? Have y'all seen the skyline of New York City? The Canadian wildfires has poured smoke into the U.S. A heavy haze has created Martian-like scenes in New York. I mean, I don't know if you've seen it. It's bad.
It's crazy.
It's even canceled the Yankees
It's got to be
game.
great to go out and breathe that.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
It's got to be just excellent for you.
Canadian officials have reached out to other countries to help fight the more than 400 fires across the country that have displaced about 20,000 people, it says. They said that it's shaping out to be the nation's worst wildfire season ever after being sparked. It looks like to me maybe a lightning strike or something. I don't know. They're trying to figure out. They don't know. It says in Quebec, more than 100 fires were burning uncontrollably Tuesday. One of the biggest concerns from the fires is the air quality, and it's bad. But we'll bring that to the main show today as it's canceled professional games. It's like MLB had to just say, hey, we can't be out here.
It's tough
doing
play in
this.
the middle of a big
especially if
smoke
the
cloud.
outfield can't see the ball.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah. Hey, where is it?
Speaking of that, did you see the footage of the guy that made it look like he robbed that home run and he didn't? And
We
he
had
ran,
that.
and all of a sudden he went.
Yeah, we had that in yesterday's
You didn't
video
care? I
options,
got it.
and the guys did not go to it. So we'll see if maybe we can do that today. But that is good.
Yeah.
He went up to try to get it, and
Looked like he got it.
Yeah, and
he sold it well.
And I mean, the guy that hit the home run even stopped running the
he
bases.
went back to the dugout.
And then
it was funny when all of a sudden he stopped me and went. Showed his glove.
Okay, I don't have it.
I don't have it. I can't fake this any longer.
If it had been college baseball, it'd been thrown out of the game.
Oh, it'd been.
Oh yeah. You never know. Do what?
I said you out.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know what you said.
Yeah, I didn't
thought
either.
it was something else.
He was I was chunking him.
Okay.
Do you guys feel like
Look,
this,
all you can think about is your truck. That's fine.
I know.
do y'all feel like this Madden cover curse is a real thing?
No, I don't. But yeah,
Okay.
it's fun to talk about.
Well, if it is,
it may be.
If
Who
it
knows?
is, Josh Allen's in trouble. The Buffalo Bills' Josh Allen has been named the Madden 24 cover athlete. So if you're a Buffalo Bills fan,
He
are
will
you
fall flat on his face this year.
Are you upset?
You know, I say I don't believe it, but if you were a player, wouldn't you kind of hope that you weren't on there?
I
Just
don't
going,
know.
look, I don't believe it, but just in case, I kind
Yeah.
of hope I'm not on there.
Yeah. The EA Sports announced yesterday that Allen will be on the cover of the Madden NFL 24, becoming the first member of the Bills to grace the cover. He follows John Madden, who appeared on the cover of Madden 23 following his death in December of 2021. It is a small group of athletes that have been chosen, and to be the first Bills to do it is pretty cool. But and he's, of course, it's like, hey, it's surreal to me and all this kind of stuff,
Damn
which
it.
you know the things that he would say. But you just you hear about the old. Look, and I you know, these curses, whatever, they're fun for sports radio
They are.
and everything, but
Yeah, every year.
we'll see how it
Every
goes.
year.
You're like, gosh, I made the cover. That's a good thing, though,
At least
right?
when John Madden was on there last year, I mean, it didn't affect anybody's game or anything because he's not on the team, and
True.
he's not even alive. So
Right.
last year they got a pass on bad luck on somebody.
Yeah.
Still there. So it's double on Josh Allen then. He's
Yeah.
really in trouble.
That's
He's a pretty good player, by the way.
Yeah, that'll be something that plays out. And I saw where is it DeMar?
Yes, him back.
He's back on the
Guys,
practice field,
and we've discussed.
and I just
this.
that's happy for him. But man, I mean, there he is laying there, and now I'm out just and dancing around like to the music on the practice field.
That'd be tough to look. We talk about coming back from just an injury that was just
Yeah.
a devastating, like a dislocated leg. You know, come out of the joint. You know, we talk about
Right.
mentally coming back. Imagine trying to mentally come back from this one.
That's tough, buddy.
That'd be tough.
Right. And on another note, I just want to kind of see where we're at. National Best Friend Day.
National
And-
Best Friend
and
Day.
and so if you've got a best friend, reach out
Ooh,
to
you got a
him.
bestie.
But and I know y'all consider me one of your best friends, not just your workplace best friend. Adler's is definitely my best friend, workplace best friend.
Well, then y'all hugged this morning.
So there you go for that. And I saw where Tua, as well as Tyreek Hill, has donated $17,000 to the family of the fan who died on a motorcycle accident. I didn't even know this. This is one of the big sports stories today. It says here they created
a heck of a fan.
A GoFundMe page in order to support his family, and members of his favorite team caught wind of the online fundraiser. And so Tua donated $10,000 to the page, and Tyreek Hill donated $7,000. Looks like one of the linebackers and CEO donated in $1,000. So it looks like a big fan of the show maybe had a motorcycle accident, and they talked about in his profile what kind of fan he was for the Dolphins. And so it's already raised over $66,000. Its goal is $75,000. And Tua Tagovailoa has donated the most so far. Sad, but it's kind of crazy how certain things pick up and they go with it. So all the athletes have chimed in. And I was talking to JC last night because all the boys keep up with baseball, but him still playing, he keeps up with it the most. And I was mentioning to him the Reds, the De La Cruz.
Yeah, wow.
My gosh.
What a
he is
beast.
He is probably one of the next big Major League Baseball superstars, and he hit his first career home run last night.
Boy, did he ever.
And the play-by-play, and
nearly left the confines of the park.
I know how you love play-by-plays. He hit the ball, I think it was a 458-foot shot. Almost went out of the ballpark, but the play-by-play, he's like, that ball had a family or whatever. He just screams. He goes, "Oh my gosh, the ball had a family!" It's
sure what that meant,
right?
But.
No, I loved the call. You could tell he was all energetic and crazy. But this guy also hit a triple earlier in the night.
That was really impressive.
And if you break it down from home to third, it took him a little over 10 seconds to get there. Came down to 3.61 seconds from bag to bag. The guy, when he strides, big guy, tall guy, when he strides, it's like he's gliding. It's unbelievable. But he's from the Dominican Republic. And
the Dominican will put a player out there.
It looks like that at 16 he was drafted by the Reds. Is that right? Or he was ranked 4th best prospect in the MLB pipeline, roped the first hit in his professional career. And they were playing the Dodgers, but we were looking into his history, and I think COVID stopped him from coming over quicker.
Yeah, he showed up by the time all that cranked up, I think.
Yeah.
He had to wait all it out.
Last season, he went to High A in Dayton, Double A in Chattanooga, so some of you that listen in Chattanooga, y'all might have watched him. And then he started out in Triple A and then got pulled up. But
that's impressive.
But buddy, this guy is something else, man.
De La Cruz.
Yeah, he is crazy. The post game, he had an interpreter with him.
He's got to work on the language.
He does. But he signed for $65,000 with the Reds. With the Reds in 2018 at 16 years of age, from the Dominican Republic, and then had to wait for COVID-19 pandemic to pass before he could come over to the U.S. to get acclimated to the Reds minor leagues, and then so he's kind of waited, and then now he's gone through the minors, and I don't think he'll go back down because this guy's special.
Yeah, I think his next contract will be a little bit bigger than that 65,000 he got.
Oh yeah.
Coming out of Dominican,
and he's 44. So whenever he does anything, it's fours. He's holding up fours, but it's a pretty special athlete.
Really, he doesn't look that old. I'm just kidding.
First thing I thought of when you
what
said
if he
that
was?
man.
Yeah. His number's 44.
Yeah. I got it.
Because I just said he was 16.
Fours.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, look, if you want to chime in, you can. We do have interns, Super P's on the phones, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We have not done phones in quite some time, and I know that they've been ringing when it comes to Helmsley's truck issues. I think we're zoning in on what the problem is, though.
Now my biggest decision is, can I drive it there? Because now I'm getting emails scaring me saying I don't need to drive it anymore.
Yeah, those head gaskets.
Even if it's 2 miles away, they don't want me to blow a head gasket.
Yeah,
look right here.
Get it towed.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, That sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Wendy's is open till midnight or later, so you can give in to the craving and go night mode. Now all of your favorite menu items just got their bedtime extended. You can get what you want even later, like the Baconator with 6 strips of bacon, or the perfect fries and Frosty Duo. If you're up later, then so are we. So go ahead and pull through the drive-thru. When the craving hits, go night mode at Wendy's. Open till midnight or later. All right, see ya later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary.
This Father's Day, visit Boot Barn for quality gifts and personalized services. Gifts range from durable suede jackets to premium exotic cowboy boots, iconic Western shirts, heavy-duty jeans, and work boots. We provide local same-day gift delivery with gift wrapping and a card included. You can enjoy in-store pickup with $20 off your next order, and our team of experts can help guide you as you shop when you visit your local Boot Barn.
At SimpliSafe, we design award-winning security to protect every inch of your home. It's easy to set up yourself, and now there's an even easier option. Have an expert do it for you with SimpliSafe Pro Install. Always protecting, never a contract. 2 easy installation options, backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. Get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. This portion of the
said he'll just be over there.
Yeah, he'll just be over there. Let's see. All right, I'm sorry. I'm looking at. Oh wow. Okay.
What you got?
What you got, Speedster?
Here.
Okay.
That's
like
a
that?
really big time focus too. What's going on?
He knows what's happening.
What are you
All
doing?
right. Oh, just looking at something.
You get a text message?
A little portal action there.
NCAA portal
Are you
or medical portal?
Are you
Medical
transferring
portal.
to
Are you
another
transferring?
Yeah, I am. Guys, I'm transferring to another show. I just want to let you know
dadgummit.
that. This portion of the show, SSI, our national sponsorship team and syndicator, has asked us to remind you the power of this program. We love y'all. We do. And y'all support the folks that we endorse and that we advertise here on the show. And that comes with that comes with some impact. If you're advertising on this show and you're consistent, then you should expect that our audience is going to engage with you and hopefully impact your business in a positive way. And so they just want to remind you of that. And it's not just through the radio affiliates, which we have over 60 of the bravest and nicest radio stations in the country that carry this show. But we got YouTube and Blaze TV and the TuneIn digital radio channel, all the streaming opportunities that some of you are listening to us now on, social media platforms, the podcast, online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. It's all there. And if you want to be involved and maybe get more information, you can email them, rickandbubba@syndicatedsolutions.com, or you can call them at 203-431-0790 if you'd rather talk to someone. And if you are in the market of just getting your information out to maybe you're listening in a local market that we're on, and you just like, I just want to advertise in this market, still email us because we can get you in touch with the local sales teams there. They do a great job. All right, so we're rolling back. We've covered a lot of stuff. We have covered a ton of stuff, and
there's stuff, and then we've covered it.
And I will. I know y'all are just biting at the bit to talk about something.
Well, we are.
What is it?
What are you? Why are you?
He's secretive is what he is.
You being
secretive.
No.
I
I was looking at another story that I wish I knew more about, and it has to do with soccer. And I know we make.
You love soccer.
I know we make.
You going to see the Legion this weekend?
No, I know we make fun of it, and we have lighthearted fun here on the show with soccer, but also
it's a game that's growing on me a little bit.
Probably the world's largest sport as far as people following
worldwide.
It.
Oh yeah,
and you look at some of these professional soccer players like Messi,
big money.
Yeah. Oh, big money, and apparently he's made a decision to move to Inter Miami, and it has sent prices for tickets soaring over 1,000% increase.
So whatever they're investing in him, probably a pretty good investment.
Yeah.
If I own the team.
Messi's announcement that he plans to take his talents to South Beach and sent prices for the Inter Miami tickets on the secondary market into stratosphere on Wednesday afternoon as fans took a chance to see the is he from Argentina? Is it an Argentine player?
I have no idea.
And they want to see him play on U.S. soil. And there's a story about the prices that says here the lowest price for a ticket for that game on Tuesday was just $29. But on Wednesday, it was $329.
Ooh.
Probably a pretty good investment, don't you think?
Greg, if we would have started this segment over and you had three options to discuss, this story, Live Golf, or continue to talk about my truck, which one would you do?
I'd go with the truck.
Would you really?
Yeah. Well, luckily mine only took 60 seconds.
Let me back up.
I'm actually interested in that.
That was kind of crazy.
Because it's growing on me a little bit.
I'm with you.
But,
I'm not interested in the soccer part, but the fact that this one guy can jack up that I was.
The fact that prices went from $29 to $300.
I'll go to soccer. Would have been first. Truck second. Live Golf maybe not even third, like sixth.
Okay.
I can't even find anything. I mean, what more can you say? Live Golf, they've merged. Got it. Okay.
That's good. That's good stuff.
We got it.
All right.
Did you see
Rory's
He
pissed.
pointed at his computer. By the way, you have a piece of the headphone fuzz
Thanks,
on top
thank
of your
you,
head.
Helmsy.
I saw it.
Greg's going to allow it to
Wait
be
a
there
minute.
all
Whoa.
morning.
You saw it.
I was going to wait till we were done.
No,
Really?
no.
Is that what you're going to do?
I was going to wait till this afternoon.
Hey,
Okay.
Greg. That's what I was going to say, because it's been there for 2 segments now.
Well, see, you didn't say
Oh,
nothing.
I've gone to try to do a little bit better, and you got the big mirrors. I'm sitting there like doing arms, and I'm looking. There's just a big old black mark on my forehead. I'm like, it's been there all day,
People
and
are looking at it, don't know what it is.
and they haven't said a word.
Yeah.
Jerks.
I just don't want you to be embarrassed. So
Here
I just
I
don't
am.
bring it up.
Thank you, Helmsy, because I do care about your truck. Now, this
Well,
one here,
I meant
he don't
to-
give a rip.
I meant
All he
to
cares
tell
about
you.
is his dogs, is his windows, taking them to the dump,
Got
getting out
that
that
done.
freaking mulch because he's a couple of bags short.
Yeah,
That's all he
I'm
cares
short.
about.
At least you got a truck you can put mulch in.
That's
Great
all
point.
he cares. Oh, and we got to
Great
upload the
point.
weekend show, and that's all he cares about.
That's it.
I saw it last
I gotta get that
segment.
dog
And
situation.
the peanuts you
When I
got
get
going.
this dog situation rectified, that's gonna
Look
be
out,
like
new
a
man.
new day.
Yeah.
Yep.
I wish I could help manage that
Yeah,
because you're defiant on some things you won't do, and I think it would help you.
I've got a pretty good deal going.
For some reason, he looks up and to the left when he says that.
Yeah.
Listen,
I tell you what, it would be great for the show since we've talked about it
Yeah.
to bring them here, but that's just not possible.
But why is it
You
not
think
possible?
at 2:30 in the morning I'm gonna load up all them heathens?
Greg, I told you I'd help you. I'd come do it.
Yeah.
It don't
Of
matter.
course, I don't have a truck anymore.
Yeah.
I really can't.
Here's
Never mind, you've overheated.
I can tell you this: if I was planning the show,
And
which
then
I
you get
kind
here,
of
okay,
do
now
every
you get
day,
here with them. What are you gonna do with
the
them?
producer in me is that you pick a day where Kate's is off, and he rides over here with
coming.
you. I'm just telling you, this
Even
is
better.
this is just my dream.
Even
Okay,
better.
can I not dream?
But that
Is
ain't
that
happening.
Kate's comes over with you, sits back there with him,
That's just one
and
of the
then
things
y'all
that would have
ride
been a good
over,
idea.
and you've got 2 big Rubbermaid
That's what I took him to
deals,
the doctor
and they
with.
can't get out, so they're fine.
Yeah, they crap and pee on everything.
But that's whatever.
Yeah.
And then you bring them here, and then during the show, we
yeah, but they're
we have
here
everybody
during the
that's
show.
that-
They're peeing. They're
no, we do it early, 6:30. You know, and then we just have a good time with it,
That'd
and
be
quit
great.
worrying
No,
about
but
it
I
all.
ain't doing that.
You already
That's
got
a
bad
pile
things
of 'em.
happening.
That's a
Why you
pile-
go
boy,
that
they're
way?
there because now that they're bigger, they're handled. They
And that way,
they
Lisa
overwhelm you.
Lisa can say her proper goodbyes that day, and then they're gone.
Yeah, but they'll overwhelm you.
I'm just telling you, that's what I
They'd
wish
be
you would
right
do.
here at this
Because if
place.
you've got people coming from different states and all, you need a one. You need
Yeah, I'm
one.
sure
one
people can come on like a Monday morning. And I'm
well,
sure
no,
they-
you plan it with them and say,
I'm
hey,
sure
this
they
is
can
what
do
we're
that.
doing.
None of them have jobs or anything.
Speedy, you're wasting.
See, yeah,
your breath.
that
He's
sounds
so
good
dug
on
in.
paper, but
He's
he
so
already
dug in.
puts things
I'll
in
say
motion
this.
and wastes energy on
Let's
things
say
that you
if
don't
there-
even know if it's true.
If there were 4, fine, that would be okay. But the number takes them out of that. They're overwhelming.
Well, you might have 1 or 2 that somebody can come locally, but if people are traveling from Mississippi, Kentucky, Arkansas, coming, then they probably would love to
bring
come to
one.
the show and get them.
I'll just bring one up here.
All right.
I don't even want to do that.
Well, but that's all he cares about, though. Just
Yeah,
so
I'd
you
like
know.
to get that done.
Yeah, and I understand that. Can you imagine that first night's sleep when it's over?
Oh, wow.
And you'd walk out to the garage and they're not there.
I know.
And
He's
you-
gonna
and
miss them. You're gonna miss them.
A
few days at
What's
least.
it going to be like to have your life
No,
back?
I am attached to them. But
What are you going to do with your free time?
Yeah, really.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Get all this in about 2 hours. And sometimes screenplays can be wonderful or they can disappoint the author. Where do you land on this one?
Well, Ernest Hemingway said it best. If you're going to sell your book to the movies, cash the check and run.
I like that.
But, you know, authors are not supposed to like what Hollywood does to the films. But in this case, we really, George and I co-wrote this with a fellow named, are you ready for this? George Wallace.
Oh, wow.
Is actually Commander George Wallace. He was in the U.S. Navy, and he was a submarine skipper. And this was our second book together. But when they optioned it, we realized that, you know, probably they're going to change a lot of things. It's a 691-page book. And to carve that down to 2 hours, and a lot of hands have touched this thing because it took, you ready for this one, 10 years.
Hello.
From the day we signed the option until this thing opens tonight.
A decade.
A decade.
Wow, Don, I didn't know it would take that long.
Yeah, it's a long, hard I told my wife when we first did the option, she was very excited, and I said, well, until we see it flickering on the screen down at the rave, when there were raves.
Yeah. You even gone through movie companies buying each other out before you could get it over.
Yeah. We've gone through bankruptcies. We've gone through, how many wars have we had since this thing came out? But, the cool thing is it involves Russia and our relationship with Russia, and it's been very appropriate, not so appropriate, very timely, not so very timely over those 10. Now we're at a point where it really is
timely again.
It's time. It's relevant again.
So, Don, take us through the process. You write the book, and then how does that option come about?
Well, this one is very serendipitous. There's a writerly word for it.
Yeah. Very well played.
My co-author happened to be at a submarine convention in San Diego, and this little fellow walks up and says, I'm doing a movie about submarines. I'm a producer. And George says, sure you are.
Right.
Turns out he was. He had done Throw Mama from the Train, one of my favorite movies. He did RoboCop, one of my favorite movies. He did Big Fish.
Great movie.
He's done over 50 movies he's produced, and he optioned it. Came back about 3 months later and said, we've sold the option to a studio, and now it's 10 years later, and it finally got made.
So when they say option, that means no guarantees.
Right.
We're now
until he sells it.
And we're now shopping.
And as with most options by unknown authors with an unpublished book, it was still in manuscript when it got
Oh,
optioned.
really? I didn't know that.
We got $1 up front, and to tell you the truth, they never paid us that $1.
Really?
And then you get another little check, not a big one, when the principal photography begins, and that's it. We're just hoping it sells enough that they'll do 5 or 6 sequels. And our big producer also did all the Fast and Furious movies, and so
the action is going to be fantastic.
Yes. Oh, the action's unbelievable.
Well, it looks like that on the trailer.
So when do you get the big check, Don? After the movie shows, or when does all that come?
No big check, and if you divide what little check I got by 10 years, and then you pay half of it to the IRS and the other half to, or you split it with a co-writer, and you have an agent, and so I ended up owing them money, I think.
I was about to say, I was worried I was going to lose you as a neighbor, but it sounds like I'm not going to. That the movie has chosen, based on the book, called Hunter Killer. That movie opens this weekend, and you can see it everywhere. Gary Oldman, Academy Award winner in it, Gerard Butler, Common, and many others. And it is a big-time movie. Now, full disclosure, it is an R-rated movie. But the R rating is tied mainly to the action and the violence, and that a Navy SEAL every now and then is going to talk like a Navy SEAL.
Exactly.
So just be aware of that. We definitely want you to know that, so you don't go out and go, hey, what'd you send me to this movie and whatever. If that's something that bothers you or you don't really want to watch, then we want you to know the full deal. So there you go. But it is an action movie with lots of violence and lots of action.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. But you feel like they did not turn it into just a bunch of blowing up stuff. The story remains.
Well, I mean, the book is 691 pages.
Right.
And there's got 4 different plot lines. They took one and made a 2-hour and 1-minute movie, which is to be expected, but they pretty much stuck to that primary storyline about the submarine and the SEALs rescuing the Russian president.
So I need to go see the movie about one of the storylines and read the book about the other 3.
You read right through me.
So, Don, but let's go back. The initial name of the book was not Hunter Killer.
Right.
But it is now.
George and our first book was Final Bearing, which is a submarine term. This book was in manuscript form, and when it was published was Firing Point, which is another submarine term. Of course, so is Hunter Killer when it comes down to it. But the scriptwriter felt like Hunter Killer was a better title, and you know what? I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree. I'm just thankful the publisher wanted to come back and reissue the book with the movie art and with that title.
So you can look for that now. So that's what's going on this weekend. Tell me about going to the red carpet premiere with your wife in New York.
We got to, and they actually held it in New York because the media that they thought would be most appropriate was in New York, and they held it aboard the USS Intrepid, which is a museum aircraft carrier.
Yeah, dock
there's also
right there.
the USS Growler as a museum submarine is right next door. And it was quite a party. It's the first time I'd been on the red carpet, and I was shocked to see there is no red carpet. There was no red carpet.
Come on.
They had the big stand-up with the logos and the title and all behind us. But, yeah, my wife got to hug Gerard. Gerard hugged her back.
Wow.
He, by the way, I don't know what I expected. That's the first time I'd met him was at the premiere party. He is the nicest guy, and he did this movie. He's been a champion of the movie for 10 years. He was attached very early on, and typically they go away and do other stuff, which he did, but he stayed on top of this movie all the time. He was the nicest guy. And what's great is he knew who I was, which kind of impressed me.
He actually knew you had authored the book.
Yes, and he saw me out in a group of folks just kind of standing there looking at him bug-eyed. And
16 minutes, 6 minutes past the hour. Didn't mean to freak you out there. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. This hour you got it. Yeah, National Anthem. Here we go. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show on another day. And we are ready to chat with you. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Super P, Rick and Bubba University student on the phones right now, ready to go. What up? Lord of the Jacket has already been helping with the YouTube channel for the kickoff hour. He's now joined by his sensei, Eddie Van Adler, who's ready to go for another day for the YouTube experience. Get the Rick and Bubba Show a number of ways, live and or archived. There's no reason to ever miss a second of the program, and find all those options right there at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've already dropped that kickoff hour on almost all those platforms. So if you missed it, go back and pick that up today. We unpack another one, and we'll update you on the things that are going on within the program today. Right there is the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year. The inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess?
Studio lights flashing. Let's go. Now I lay me down to sleep.
I bet it was fun writing that song.
Oh, yeah, pretty simple
They
stuff.
said, let's name some lights.
Somebody said,
everybody give me a light.
Somebody came in with a really outstanding funky beat and says, what else anybody? And says, I just don't really feel like getting too deep right now. Some I keep hearing some about lights. Let's just all throw out various lights. And we'll have this thing put to bed in no time.
It's funny. Yeah, absolutely. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Somebody come in and go, man, this is a kicking beat here. We need
Probably Bootsy Collins.
Yeah, we need to come up with some words for something. And somebody said, what about lots?
Yeah, Bootsy came in and said, let's just.
Reminds me of the Jonas Brothers and Waffle House a little bit, you know?
Yeah, all that. Yeah, absolutely. And
don't you know that was a dare? I bet you can't write a song about Waffle
Can I
House
tell you
and
something?
make it a hit.
I'll go a step further. How did it take so long for somebody to write a song about Waffle House? It's been screaming tribute since the day I sat down to those really large plates.
Oh, I know.
It's so good.
You trying to make me hungry right out of the gate?
Oh, yeah. Tell you something. I can't tell you about something that happened last night. Speaking of eating well, all right. So we have that today. Do want to and Adler, thank you yesterday, buddy. We don't know. Adler can tell me later, but we had some kind of technical difficulty on the Wednesday Bible Study archive. I mean, Adler does a fabulous job of a lot of times getting that out within a half hour of it being live. And so yesterday we had some technical difficulty, but it did come out later. I'm just saying it came out a little later than it normally does and is out on our social media today. So if you were like, what happened to that yesterday? Did Birds not do one? We did, and it is the first 10 verses of Revelation 13, and that archive is now available on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel and on our social media. So if you were looking for it and it messed up your routine yesterday, our apologies, but it was just some sort of technical difficulty that Adler worked through and got it done. So thank you, Chris Adler, for that.
Well, we have a full schedule of things today, a lot going on, and one of them I think I want people to make note of this because again, it's a real life example of things that we talk about, and it's happening in nature, so to speak, with these Canadian wildfires.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if you've seen the reports and how New York and Philadelphia is dealing with it. And it's at record levels, by the way, far as it being dangerous for humans.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll talk about that. And I think it shows some interesting things when we're dealing with the whole global warming deal.
Well, it's the kind of stuff we've talked about forever, and I know where you're going with this, and I agree with you, and we will unpack it, and that is the man-made so-called impact versus natural phenomenon. And it's not even close. And the old Earth's been doing that for a long, long time. Now I know the Canadians will find some way to claim that global warming, man-made, made these fires so bad. Now, I know that's how they'll go. It's going to be a tough sell. But the air quality right now in some of the most liberal cities in our country, as Bubba said, worst summer
in history.
In history, yeah.
The level, the numbers that they go by, the scale, anything over 320 is considered hazardous to your health.
Oh, yeah.
In other words, it can cause big time trouble.
Yep.
It's currently at 460 in New York.
Yep.
So anyway, we'll talk about that. Several things about that I think is very interesting that I would challenge able-bodied and able-thinking people to put into their coffers and look at. There several other things. Tucker Carlson's in the news again. We've got some breaking news as far as the FBI and the Oversight Committee. They've had several things going on. Saw a clip. First time I had seen it this morning, I was telling you about Jay Monahan from the PGA with this big live golf thing coming together.
Oh, man.
You know, when you live, you might have could have got away with this in the 1960s or even 70s, but when you live in our time where everything is documented and lives forever on the internet, I think this is a tough one. I mean, there's hypocrites, and then there's ones that's hard to get over.
Yeah, and you know it's and he's admitted that he was a hypocrite. That's helpful. We all at some point find ourselves a little hypocritical, but then there's different levels of it. And this one is when you decide to throw this kind of punch because you're so upset about something. Well, you talk about it coming back. I mean, it's
boomerang on that one.
Yeah, so we'll have that for you today, and we'll work through all that. Yeah, this Tucker Carlson thing. We were kind of wondering, you know, since you and I and the guys have been part of this for a long time. This world of non-competes and you know, we let you go for calls or not for calls, and you know, in the whole world of streaming and how does that all apply? You know, we're still this day sitting here trying to buy a license so we can play our bed music on our streaming services on YouTube, and still haven't been able to figure that out. So
you think that would be covered by now, right? I mean, you would think.
So it's going to be interesting to watch this Tucker thing. You know, it's But I have not got a copy of the contract, so I can't weigh in on what it said. But
also, Rick, we've got an update. I caught up on my Skinwalker Ranch last night.
Did you catch up?
And we had somewhat of a mystery revealed for as a person, and then the strange tie-in that they're how this all is playing out. I think it's very interesting. This is that case where we need the whiteboard to try to tie some things together. You know what?
Gosh, we
got to get that and some new lights.
Well, I've got a great dry erasable in there. I mean,
but it's giant, but it's on the wall, right?
It's on the wall.
I mean, we need one in here.
So we just put it on like an easel.
Well, that would be good.
Would you want it on the easel, or one always here?
The easel would be all right, I think. Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we really do need one, straight up.
Do you think we could mark on that board with a dry erasable and it come off?
I've got some markers in there if we want to try it. By the way, I'd like to see the dry erasable markers last longer.
Well,
they wear out pretty quick. We'll be back. Maybe I got some cheap ones.
Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're
Don Keith, come on up. He's Scottish.
Right. Yes, how cool is that?
And it was kind of cool.
Did you get to meet Gary Oldman at all? Or?
Gary was not at the premiere. He was off making one of his other 30 movies he's doing this year.
He's in quite demand right
now.
We talked last hour. We gave you a little bit of a bomb update before we talked to Don Keith, and a lot of experts saying that these bombs appear to be props and never had the intention of hurting anyone. So that was one big story that we updated, and we'll continue to give you updates as we move forward, as the FBI should have a lot of evidence, and they are focusing on one part of our country being South Florida, and hopefully they will have a suspect soon, and we'll get some more answers. But now the Megyn Kelly story, Bubba, this story is at DailyMail.com says she is out.
Yeah, DailyMail.com is reporting she will not return to the air at NBC. Her show yesterday, they ran a rerun. They're scheduled to run a rerun today. And according to their report, she is going to be meeting with NBC officials today to try to negotiate an exit. Now, just in the past 28 to 48 hours, we have seen her go on TV, make a comment. I mean, this was this week, made a comment about blackface, had a backlash from it, had to go and make an apology, got more backlash from the apology. She was dropped by her agency that represented her, CAA. She was rejected by another agency that she tried to get. She has since hired a lawyer who specializes in gender bias contract cases. And she has brought in another representative who is an expert in the Me Too movement, Mrs. Farrow. I believe you remember her from some other stories.
Sure.
Now, here is the thing. She had a $69 million contract, and she would be owed that if she is fired without cause. Now, cause is a whole nother deal. That's
where this is all going to land.
And I'm sure that NBC will say, well, we got cause, and her side's going to say you don't have cause, and they'll try to work out something. So,
well, somebody.
But now NBC has not said she's fired yet. This is according to DailyMail.com.
Well, and folks inside NBC said an NBC executive with knowledge of the situation told Daily Mail Megyn Kelly is done. She will not be back. And it says, we're just working out the timing of the announcement, but mark my word, she is gone and will never be seen on NBC Live again. And says, but the problem that we have, and you mentioned it, Bubba, but this person goes further, and you might recall this phrase that we actually have heard recently. She has a no-cut deal.
Right.
Meaning that if we cannot prove that she violated something in the contract, we have to give her the entire $69 million for her to go away.
Right.
Yeah. So that's where all this is going to land is, does this qualify as cause or not? Yep. I mean, does it say in the contract, if I happen to say something in an environment that people get mad about it, that's cause? I don't think you'll find that.
Yeah.
Because there were times when, cause has been clearly, usually when you're seeing contracts on no-cut deals, cause is defined the way cause has always been defined. It does not deal with new things.
Right.
Meaning as society changes. Well, cause now means if you say something that offends people, we can fire you. That's not cause. Cause has been pretty well defined over.
And it would be in her contract, too. They would say, cause is if you're arrested, if you're this, if you go against an absolute directive that your boss has given you, blah,
Charged
blah,
with
blah.
a federal crime.
Right, yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I don't think we can't
Making a controversial statement probably would not be covered.
No, because
that's what hosts sometimes do.
Well, another thing is you can make the same statement 10 years ago and not be fired and nobody care.
Right.
So you can't have contracts that flow with the mood of the day. Well, at one time this was no big deal, but now it is. Well,
or who gets a pass and who doesn't. Part of her defense is like Joy Behar and her comments about Pence and his religious beliefs and other things. That was ignored, and she still has a job. Right. I know that her lawyer was using some of those as examples.
Good examples.
Of, hey, why is it a big deal for, y'all are pinning me for something that I didn't really truly mean. I wasn't saying it the way it came out, and look at these other examples.
Right, because what you have to say is, okay, wait a minute. So do we sit down on where you're going to fire me or not, and it's based on not that people got upset, which people got upset.
Yeah.
Because I got to tell
you. That's exactly right.
Right.
But they'll throw a number out there and try to settle. But here's the thing. So, and I didn't hear her comments per se, so I may be wrong. But so she can't even discuss, like, hey.
"21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show as we make our way back. All right, so let's start with our brothers in Canada, the big polluters, the Canadians. It's serious business. The all-caring, the all-loving, the earth-hugging, tree-worshiping Canadians, well, they're polluting up the whole world. Hey, yeah!
So if you have seen video of the Northeast, New York, Philadelphia, it's working its way down to D.C. today. It is some of the worst quality air we have ever recorded since we've made this. They're canceling. Look at this, Rick. They're canceling professional sporting events.
Yeah.
Because you can't breathe in it.
No.
The governor of New York is telling people stay inside, which I've never completely understood that because your house is not airtight, isn't it, coming in too?
Sure.
But anyway, I won't get off.
Plus, you can't see a fly ball.
Right.
No, you can't.
I won't get off on that tangent.
Where is it?
But it is terrible. Hazardous to your health, like it could cause death, 320 on the scale.
Yeah.
They are recording 460, highest ever. With all the cars in New York City, day in and day out, stuck in traffic, running 24/7, they could never create anything like this.
No.
Never.
No.
Ever.
No.
Greta.
No.
Ever.
No.
Okay?
No.
A Canadian wildfire has done this.
Right.
Once again, I submit to all of you logical thinking people, nothing we can do, man-made, can ever compete with what nature is capable of dealing out.
Mm-mm.
Again, case in point, all the cars, all the traffic jams, all the tunnels, all the airplanes have never been able to create this type of environment, but a natural fire can.
Right.
Now, there's also issues, and I read the story, and I don't know why these fires are burning in Canada, but there's a story in the Daily Mail today about poor forest management is the cause.
Mm-hmm.
They have not been doing their control burns. They have not been doing their fire breaks. They have not been doing the things that, like what we hear they don't do in California. They want it to be natural.
Mm-hmm.
Natural. Well, this is what natural looks like, guys.
Yeah, it does.
If you leave the garden unattended and untended, this is what it looks like. It burns out of control. So they've talked about, the global warming and, this and the climate and all this. We can't allow control burns, little small control burns that keep these things from getting out of control. And now look at it.
Yeah.
So what's better, control burns or nature?
Right.
Well, and you can't, some of these people on the left, you can't get this through their thick head with a 10-penny nail.
No.
They have just a reprobate mind on it. They're already over the cliff. They can't see. No. They can't look at logic. They have no ability to admit No. I was wrong based on overwhelming evidence because they're prideful.
You're right.
And they won't just say I was wrong.
No, and it is odd, even if you use their own logic. Ours is pretty simple. We know that through a biblical worldview, we were told to be conservationists, meaning we're supposed to, as Bubba said, take care of the garden, and the garden is in a fallen state. So, but even if you don't believe that, they believe that we're supposed to come to the rescue of certain animals that will go extinct if human beings don't help them stay alive. Of course, now, on the other hand, they believe in evolution, which is odd, but those two seem mutually exclusive. But
Rick, they're absolutely against each other.
But doesn't that at least flip some kind of switch that human beings have a role that they play, maybe helping creation? And one of those would be what you talked about. If you have all this underbrush that just grows wild and you don't have fire breaks, when natural fires break out from lightning and things like that, or if somebody makes a mistake and leaves something out there, off she goes and burns in a way that fire breaks, and like Bubba said, intending to it would have minimized. But now, just in Quebec alone, 100 fires burning uncontrollably. And of course, the biggest concern is air quality, which we've just covered. And now it's drifting down into the United States and the Northeast and causing all the things we just mentioned. So it's I thought to myself, we've got a couple of wedding showers this weekend, and the one on Sunday is just the bridal shower. And Blake's future wife, they live in New York City. I bet she's thankful she's coming to Alabama.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
And
yeah, you think about things like that, the big sporting events like the Yankees canceling and all that. That's one thing, but all the little events that have been had to be canceled.
Right. Yeah. So
a listener here emailed, said, they said masks cured COVID-19. Why can't everybody just wear a mask? Wouldn't they be okay?
Yeah,
that'll let you know that masks
by the way,
didn't work.
by the way, I had an interesting conversation last night with someone whose father is a doctor.
Yeah.
And the conversation was, my dad never did the mask thing at the office because he knew through training what the mask could do and not do, and why they wear them, and the fact that why they wear them is not the same thing as this virus, and it really is of no use to the virus, and I mean against the virus, and was even those that were trained going. You realize those of us that were highly trained in this, we knew what these masks could and couldn't do. And I don't know why we acted like that we were believing the stuff that wasn't true when we were trained that wasn't true.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're talking about something as tiny as that virus. But anyway, so and the fact that you have to wear them a certain way for them to be any effect at all.
Yeah.
And so I guess all the New Yorkers now, they just put their mask on, they'll be fine.
Well, and
right.
And really, in conclusion of this, when you have controlled burns of the forest, it is a inconvenience. It can be smoky, can be hard to breathe sometimes, and unfortunately, sometimes it gets over on highways. But usually, the people who do this are really, really good at looking at the weather and getting it to move away from highways where it could be a problem for drivers.
Yep.
But with that said, it's still a minor convenience compared to what they're dealing with now. Total disruption of society in New York.
Yeah, and the bigger question.
And it could have been avoided.
Yeah.
It could have been avoided, folks.
So this is what natural looks like. And you go back to the other, because remember, we've been talking about this about volcanoes forever, and of course you're not allowed to say that. But this is just another example of what we meant by that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
that's another point to this.
Yeah, when these things, the man-made impact, if there is any, compared to natural phenomenon like wildfires and volcanoes that the earth eventually shrugs off and cleans up itself is, guys, I mean, it's insane.
It really is.
I mean,
which goes back to the point, you're being duped.
Right.
You're being duped by people who want to control your lives and tax you into oblivion for their own power.
That's all it's about. And we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, this person wasn't really being offensive about it. I mean, even if she's and if changed her mind, goes, well, I was incorrect. It isn't like she dressed up in blackface and said, hey, everybody should dress up. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Was she not just discussing, like we had said, if you're going to dress up a celebrity who happens to be black, probably not a good idea. But my point is the intention was not the way the original blackface was back in the 30s when, the Al Jolsons and all them, when it was mockery and all that.
To me,
that's not – she was making the point maybe this wasn't that. Even if that's wrong, is it hate speech? Is it worth this? Is my point.
Well,
Can
like
you not
you
even
said,
have a discussion?
Never in her discussion. I certainly haven't agreed with Megyn Kelly on everything she's ever done. However, all of us in the business need to be paying attention to this kind of stuff because she did, to Greg's point, she didn't even say that the derogatory versions of blackface are okay and what's the big deal. She was asking the question, is it the same thing if someone doesn't mean it in a derogatory way? That's all she was asking.
All right.
Okay, and she didn't even go out and say the derogatory forms of this are okay, and why is everybody making a big deal about it? She asked the question, does this also qualify?
And again, I haven't exactly heard what she said, but
it's along those lines.
Yeah,
she said somebody comes to a party and they're portraying a person not in a negative way. Is that also considered, why is that considered to be racist as well? And that's all she was saying. And we can't get to a point, and I frankly hope she wins her case, because we can't get to a point that you can't discuss something on a talk show that upsets somebody. And if people get upset, now here comes the mob with their pitchforks, and your contract is no good. And they tell you to walk away.
Yeah, she wasn't trying to rebel rouse people into violence. Okay, that's kind of where the free speech thing runs aground sometimes. And the problem is, even though you may agree or disagree with what she said, okay, and maybe it was out of place.
Well, it was dumb. It was not a smart.
It wasn't
thing.
wise. What
probably
she
a
said.
subject you should just avoid.
But it has, because we do have free speech in this country, and you have programs that are talk shows. It has a chilling effect because now they have to go through and parse everything they're going to talk about and look at the political correctness of that moment and of that day and decide how they're going to address it, as opposed to just talking about it openly. And I think that's a negative for the media for sure.
Let's go to Lisa out of the great state of Alabama. Lisa, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Remember when Ellen DeGeneres dressed like Nicki Minaj for Halloween? Everybody thought that was funny, but nobody else can do that, but she can.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but did she make her skin darker to portray that celebrity?
I think she did.
Yeah, I don't recall that. Do y'all remember that at all?
No.
It may have happened.
Yes, I remember it. I don't remember about the skin.
We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go.
And again, it just depends on where the mob decides to go. If you're friends with the mob may totally overlook what you do, and if not, they may try to burn the house down. So,
well, here was the picture, and it looks like she did not change her skin. She put on the outfit and everything, but her skin was still the same color it's always been. So she did not change the skin. So it's not really apples and apples. Let's go to Kevin in Enterprise, Alabama. Kevin, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Great.
I want to talk about how Karl Malone dressed as blackface and Jimmy Kimmel dressed as blackface and portrayed Karl Malone as uneducated.
Well,
right, yeah, I sent you guys a text.
Okay, so if that one's apples and apples, or I'm looking at it right now. If Jimmy Kimmel can do that, then Megyn Kelly should still have a job.
That's Jimmy Kimmel.
I'm telling you, it's just a one-sided system.
Because that's exactly what she was asking. She was saying
if it's a comedy thing or something.
She was saying, is this just never you can do it, never, ever, ever? And that's what she was talking about. And here's Jimmy Kimmel. Completely changing his entire look.
Yeah.
You know why? Because Karl Malone is African-American. If you're going to do an impression of him, you probably, if you want it to be accurate. So if Jimmy Kimmel can get away. Now, Jimmy Kimmel may be the person on the liberal side that has received the most passes.
Oh, Rick,
I'm talking about of their topics, things that they lose their minds over.
Right. Well,
the Man Show.
The Man Show? The Man Show?
Well, I think, you know why I think so?
Man Show?
Yeah. I think one of the reasons, Rick, because he's gone so far left and put a lot of that into his show now, which was a turnoff to a lot of us just wanted to see comedy.
Right.
So I think he's getting a pass on a lot of
Well,
that.
what he did, you make a good point. What he did, we thought he was funny, and now he's gone over to do things we don't think funny, but it's appeased him. He's now back to the left, so they don't come after him because the things we hate about it.
What I said a minute ago, the mob has passed his house by. They've got their torches. They walk right by him over to Megyn Kelly.
Yeah. Because he's in good with them and she's not.
That's right.
We'll be back. More Rick.
All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. It's a better way to do things. It is a better way to do things. Listen, summer's calling you. Can you hear it? Do you really want to have the hassle? Because, hey, you're on the go now. I mean, you're headed out to, maybe you got, tournaments coming up over the summer. You got vacation. You got, trips down to the lake and maybe over to the pool or, down to the beach. And all this is going on. How would you like to enjoy summer and skip all the meal planning and shopping and get back to doing, well, whatever you want? So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now. 16 free meals we'll give you with America's #1 meal kit, plus a free shipping using the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Also find that link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. It comes straight from the farm to your home in 7 days or less, 25% cheaper than takeout. And it's not just dinner. They also have snacks and things for on the go. But when they send you the meals or whatever they send you, it's already there. You don't have to go to the grocery store. All you do is follow the recipe card and the ingredients that's in each meal kit, and you're ready to go. So, boy, if you're trying to do a little better, too, you talk about making that life easier. They can do that, too. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Find that today or go to our sponsors button, and you can find the link there. So tying into what you were talking about, about last night, there's a lot going. We all got stuff in our lives, and we're getting updates, and we got tornado relief updates, and we got this update and puppy updates and health updates, and and I've got. I don't know what's happened to me this year, but this year, and I tell Sherry this all the time. If we just wouldn't let everything bogged down, I said, sometimes we have periods of times we don't have anything going on. Why don't we just spread it out more? Why do we go feast or famine on all the things we have? And so for some reason in this year, we have decided to take an international vacation. We've decided to plan 2 weddings, not 1, 2, and start a project of building a house.
Wow.
Did you hear all that? Okay, so
good luck. I'm acting like I didn't.
Yeah, so everywhere
Good luck, buddy.
So everywhere I turn, I'm going to some meeting or there's something going on. So I didn't even understand what last night was. I never fully understood
just there.
It. Because what I thought was that Sherry had already picked out, or we had seen the choices of what the kitchen would have, what the appliances would be or whatever.
Right.
Well, apparently this is pretty common. I didn't know about this, but so I'm like, now, baby, what are we doing tonight? Because I was down at the farm with Michael Adler, Eddie Van Adler's dad, and 2 of his brothers and his mama, getting the barn ready for a couples shower Saturday, dealing with one of the weddings. So I literally leave that, and now I'm riding to something that has to do with the house.
So wait a minute, Michael Adler.
Yeah.
You brought him to help you with your barn.
Oh, yeah.
Because he runs a barn.
Correct.
Okay.
You think he didn't know how to do an event in a barn?
I just wanted to be sure I got the tie-in. So he knows everything about barns.
Oh, well, he knows everything about doing events in barns. That's even better. So it's not just a barn; it's an event at a barn. You should have seen him.
I need to build a barn. Do I need to consult him before?
Now that I don't know. I don't know that he can build a barn.
If the barn's in place, he's good at working with it.
Yeah. If you want to have an event,
raise the barn.
It's just like yesterday. Probably.
If you wanted
to fix lights in a dimmer, I would have brought people that are experts in dimmers and lights.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I tell you, me or Greg, either one could fix that.
Yeah. So anyway.
And I love barns.
Yeah. Oh, you'd have been in heaven. You'd have been in heaven yesterday.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. One Linda Adler, she can't just sing. She is an event planner. Man, she is on the ball. She had
superhero.
She had your brothers whipped into shape yesterday, and your daddy out there limping around with his poor knee. But anyway, and of course, y'all knew what happened. Everything's perfect. Everything's being done. This has nothing to do with Gary whatsoever. And when you think his truck pulled up, hey, I'm just checking to see what y'all doing. I said, Gary, you ain't got anything to do with this. You're good. You've done. Hey, I was at this place all day yesterday. I know. And hey, man,
looks great.
Hey, get in there and ride around. Let's look at what I did. And I said, well, right now we really need to be dealing with this, and unless you want to string lights or roll tables inside. Well, I mean, you don't want to see what I did? I said, well, yeah, I can. I mean, I can imagine it.
Yeah.
But anyway, So it's all coming together.
Sleeveless the whole time, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Not he had on his Rick and Bubba shirt. We can't have nothing on the back, not a sleeve to be found.
No.
So anyway, I'm now running back, and I don't even know what I'm going to, and so I end up, and Bubba, you're going to love this. This is a brilliant idea. There is a line of refrigerators, and then a line of ovens and stovetops. Is that what that's called that you cook on with the eyes and all? Is that called a stovetop?
It is.
Correct.
So there's this company, if they want you to have their stuff, they bring in a chef that works for them, and you all sit down, people who are building houses or looking to redo kitchens, and they sit down and say, he's going to show you, he's going to cook everything on our stuff, and then you eat.
Good deal. Like a kitchen showroom.
Yeah, and he shows you how it all works, and this is what you need to do. This is why I use this. This is how this works. Well, are you familiar with the term Wagyu meat?
Yeah.
The best meat
it's
ever?
the best cow meat you can have.
So he does a loin of nothing but Wagyu, like a big old roast, just slicing off pieces of it, and does some tuna steaks. And, I mean, the meal was incredible. So we're sitting there, and I'm like, this is very interesting. And then I found myself, this is so funny, Sherry goes, very interesting to watch your angles. Because you could ask questions or whatever. Yeah. And look, and y'all have been raving about this, okay? And here's what you need to know. I'm in, okay? So when we do this, when we build this house, whenever that is, okay? And by the way, I think it's going to be never. So that means it'll come in under time.
Yeah.
Hey Rick, when's this house going to be built? I said never. I'll never live to see it.
Yeah.
And so then when it comes in, just while I'm still alive, I'll go, well, we made it. You know it.
Yeah.
So anyway, so I'm going griddle this time.
Okay.
So the stovetop has eyes, and there's a griddle in the middle for the griddle option. So Sherry, everybody.
Did you say griddle in the middle?
Griddle in the middle. Everybody is really talking about heat and how you cook it. Not me. Sherry goes, what are you doing? I said, I want to see how big a hassle it is to clean this thing up.
There you go.
So I start washing him, and I mean, everybody's asking everything. I'm the only one that says, now talk to me about cleaning this thing up. Mm-hmm. And he just looked, and he goes,
It ain't like the same at our Japanese steakhouse?
Yeah.
Rake it off?
Yeah, so he was raking it off. I said, is that all you're going to do? I said, what are you raking it into? And he said, well, there's a tray right here, and then when this all cools, you can just go clean it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, what are we doing now? He said, well, just a real light layer of olive oil over it. He goes, all I'm doing is just taking a rag. Just go get you some old rags and clean it up like that. And I said, that's it? And Sherry goes, I said, I got to know how big a hassle it is. If it's a hassle,
it doesn't look like it's a big hassle.
I may not be willing to do griddle. I don't want something to be a hassle.
Yeah, I think the same thing.
Yeah, and then of course, and then this is the part, whatever she goes, you can have the single or you can have the double. I said, let's talk double. He goes, well, double, you can have two different heats. Over here, you can have something that needs this heat. Over here, you can have a little more heat. I said, yeah, Camp House breakfast.
Yeah.
And Sherry goes, so your whole thing with this griddle is Camp House breakfast? And I said, well, I see the whole breakfast on there. I said, I don't really see me with a lot of pants now. I see my eggs right over here.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing.
I see my bacon right over here.
Yeah.
And she goes, so Camp House breakfast, that's why you want us to have a griddle? I said, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I said, I'll be cranking out. And I said, what about pancakes? We can get a bunch of pancakes on there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm glad
you remember when Cuz cooked breakfast?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
because all I got now when we do pancakes, Sherry has to bring out a portable griddle out of the box, put it down. It can't get many pancakes on it. Plug it in.
You won't want him showing enough good ones.
Here's what it's going to be. It's going to be on the stovetop. Like, here's my eyes. I got 4
Rick,
here.
some people think this is a griddle.
I got 2 here, and I got I know it would be.
Needs to be.
So picture this. If we get it like I like it, I've got 4 eyes. Mm-hmm. Of course, gas because I mean business.
Oh, I thought it's because you're wearing glasses.
2 other eyes over here. And then in the middle, I got a double griddle.
Oh.
I mean,
they're going to outlaw that guy.
Hey,
probably.
Can I ask a question?
Well,
I'm glad you went there
that made everybody uncomfortable.
On Camp House breakfast. Is Sherry going to allow the main kitchen to be used for Camp House breakfast?
That's up for debate because Camp House is still alive right now.
Yeah, because I'm thinking we're at a total different piece of the property.
Yeah.
Is that going to be allowed?
Where I pivoted once and got me in trouble. I said, I tell you what, we may not need that for the main house. Why don't we put a smaller version of that in Camp House? Because we need the griddle over there.
There you go.
And I think Sherry will regret
Yeah.
the day that you down Camp House and move those activities to the main house.
Oh, yeah.
Now, does this chef come with the appliances?
That's what I hoped. But apparently that's a no. He travels all over the country to all these kind of things.
That would be a deal.
Hey, what a great gig.
So the salesman gets up there, and of course, I silence the room with this one. So he gets to talking, and, of course, eventually he has to admit on their Sub-Zero stuff, which has been, since 1945, the best you can have. You know, it keeps a constant temperature. Okay. And then he has to say the uncomfortable. Of course, now, you know, we've adapted to the new regulations, and my hand just goes up, and everybody's like, oh, boy, I think that's it, Rick and Bubba guy. You know what I mean? Like that. And he goes, I said,
what regulation?
I said, well, you know, the refrigeration, baby, it's green now, baby. And I said, with all this green stuff, here's what that usually means for us, the consumer. Now, you should have seen his face. More expensive, but not as good.
Yeah.
Yep. And look, and he goes, okay, let me take on the first thing. Yes, it will be more expensive. I said, well, yeah, the government's in it, so I saw that coming. Yep. And then I didn't realize, I think I had some Democrats in there.
Oh.
And they kind of started like looking at me all mean. What? I said, is it just as good? Have y'all adapted? I mean, have we now dropped quality that y'all been providing for us since 1945? Mm-hmm. I said, has the government made these Sub-Zero refrigerators not as good as they used to be? And he goes, no, we started work on it years ago because we saw it coming and we've got it dialed in. Hey, Dave, haven't we dialed it in? I put the whole place into a frenzy.
Started holding
like that. I said, so am I going to pay more for something that's not as good? And he's like, no, we have retained the quality, so that's a good question, and let's go ahead and talk about it. And, of course, everybody, all the people there, they were like, so that's where you went. Well, I think that's a legitimate question.
I think it is.
Oh, yeah.
I think it is. Well, they're coming after everything
But
now.
you know what he said? Yep, it is going to cost more. Thank you, government. See, that's the thing the government doesn't tell y'all. Now, do only rich people need these things? No. Everybody needs them. So what they did is they told you they're going to get the rich, but now everything we all got to buy costs more.
Yep.
And that's how they get you.
And you know why they're more expensive? Because of the new regulations. Yep. And then usually the product, look, let's just tell the big story. It ain't as good as it once was. Nope. We got one of them old pea green refrigerators in the barn from old school.
Oh yeah.
That son of a gun keeps things ice cold. Yep. The new refrigerators we got. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know if this is the new thing or not. This thing where houses that were made famous by TV shows are now going up for sale.
Almost $100 million, down to $245 million, still makes it the most expensive piece of real estate in the United States. It's owned by a guy, they call him a media mogul. He's been involved in a lot of things. One, talent manager for Andy Williams, Johnny Mathis, Sergio Mendes.
One of Greg's favorites.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He also worked in producing and promoting hit TV shows like All in the Family and Sanford and Son. His film production credits include Blade Runner and Driving Miss Daisy. So he's been involved in a lot. He sold his company Embassy Pictures to Coca-Cola for $485 million back in 1985. He recently passed away at 86.
So this is his property.
Now, his estate.
Does it come with a cement pond?
It sure does. Sure does.
Yeah. Are you talking?
What about a billiard room?
Are you saying it's the most expensive residential property? It can't be the most expensive property in America.
Well, I would assume it's considered residential.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at
that. Good. Look at that. Yeah. Even the audience is like, what the?
And right there is the scene at the front door where you saw a lot of the Beverly Hillbillies scene shot.
Oh, yeah.
Does Mr. Drysdale still live next door?
If I bought it with Mr. Drysdale,
cement pond.
Greg, if I bought it with Mr. Drysdale, begged me not to leave. I love. He would be so ridiculous about stuff.
Now, Rick, in the article they describe it. I'm just going to give you their words. It says, despite the public offering sale price, which they're joking about it being dropped to $100 million, it's still the most expensive property in the United States. Has a 10.3 acre.
Look at that tennis court, Bubba.
Acres. It has a 75-foot swimming pool, massive gardens, tennis courts, and a 12,000 bottle wine cellar.
Yeah.
Did you see all those bushes you have to trim? Just the bill.
You got to trim them.
You got to have people.
That.
I said, do you hear me? I said, just the bill alone for that.
I know.
I know.
You're so cheap, you try to do it yourself.
Do you remember when the Hillbillies first came there and they thought it was a prison? And speaking of the bushes being trimmed, the gardeners were leaving, and they held them at gunpoint because they thought they were inmates escaping the prison.
Who's showing this? Is this you or Adler showing this? Is this Adler?
Adler, can you go back to the backyard? I'm a little disappointed they've let that grass go. There's some dead spots back there. I mean, I need that to be, if I'm going to pay that kind of money, it better be immaculate and thick and green back there. And I didn't like all. I didn't
If
like
I'd
all,
won the lottery, I'd have bought it.
I didn't like those dead spots back there when it goes all the way back there. To
Where
the
are you
very
talking about?
when you go on back there to the end of it, where there, it looks like there's some kind of patio or garden area right there. Look at all those dead spots.
Is that
Well, you
that
know what it
California
is?
environment? I don't know.
That's disappointing.
That's
right
where
there.
people's been playing football out there,
You're
Rick,
right.
and they've got it all scuffed up.
Would be a good.
You know what I'd say? We got to get this turf thing straightened out before I write this check.
It's on a little hill there. You got L.A. in the background.
You can't have dirt in your backyard for that kind of plastic. You know,
That's big.
it's a lot of room.
Yeah, it is.
What if they showed this and like Greg was shirtless trimming the bushes out there?
It would slay me. Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go phones. Super P's ready. 866 We Be Big, whatever's on your mind. We chat now. And there's a line available if you want to make a move. You get in there right now. Mitchell out of Hayden, Alabama. Mitchell standing by. Listen to us on 104.7 WZZK, I assume, or maybe 100.3 out of Huntsville. Mitchell, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, it's 104.7, and I just want to say Green Acres, and I appreciate you guys very much for your ministry and for your stance with God.
Thank you.
And I just didn't know. I've seen a lot of news stories that you've covered recently. I know you do your Bible study on Wednesday afternoons.
Yes.
And I didn't know if you heard about this other thing on YouTube. It's called The Big Picture. They talk about the news and they have a good time and cut up, and they also have a Bible study. But it was pretty cool. I didn't know if you'd heard about them or not.
Never heard of it. No, it's called The Big Picture.
Yeah.
No.
But they talk about stuff that the mainstream news don't talk about, like you know, with that plane crash that happened a few days ago, and with these companies that are just going completely against what seems like their customers' better interest, and with the woke ideology, and really just going anti-God. And they talk about kind of how it's just all spiritual warfare is really where we're headed into.
Oh, sure. Well, everything
as we
is.
get closer to that.
Yeah, I heard a Bible teacher say one time, there's no such thing as an issue that's not a biblical issue. All issues are biblical issues.
Right.
Because ultimately,
Really
that's where they go. And that's actually tying into our podcast this weekend. Pastor Mac Brunson, which, we're going to be very specific about what we talked to him about today. And one of them is this attack on Scripture. Can we really trust Scripture? I mean, this was written by men, and they've been manipulated. And can you really trust it and all this? So is God evolving? How do these men know? And so
Should that be a new character?
He'll take that on. And I mean, look, he did a presentation on this the other day, and I said, like, look, we got to have you come in because that would tie in nicely. We're going to talk about that. And then we've got some other things, like one of the things is that people, I think, every time there's a discussion, the left always goes into the book of Leviticus. Oh, so you think that God's standard for marriage is a man and woman? Did you eat shrimp today, you hypocrite? Are you growing the hair down on the side of your face?
So he's going to come in and clearly say the difference of there's actually three laws throughout Scripture and how they separate and how that actually works. And so we'll talk about that a little bit. And so and if time allows, we may get some other topics. So that may take up the whole 45 minutes. But this you talk about a great communicator and teacher on this that's well versed and well read. And so he's going to be our guest this weekend. And we're going to ask those kind of questions that you're asking us, and it should be it'd also be a great benefit when you're having these kind of discussions, with people in your family or your friends at work and things like that. So be paying, or maybe you're a seeker and I'd like to know the answers to some of those. I've heard y'all touch on them. We'll walk that out a little more this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Jack out of Coleman, if you want to join us, there's room for you. Jack, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was wanting to, if you looking for something good to watch on YouTube, there's a guy called Awaken with JP, and he does like character bits and stuff like that, and it's quite funny, making fun of today's environment, talks a lot about the vaccine and transgender issues, and it's a pretty good watch.
So is this our phone segment today? Hey, have y'all?
Hey, y'all check it out.
Have y'all seen other things on YouTube other than y'all?
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
I was picking up on that.
Yeah. It's.
Do they have 100,000 subscribers?
Yeah, probably.
I was gonna say,
if they're talking about
probably.
aliens, they probably got millions. I appreciate all that, and I have a hard enough time, settling down to watch anything. For any amount of time,
Plus you got 2 weddings, a house to build.
Yeah. It's
what else?
Yeah, let's see. We've got that
2 weddings, a house to build,
and an international vacation.
An international, yeah. There you go.
All that,
and then that's not even work. That's just.
Yeah, I still have coming up. Which just think about this statement. Sherry is going to Israel with a women's group that's going to do ministry in Israel, and you know what our plan is? I'll meet you in France. That's our plan.
Really?
Yeah, so I'll be flying to France myself to meet Sherry there.
That's
awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, that's kind of wild.
2 weddings, building a house, all that's coming. And I can see it out there. And it really kind of begins this weekend with 2 showers.
Throw gridiron in there and you really got you something.
Yeah. Gridiron actually will be kind of an oasis. Hey, I'd like to deal with that right now, but I gotta get ready. Yeah. I'm up here with a bunch of men enjoying a conference together and hanging out at the hotel and eating at Waffle House. I'll worry about that later. And actually studying the Word of God and hearing some outstanding speakers and getting to preach.
Oh yeah.
No anxiety there. No. That's an oasis. That's the kind of stuff I look forward to. There's no better Father's Day present for me.
Doing that will help you handle all this other stuff.
Oh, yeah. If I don't have that, this other stuff's got problems.
Yeah.
You got to have a little refresher out there. I mean, don't we all need a little refresher? Stop.
Yes.
And all that kind of stuff. So it'll be fine. And, this is the kind of stuff that I really love anyway.
Sure.
I like things that are complicated and hassled and that's my favorite.
Yeah, you're a big fan of that.
And,
I got accused last night. Sherry said that she also would like to let Lisa know that she's not the only one that's married to a butt.
Oh, good. Maybe it's a family thing.
She said, "I heard you making noise in there last night. What'd you get? What would you not like in there?" I walked in there and they, 2 of the pillows, my pillows, there were no pillowcases on them. I couldn't find any pillowcases. And she goes, "I heard you in there making noise about that and grumbling." I said, "No, I wasn't grumbling." She goes, so the bed's completely made up. This house is spotless, and you're upset because the pillowcases aren't on those pillows yet. I said, "I just didn't know where they were. I don't.
You're a little mad about it.
I don't expect you to do that. I will do it myself. I just didn't know where they were. Did you bother to look?" I said, "Well, I looked up on the top of the stack. I didn't see them." She goes, "Because I said that they're in the middle of the stack. If you just gone right down, here they are, right here.
Wow.
You wouldn't have to grumble and whatever." And she goes, "Is baby getting sleepy? You getting a little bit ill?" And I said, "That really is it. I'm sleepy and I'm a little bit ill."
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
She goes, "Well, I'll tell you one thing. I don't have 10 dogs, but I do have a butt."
Yep.
She said, "You got a little bit of your brother in you too. He ain't the only one."
Oh yeah.
That's right. I tried to tell everybody.
She said, "You can get a little ill."
Burgess, bud.
I said, "But look at all the times I'm not ill." She goes, "You got a good percentage. I'd like to see it get to 0." Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Fresno fire happened, Rick, when a man who was house sitting for his parents set the home on fire after he used a blowtorch to kill black widow spiders.
Oh, my goodness.
You
a
get
blowtorch?
Firefighters say no one was injured in the fire, and the man who initially called them made it out safely. The fire happened Tuesday night at the home in the Woodward Lake housing development. 29 firefighters responded to the 2-alarm fire and were able to put it out. The fire crews say the second story and the attic of the home were severely damaged. Although, now this is what's funny. We've got a guy who said he was trying to kill spiders with a blowtorch in the attic, okay? We've had all this. They come in, they put it out. Although in the last paragraph says, although the exact cause has not yet been determined, fire crews believe the blowtorch may be to blame.
Well, you know what?
I think I'm going to put it under blowtorch.
We're going to head out on a limb here.
Let's close the book on that one.
Yeah. What do you think caused this fire? Well, the guy tried to get black widows out of the house with a blowtorch that blows fire.
Yeah.
Could be that. Hey guys,
just burn the spiders.
Greg,
It burns.
Greg, let's don't rule out the torch.
You know, it could be the torch
Rick,
and that moron with it.
What about when you ask your son
oh my God.
to house sit?
Oh my God.
And you come back and the
I blame
attic
them.
and the top story has just been burned off.
I blame them. There's no way that was his first stupid thing to do. They had to see this coming. You don't leave that idiot in your house by yourself. He was grown. You know he wasn't just.
Was he grown?
He's a genius up to this point.
Was he grown?
He was grown.
I don't know his age.
They knew he was a moron.
What I'm saying, Greg,
Do you think they were trying to give him a job, maybe and let him earn a little money, and said, well, he can't mess this up. All he got to do is sit and watch TV and just make sure the house doesn't burn down.
Do what he always does, sit there and play video games till we get back.
All right.
I'll tell you what'll kill a spider, a boot.
Step on it. Yeah, and then all the little babies run out.
Yeah, step on them.
Did you think?
Get to dancing.
It doesn't say how old he was.
Do you ever think you'd hear parents say, we almost wish that he just had a party?
Yeah.
I wish he'd have got drunk, broke some windows.
Right.
What do y'all hate more, roaches or spiders?
I'm going to go roach.
I'm going to go spider
I'm
because
spider.
they can bite you.
I'm going roach.
Is it on
What
me
kind
or
of
just
spider?
in my house?
Granddaddy Longleg?
Yeah, hey,
No.
it doesn't matter. They'll bite you.
They
Not
don't hurt.
those, but the other spiders that are non-poisonous still bite.
Yeah.
I know
Had
you've
it happen.
seen
Roaches
microscopic
just
pictures.
nasty.
Roaches are usually a signal, though, that your house has big problems.
Yeah.
Spiders aren't. Spiders kind of come and go.
I know.
Yeah, spiders are going to be there. Nothing you can do about
There
it.
ain't much they can do about it.
But you've seen the microscopic
spiders.
pictures of spiders. You talking about something that looks like an alien?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, but
Man,
I
they're
can't see
monsters.
that, so it doesn't matter. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but it's still there.
It's like that mite, that old dust mite. They love to
Oh,
show you.
yeah.
Everybody's selling you a
That
new
looks
mattress. They
horrible.
love to show you that.
Can I tell you this? I was experimenting with how hard spiders are to kill without stomping.
Looks like that predator face.
You know, and they're talking about because they get
They
up.
can't even exterminate.
It's like they've got a 4-wheel drive that they have a huge lift in.
Oh, they got some clearance.
And they lift in so their body never touches the pest control stuff. They just kind of walk through it and get it on their evil legs.
Yeah.
And so I was
Look at that. Look at that right there.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
I was experimenting with the bebopper stuff because there was a spider on one of the shooting houses too. So I thought I'd just kind of shoot him too, see what happens.
Yeah.
And when I hit him, he did an emergency, almost like a paratrooper.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing what they can do?
And he went right down, and I hit him a couple times, and it wouldn't bother him.
Listen.
And I was like,
it was just aggravating.
They're
It's like-
amazing.
yeah, they are.
I don't mind like Granddaddy Longlegs or even these other ones. I don't know what they're called, but they're real thin like that. Mm-hmm. It's when you start getting plump and hairy.
Yeah.
I don't like amen.
That's what.
And
but
the old
yeah,
black widow, I don't like her either.
Look,
No.
we've talked about this 1,000 times. There's nothing worse than be going through the woods and you don't know it, and all of a sudden that web hits you.
And it's got that one, this yellow and black in it. You ever seen him?
Yeah. And you
That
don't
yellow
know
and
where
black.
it is, and you know it's on you somewhere. You don't know where it is.
Good night.
Yeah, and then I've noticed too. You know what makes if you become a beard person, beards and spider webs disaster. It just gets all in your beard. It's terrible. To David in Georgia. David, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
I'll tell you two facts that freak me out the most about spiders. I was reading National Geographic a while back, and they said on average you're never more than 8 feet away from a spider.
At all times?
at all times.
I'm looking around.
Oh, you know there's some in this console.
Yeah, they're little. The little ones don't bother.
Now,
I am about 8 feet from you.
The
Jeff.
only place I really
You ever
see
like to
them,
pick your granddad long leg up and do?
the only place here I see a lot of them is really around the golden ticket seats.
Yeah, that's the only thing, especially up in that back left.
Yeah,
Hey,
right
well,
around that area.
Here's the scarier fact. They say on average every year the average human swallows 6 spiders in their sleep.
Come on,
Whatever.
David. Now, come on. That's bogus. Urban legend.
All right, I'm Googling it.
I've had some weird dreams.
How many
Yeah.
spiders do you swallow in a year?
You may be
That's one of them
surprised.
stats they throw out there. They ain't no way they can tell.
Come on.
That's why it's good to have a CPAP.
God, David.
That'll do it, Bubba.
Can't
Now
get
I'm
in
getting
there.
one. I'm getting one.
Unless they're already hiding in there when you fire it up.
What?
Oh, they're everywhere.
Oh, don't read that. It doesn't matter. If you don't know, it doesn't matter. If you don't know.
Okay, here we go. The
Well,
fact that people swallow 8 spiders in their sleep yearly isn't true.
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio. Out here on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Do you have, Dad, something from the Rick and Bubba store, yes or no? If you don't, make the move now. We got some really, really cool stuff. If you follow us on social media, Helmsy showing you some of it on our Instagram yesterday. Go grab something for Dad. The store asks that you try to get that order in by this weekend so they can make sure they get it to Dad or to you to give to him by Father's Day. So get those orders in, cut off for that to be to you by Father's Day, or to him by Father's Day would be Sunday this weekend. So make a note of that. Go shop the Rick and Bubba store. Get Dad something that he'll really appreciate. There's just something special about seeing a dad with some Rick and Bubba swag on, or drinking out of, Rick and Bubba cup or something like that. There's something special about it. So do that for Dad at rickandbubba.com by clicking on the store. All right, so we are updating on everything involving the PGA and LIV. And as you said, Bubba, earlier in the program, living in a time where everything we say and do is documented on video and audio. A video has now surfaced with the PGA. What is his title? Is he the commissioner? Jay Monahan, and talking about drawing all these lines with the PGA and how moral they are, and how immoral LIV is, and even brings up 9/11. Oh wow!
This is a Jim Nantz interview from about a year ago. First time I'd seen it. It's been out. Many of you may have seen it, but check this out right here. What he says now, knowing that he is going to enter into a business arrangement with these very folks.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask about this. There was a story that was first reported in the New York Post yesterday by Brian Wacker about a 9/11 coalition of families and survivors of the 2001 terrorist attacks. 9/11 Families United sent a letter to the representatives of Phil, Dustin, Bryson, Reed, and others, quote, expressing their outrage towards the golfers for participating in the new league and accusing them of sports washing and betraying the United States, end quote. And that's gotten a lot of steam over the last 24 hours. That story first reported again in the New York Post. How much did you talk to your players about the possible ramifications if they sign on with the new league?
Well, I talked to players. I've talked at a player meeting, and I've talked to a number of players individually for a long period of time. And I think you'd have to be living under a rock to not know that there are significant implications. And as it relates to the families of 9/11, I have 2 families that are close to me that lost loved ones. And so my heart goes out to them. And I would ask, any player that has left or any player that would ever consider leaving, have you ever had to apologize for being a member of the PGA Tour?
Well, that was a very biting statement until today. Now it doesn't seem to have as much teeth.
You know, when he
But I can't be bought out.
He's been, you know, he was head of the PGA, so obviously he was taking issue with Liv.
Of course.
And saying, you know, things that were pro his group and anti the other group. But when you take it to this level, Rick, where you're talking 9/11 and families, the word hypocrite doesn't really, it's almost not strong enough.
Well, I would say this, if he really had conviction about that statement, the day that the PGA forced him to make this deal is the day you say, I can no longer serve as commissioner.
Right.
And you know what
don't you step down?
And you know what I would
the
say?
Announcement's made.
You know what I would say? That's a guy of conviction right there. I might not even agree that it was that big a deal, but I would say, well, I'll tell you one thing, he certainly believes it.
Right.
But next, Rory.
Well, you know, to that issue, Saudi Arabia is a big country, has a lot of people in it. You can't put everybody in one pot, just like here. You don't want everybody to hold us responsible for what a Ted Bundy or some other crazy person might do. And the Saudis are allies of ours on the world stage, but there are some issues with the royal family and, you know, the murder of the journalist and some things like that you know, you have to kind of at some point back up and go, okay, Saudi's good, Saudi's bad. You got to make that call, right?
Yeah. Rory McIlroy has been real upset about all this. He has something to say about what this has shown him. Here we go.
Yeah, so I got a text message on Monday night, I guess, from Jimmy Dunn saying, hey, can I give you a call in the morning? So I said, sure. Jimmy rang me at about 6:30 yesterday morning. We had a chat, took me through the news, took me through the deal, the structure of the deal, what it meant for us, what it meant for the DP World Tour. So yeah, I learned about it pretty much at the same time everyone else did. And yeah, it was a surprise. I knew there had been discussions going on in the background. I knew that lines of communication had been opened up. I obviously didn't expect it to happen as quickly as it did. But I really think that, you know, from what I gathered, the tour felt they were in a real position of strength coming off the back of the DP World winning their legal case in London. It sort of weakened the other side's position, and you know, they went in there, and you know, the way Jimmy described it, you know, Rory, sometimes you got 280 over water and you just got to go for it. And you know, that's what they did. And you know, I think ultimately, when I try to remove myself from the situation and I look at the bigger picture and I look at 10 years down the line, you know, I think ultimately this is going to be, it's going to be good for the game of professional golf. I think it secures it unifies it, and it secures its financial future. So, you know, there's mixed emotions in there as well, as there's going to be. I don't understand all the intricacies of what's going on. It's a very, what's the word? You know, there's a lot of ambiguity. There's a lot of things still to be sort of thrashed out, but at least it means that the litigation goes away, which has been a massive burden for everyone that's involved with the tour and that's playing the tour. And we can start to work toward, you know, some sort of way of unifying the game at the elite level.
Hey, Adam on the left. Rory, has over the last day with the different meetings and the conversations you've had with players, has your opinion changed at all? Have you sort of started to see where this is all going, and are you excited about this? Are you optimistic about this? Kind of as you project it forward, what do you?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the one thing that I think was really misconstrued yesterday was, you know, all the headlines were PGA Tour merges with Liv, and Liv has got nothing to do with this, right? I mean, it's the PGA Tour, DP World Tour, and the Public Investment Fund are basically partnering to create a new company. You know, this has gotten, you know, I think that's where I was a little frustrated, because all I've wanted to do and all I've wanted, in the past year from basically this tournament is to protect the future of the PGA Tour and protect the aspirational nature of what the PGA Tour stands for. And I hope that this does that, but, I think with the headlines being merges with Live, like that's not if you look at the structure of how it's structured down, this new company sits above everything. Jay's the CEO of that, so technically anyone that is involved with Live now would answer to Jay. So, the PGA Tour have control of everything, and the one thing as well is, whether you like it or not, the PIF are going to keep spending money in golf. At least the PGA Tour now controls how that money is spent. So if you're thinking about one of the biggest sovereign wealth funds in the world, would you rather have them as a partner or an enemy? At the end of the day, money talks, and you'd rather have them as a partner.
Jimmy Dunn, by the way, who he is referencing in the first, I talked to Jimmy. Jimmy texted me. Jimmy is known in the golf world as the ultimate power broker. He's like the Donald Trump of golf. And so that's why that name's being thrown around. He's on the PGA Tour board.
Okay. Let's talk about it when we come back, because there's several things that are kind of odd to me.
More Rick and Bubba coming up, 16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Junk science, that.
People are, and who come up with 8?
Well,
Why'd they settle on that?
I'll tell you why, Greg, because 10 wasn't believable.
That's a good point. You get double digits, people got. Start questioning. Nah, I don't know about that.
Somebody said, how much do they worth? Go, 5. 5 not scary enough. What about we think 10? 10 too high.
Too much.
Let's land with 8.
Yeah, you're probably right. Did y'all see, when you talk about weird paintings, that this story came out weeks ago, and some artist is one of these people that I go by some funny name, no one knows who I am. Banksy. Yes, and the auctioned off, and stuff's very expensive, and the minute the auction was over, it shredded it. It had built in a shredder into the thing.
Oh, yeah. The minute it was declared that somebody had won it, it shredded itself.
They watched it.
Yeah.
Now
they had no idea the frame. It was set up in the frame.
But they're saying,
being sharp.
but they're saying now that made the painting even more unique, and it raised the value on it.
Correct.
So now I bought the shreds now?
Yeah,
well, it hung out the bottom.
I see
it was shredded, but you could still kind of
see
it. Isn't that's kind of neat, by the way.
You think that's neat?
I kind of thought.
Who are you?
I don't know. I mean, I'm
He's
sharp.
got 2
I go
pigments,
by Banksy, and I got to watch this. I kind of like that.
You like that?
Kind of.
Who are you?
I'm just saying.
I mean, you're letting a lot of things go now.
That was pretty original.
Yeah, but it's stupid.
Well, it's basically showing everybody how stupid they are.
Okay.
You're paying all this money for this painting. You don't know. I made up some dumb name.
Right.
This guy's
I'm gonna shred it. Oh,
He's a famous artist.
This guy's actually making the point through this that Greg's been making for many years.
Now it makes sense.
But in making that point,
Greg, I apologize.
But Rick, in making that point, he made the painting more famous.
He did.
Yeah.
Which now has made it worth more money.
We ain't got no problems. These are first world.
Exactly. And I'm gonna tell you,
anybody that can go pay that kind of money for a shredded piece of crap. How about we got no problems.
But Rick, it was funny because it activated remotely. As soon as it was sold, it just started shredding itself.
That's funny.
That's a pretty good idea.
It is.
And I'll say this: I kind of like the painting. Little girl reach for that balloon.
Yeah.
Greg, you're not making today easy for me. I just now had come all the way back to full apology. Then you say something like that. Songs in the key of E available today. Matter of fact, I just pulled it off iTunes right now. Hey, fired up about this. This sounds good.
I love that song, by the way.
Yeah, I mean this.
I think that's a great theme song. I tell you what.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like my family. So let's, Charlie, let's talk a little bit. You know, we say boll weevils, and we talk about a new music project and a new album that's out, and but this may seem new to some of us, but your connections to these guys actually have been. It's been a long, long time, right?
Oh, yeah. This is a culmination of a desire that James Stroud and myself have had to do a project together for a long time. James produced some of our most successful country albums back several years ago. And we had so much fun in the studio and always wanted to do a project together and just never really had a vehicle to do it until I started writing this swampy stuff. And we said, hey, let's get together and do this. So James, one of the finest drummers around, and Charlie Haywood, my bass player, who's been with me for about 43 years, and Billy Crane, who is a specialist on slide guitar. We got together and just cut this simple little album, and all the songs ended up being in the key of E, so we called it the Bo Weevil Songs in the Key of E.
That's good.
That's a great name.
Hey, let's start in the key of E. Watch me for the changes.
There you go.
Well, it sounds like a jam session, which I guess you're kind of telling us, and it is. But here we are, this point in your career. Isn't it great to have access to the kind of technology now? You can kind of bypass, all the different roads you at one time you had to go through.
The hoops you had to jump.
Yeah, for people to actually have access to the music. Now you put something together. You put it out there in the digital domain, and anybody who wants to grab it can go grab it.
I'm still trying to get over that, man. I mean, it's just this has gone so far past me. When I was a kid, the state-of-the-art technology was a dial telephone and a party line.
Yeah.
All this stuff, man. This stuff just, goes by me. I keep learning stuff every day. Well, the heck, it changes just about every day, really.
I mean, do you realize how quick that Speedy, our producer, who you've been talking to, Speedy said it's Bo Weevil's, and I'm like, man. 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so we've heard from old footage. By the way, I found myself wishing that Jim Nance would come and interview us.
Oh, he's so good, isn't he?
So Monahan, got hey man, 9/11, all that. How can these people be playing for the Saudis? And now, the deal's been made. Rory, we heard him kind of be a little long-winded, but eventually got to the bottom line of saying, hey, if it may help to take the bad of all this and minimize it. It may be good for golf long-term, and ultimately the financial piece that it brings kind of superseded some of the convictions. And Bubba, what say you? And Helmsy and y'all, you guys.
Well, Rory obviously will probably know much more about it than I do, but what he's saying about the Saudi Public Investment Fund and LIV being two different things is just not correct. I mean, they are the same thing. Mm-hmm. And the Crown Prince is going to have a big say in all of it because he's still writing checks. Jay Monahan, now we know players were not consulted. Jay was anti-LIV because it was a competing league.
Right.
Now he's negotiated behind the scenes and apparently will have a job with this new group.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know how the money has gone. How much, how do you represent the PGA when you're promised a check to be in charge of the new group? Does that change your decision-making process? I don't know. It's a strange animal, to say the least.
Well, I'm just trying to get simplistic about it from a business standpoint.
Right.
And I think what I would do if I was in his place is I would come out, and we'll see all this when it comes out. Look, guys, here's the deal. I had some strong convictions about this, but my job is to look after golf ultimately. And I see that this other bunch has got money that we'll never be able to keep up with. They've come in, and now we'll have more of a say. It'll stop all this, whatever. And they've given me a financial package that will take care of my family. But I have gone in and assured that they will also continue to pay golfers what we could never pay with you guys without them. It's also good for your long-term plan and the health of golf. You guys ain't gonna make any money if the PGA goes under. And now you brought up a good point. We know this about negotiating. One of the things that puts you in a place of strength
is if someone else wants you and is willing to pay you more than whoever you're with is paying you. Now, that goes away with this.
Okay, so that was my point. Like,
yeah.
2 or 3 of these guys got big deals to begin with to go over there, right?
Yeah.
Hundreds
Brooks
million
kept
dollars.
DeChambeau.
How much did he get?
$400 or $500 million. I mean, I don't know. It's crazy money.
The
200
day,
million, 300 million.
the day they merge, do they have to give that kind of money to anybody? No, there's nowhere to go.
As long as they, yeah.
The guys who took this money and now are back in are the ones that look like geniuses right now.
Yeah. Phil Mickelson's of the world.
Yeah.
What I think cosmetically you're going to see. So we have the logo up behind us here. And Rory's right about one thing. Live Golf was simply a golf entity that branched out from this Saudi Arabia prince who manages $600 billion in different things, in Indy, and I don't know if it's Indy or Formula One, but I know he has a soccer team and of course the big oil company and all these things. But he manages that. I think you're going to see Live Golf, that logo, go away.
Yeah, it's gone.
You're going to have PGA Tour and DP World Tour just like you had previous, but you're going to have more money and more funds to play with, and they're going to add an element of this team aspect that you had with Live Golf under those 2 umbrellas. And golf is a weird sport anyway because there are 5 weekends where we all watch golf, even if you're not golf fans, and it has nothing to do with the PGA Tour. The 4 majors that we talked about yesterday, the PGA Tour has nothing to do with those. Those are owned by somebody else.
I didn't even know that.
That's why these other guys can play in it.
And then Ryder Cup is the other one, and they don't have anything to do with it. And so what you're going to have now are purses for these players that is as good, maybe even better in some cases, for the regular week tours, and you're going to have the team aspect, and you're going to have the crowd fanfare that we've seen. You want to see something fun, watch what's going on there as fans, it's fun. And so I think I've said this since this started, this merger's a good thing for golf fans in general. I know there are people that are going to lose jobs because now you're going to have guys that are on the lower end are not going to have a spot because these guys are coming back. Get that. If you're tied to that, that's a tough deal. Get it. But now you're going to have the best of the best all playing under one umbrella with a lot more money to be spent to enhance everything about it.
The PGA professional asks, does this mean we get to wear shorts now?
Professional what?
What did you say?
PGA, what'd I say?
You said the A word for some reason.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
I don't get along with people.
I did not say
like
that.
a troublemaker.
By the way, I did not say that.
If you're known as that.
I said PGA.
No, you said a word after that.
You put S's on the
guys. I said the PGA guy, professional, said, does this mean we get to wear shorts? Because
I know you didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to, but you did say the A word.
He asked.
I'm gonna go back and listen.
You're talking about.
Did I really?
He was asking to say. You mean he asked a question? What you meant?
Yeah, you didn't mean
PJ.
That's what Greg is.
What'd I say?
Yeah. You said
What'd I
that's
say?
what Greg
said the A
is.
word.
What'd I say? A PGA player asked?
Yeah,
I just didn't say the.
Yeah.
You didn't
left the K.
And what it
Lazy
sounded
mouth.
like, it's what like you sound like. Here's what it sounded like. Here's what it sounded like. You went. Here's what it sounded. It sounded like you went. Look, these PGA. I mean, what are they?
Okay.
I mean,
that's funny.
It's
I'm
a
sorry
PGA.
if I sounded that way.
You need
I'm
to
sorry.
listen back. You'll get a kick.
But anyway, they get to wear shorts and live. And he says, does this mean we get to wear shorts?
Now, who asked that?
PGA player asked. I just realized I don't see my K's.
yeah. And when you get into you had a little bit of lazy mouth. You've been through it.
Asked it.
Asked it. When you
kind of rough on the guy.
In this thing about protesting and all that, it goes back to the same old thing.
You've had a rough 48 hours.
No, I'm fine. I just
And we
say
need
my
to talk
K. I
about
don't
your
mean
yesterday, too, at some point.
There you go. Got to really say my K's.
Do you know what I mean? It also gets into this, when you're in deals with certain companies and all this, like you said, it's the same thing. Like when you have to go in there and go, all right, I need to get something from either Target or Walmart. All right, Target, I don't like that they put their display up here in the front, and I don't like this thing about kids, so I'm going to Walmart where all they have is just the rainbow flags everywhere. I mean, it's like, you're not going to find, and unless there's a company that just says they line up with you on everything, it's hard to be consistent with all that because I don't know where these wonderful people are that do all this stuff,
You got to ask that question.
So then you look and go, just like with us, I mean, there's some of the things we do, and, the people that allow us the opportunity to do it, they don't agree with us on everything, but with their money and with the platforms they've afforded us, we get to do it how we want to during our time. You know, is it worth it? I think it is. The fruit of it sure says yes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The PGA professional asked, does this mean we get to wear shorts now?
Professional what?
What
did you say?
PGA, what'd I say?
You said the A word for some reason.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that.
You don't get along with people?
I did not say
Like
that.
a troublemaker?
By the way, I did not say that.
And I had the entire album at my fingertips, and I was playing it in seconds.
I know. That's the part that boggles my mind. We used to have to, we used to have to mail everything out and wait till it got there. And nowadays, you just put it out and it's gone, man. Everybody's got it. Yeah, I agree with you. It's a crazy world.
So look for it. You can get the album.
Changing quicker every day.
Amazon.com, too, and all the different places you can get it. So tell me about the songs. Are they all original, and did they just derive from you guys putting them together? Where'd these songs come from?
Well, they're all original, and I usually start stuff with a guitar riff, and I had an old guitar riff I've been playing for a long time I couldn't get lyrics to, and I finally wrote a song around called Mudcat about an old Delta blues player. And that kind of started me thinking in that direction. I started writing these songs, ended up writing 8 new songs, went back and grabbed a couple of songs that I had actually recorded before, a song called Juanita and a song called Bad Blood, which is the one you just played there. And, we had 10 tunes, and we went in and cut them. It's very relaxed, sort of an atmosphere in the studio, and the music came out that way, very relaxed, very straight ahead. Not much overdubbing, just like 4 guys playing music. And I love the album. I thoroughly enjoy it. Usually when I finish an album, I'm done with it. I go on to something else. I listen to it 2 or 3 times, and that's it. But I'm continually listening to this album. It's just an enjoyable album to me.
Because when you record an album, you have to play it a lot.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, well, you play it over and over, and you're doing your parts over and over and over again. You live with the doggone thing for, no telling how long. And so you're ready to move on to something else. But this particular one never gets old to me. I just enjoy listening to it. It's just got a good groove to it.
Where'd y'all record it, Charlie?
At my studio, Twin Pines Studio. Okay. We put a studio out in the woods where I live. I used to have to drive to Nashville to record, and I'd be there at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'd have to drive back home. And, so one of the things we did, we put our office out in the country. We put in a recording studio, and I can do just about everything I need to now without going into Nashville.
Yeah, that's that technology again.
I love it.
I mean, the home studios sound awful good.
It sounds great. I mean, it really does.
Well, thank you.
A good warm sound coming out. And there was a day we thought we couldn't get that kind of sound. We thought if you don't have the tape, you're never going to get that sound.
And the tube preamp.
Well, James Stroud is just a daggone genius in the studio. He can come up with the greatest sound. That's his world. He's from Louisiana. That swampy sort of real, short up human stuff is just right down his alley. And he co-produced it with our engineer Casey Woods. And it's like I say, I am very happy with this album.
Boll Weevil's Songs in the Key of E. It's out there. You can grab it today. It's available. Now we have a book, Charlie. We need to hit too, and that's going to be coming out on November the 6th. The name of it, Let's All Make the Day Count: The Everyday Wisdom of Charlie Daniels. And inside that book, you're actually going to get kind of a greatest hits CD that comes along with it, and you'll be doing some book signings there in November. Tell me about the book and where it came from.
The book is a collection of life experiences of me, mistakes I've made, right things I've done, things I've seen other people do. But I started a feature on Twitter and Facebook many years ago called Let's All Make the Day Count. And I'll come up with some saying or some old saying or one I make up, like, say, if you can't get what you want, take what you can get, make what you want out of it. Let's all make the day count.
Right, yeah.
I put that up in a Bible verse, a pray for the blue, our police officers, and 22 veterans commit suicide every day. I put that up every day, and some of it thought-provoking and some of it just straight ahead. So I got to thinking about, doing this. I was asked by my publisher to do a book of what they call a gift book, which is a kind of inspirational book. So this is how I answered. This is what I did. but it's kind of inspirational. It's some ups and downs and sideways, but it always ends up on a high note.
You know, you said there's 100 different readings in the book, and
Right.
and you kind of have them set up. It says, we got, which sadly all of us have to deal with at some time in our life if you live long enough. What to do after a loss, what to do, if you need to stand your ground, how to be successful, how to show people you care about them, choosing your words carefully. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Everybody ready? All 10 lines available, go! 10 lines available. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. It's the troll, so we're going rapid fire. Thank you, Buzzer. You're a blessing because parameters are actually a blessing. Let's get right to the meat of it. Let's take all the vegetables off the plate. Let's talk meat only. Get right to the point. And also, if you're standing in line, you're going to get there quicker. Any topic is up for discussion, so bring them in here. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. All those will get an instant buzzer. Buy Raycon.com/Bubba. Are you listening right now to this program on Raycon earbuds?
That's right.
Well, if you are, you love the quality. And you know what? You paid about half the price from people that are like, they're in the, the dupe thing. They're out there. They're going, I'll pay more because it has a certain brand name on it. Well, but what if the quality is exactly the same? What if the quality is exactly the same? And in many cases better for about half the price. And because you're part of the Rick and Bubba Show, another 15% off. What else have we got to do? So go there. It's got the sound profiles. It's got, also listening features like noise isolation, water resistance. So why don't you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba right now. They're customizable gel tips. They fit more comfortably, more secure if you're moving around a little bit. So go get them now. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. If you own a company, give them to everybody as a nice little gift. They're so inexpensive, you can do that. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You know they even got buy now, pay later option. You want to do that?
How about I wear mine every day?
I know you do, Greg.
They're good.
And that's a shocker.
Hey, I like them.
That tells you how easy they are to deal with.
That's right.
So drown out the puppy barking, isn't it?
Eric.
Yeah, I need to.
Mississippi. Eric, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Morning, Biggins. How are y'all?
We're good, man.
All right, I know Speedy isn't the biggest golf guy, but that was a little too much.
I thought that was over the line.
He got mad because somebody called him out. Shut up.
Well, you let him play in the Pro-Am one year. Look at him.
You know how
all of a sudden he's ranking golf.
You know how sometimes you don't hear what you say, and I thought y'all were
about
crazy.
90%.
So I thought y'all were crazy. I was like, what are you talking about?
I guess you're upset about the merge.
Well, they're all professional.
We have a speech therapist that's been working with all of us. Today, Speedy has a special class working on K. Sound K.
Need to hear the K.
We continue.
Got my S's down.
Let's go to Jonathan out of Enterprise, Alabama. Jonathan, go.
Hey, guys. I just want first off, my kids love you guys to death. 10, 11 years old. We're raising them right.
That's a good dad right there. Happy Father's Day next week.
Appreciate it. We were in Canada about a week and a half ago. Lovely country, wonderful people so far, but they are so green. There is pot and marijuana everywhere. I had to have the drug talk with my kids every day. It was ridiculous.
Well, Canada right now, the whole country smells like pot because it's all burning.
Yeah, they may not have any more plants left after this.
New York smells like pot. Philadelphia smells like pot. D.C.'s going to smell like pot.
I thought, and I hate to drag this up about this, but I thought we had kind of decided smoke in your lungs was bad from anything.
Yeah, know what the source is.
Tobacco, pot, pine trees,
corn silks,
anything.
Corn silks.
Corn silks.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's go to John, Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. Go, John.
I was going to ask Country Boy Helmsy about Zach Bryan. Has he heard of him? He's a great songwriter, and he may be good for podcast because he's ex-Navy, and he went viral singing in his Army barracks going south or heading south.
If I was him, I would have changed my name because it's real close to Zach Brown.
I know I got confused. I thought Zach Brown had that new song about orange.
I did too.
Yeah, but it's actually this guy, right?
Yeah.
That's a cool song.
Is he
by
playing
the way.
Rock the South?
Probably.
I might step out.
I've got a couple of his songs.
Yeah, why don't you step back?
Country playlist.
Josh, Mississippi. Josh, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to wish Speedy a little bit of sympathy. I have a son named Jack, and my wife looks at me sideways every time I come in the room to say, Jack asked me a question.
Oh, there you go. No, you're right.
That's
Josh, you're
good.
right. You're right.
Yeah.
Chris.
By the way, From Austin is my favorite Zach Bryan song.
Really?
Yeah.
Over
In
Orange?
case y'all are
You
wondering.
don't like
Yeah.
Orange?
Yeah.
I like what's the one about
I
the
like
bull
Orange.
rider? His daddy got killed riding a bull, and he's riding it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's good, Greg.
It's a song. It's a real song. I don't know the name of it.
Chris, Huntsville, 100.3 The River.
did
Chris,
need to
go
change
ahead.
his name.
Yeah, I was just seeing if you guys had heard about the UFO crash. It was like there was a 911 call that came in. The young guy had said it crashed in his backyard, and like 8-foot tall aliens standing in his backyard.
I listened to that this morning. That's legit.
What?
Was it Vegas?
They
Las
also
Vegas?
had, they also had a police officer that was on a domestic call just a block or two away from where it happened, and he caught the craft or whatever falling from the sky on his body cam.
What are we talking about?
Listen, I got
we
this.
have the video. Y'all lost your
There's a video.
love it. Fine.
The video's out there.
Here it is right here.
Here it is. It's out there.
All right, here we go.
I watched it this morning.
Should I part this up?
Yeah, it's good.
There it went.
Okay, but wait till you hear the 911 call. So there.
So something hit the ground.
There it is.
Turn
Do we have
Rick.
audio?
Here it is.
I got it up.
No,
We're
not
not
you.
here.
I'm just asking.
I thought I have it.
I want Speedy to call me a name.
Rick, hey, Rick, I was just asking.
Asking.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not coming to you.
The aliens.
Let me check.
Somebody help me. They don't want us to hear
I
it.
think the aliens
Oh
are
my
blocking
goodness,
it.
y'all!
All right, so
Listen,
time
Y'all,
out.
think about
Guys,
it.
we can't just sit here and say that a UFO crashed somebody's backyard and 8-foot aliens walking around and just move on. I mean, what are we doing next? A shout out?
Rick, happy anniversary.
We want to do a birthday? What are we talking about?
The security camera catches something coming in
I
hot.
saw that.
And we
Okay,
don't.
we
The
got
aliens
that.
are not on
Coming
the
in
camera.
hot.
But there is a 911 call. The guy's going, "Hey, I got aliens standing." in my
Are
backyard."
you buying in?
What
Are
in
you
the world?
in?
Can
Here
we
we go.
hear it? Here.
I don't know why my audio is not working on
Bubba,
this
I
one
have
video.
it potted up.
I don't know why it's.
I'll
not working
pretend
on
I'm
this
him.
Somebody
Hey,
text out him.
I'll pretend I'm the guy. There's an 8-foot beam
How
standing
can
in
we
my
not
yard.
hear
No,
this?
go to your pan down voice, Greg.
8-foot person. That's big.
He's got big eyes. He's looking at us. Still there.
And it's still there.
Hot That's good, almighty. Greg.
Shh, we got it. Listen.
But I'm gonna pan down.
That's so funny.
That hit you right, didn't it? You know, sometimes it just
I can't
hits
believe
right
I forgot
first.
to bring that up this morning. I actually watched the video.
Wait a minute, we've come to work.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, we've
you,
come to
Rick.
work,
Thank
and
you.
there's a guy
I'm really
that had
tired,
an
guy.
alien
Right.
craft crash in his backyard, and there's an 8-foot alien walking through his neighborhood. We're just now bringing this up.
Yeah. Yeah, we spent live golf for an hour.
Well, this one's on you because
Oh,
you're
man.
the only ones that knew it, and you
Yeah.
didn't even bring it up.
Well, I knew we needed to talk about live.
Rick, do you want audio only from me?
I got it.
Okay, all right.
Here we go.
For the love of all this good.
I've got it.
Prompting them to call 911 saying they saw creatures walking around.
Our 8
guys.
News Now investigators digging into this for weeks now, and tonight our David Charns with
Travis
the
is like,
video
I'm
you
stuck
will
out here in
only
Utah.
see on 8 News Now. David?
Right, Denise, sources telling the News Now investigators that several agencies believe something landed or crashed. Whether it was non-humans or not, it certainly scared the people living on this property.
This is a big deal.
Now, before we show you that video, listen to their call for help.
Here we go.
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and it's looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we're terrified of it.
So there's 2 people or 2 subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot.
Shaq.
9 feet, 10 foot, I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes, they have big eyes, like I can't explain it, and big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not
This
human.
guy's on drugs.
He sounds pretty calm.
Okay.
He's
too calm. They go
The News Now
interviewing.
investigators obtaining video as officers
calm
then
down.
responded to the call you just heard. You'll see the officers also saw something in the sky that night, but the big question is, what was it, and is it all connected?
Leave her alone.
It's almost midnight on May 1st when a Las Vegas Metro police officer's
May
body cam
1st?
catches this, something flashing low in the
It's been a
sky.
minute.
911 emergency.
Minutes later,
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and it's looking at us.
May
And it's
1st,
over.
we're just not talking about
Someone calls 911 reporting 2 large figures in their backyard.
No, I'm so nervous right now.
The 8 News Now investigators obtaining another officer's video as he's sent to the Northwest Valley home.
I have butterflies, bro. Everyone saw a shooting star, then these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
By now, it's more than an hour after that bright light. Officers meeting up with the caller and his family.
What did you see?
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see anything land in your backyard? Or?
They see like a big, that's what they say. They see like a big something with light.
What I saw right now, I do believe in it.
Police walk into the backyard to investigate, but Metro blacked out that part of the video because it's considered private property.
No.
It's clear they're taking this call seriously.
Hey, this might sound like a really dumb question, but did you guys see anything fall out of the sky?
Asking others what they saw.
I would normally discount it as nothing. However, seeing as one of my partners said they saw it too, only reason I'm actually investigating it further.
That investigation turning up no concrete answers as of Wednesday. Whatever or whoever fell into that yard, long gone within minutes.
Oh, hey.
Oh, they were gone?
If those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
All right. What are we talking about here? Look, guys,
Yeah, we have Roy McElroy. He's going to weigh in on it.
How about it was May 1st.
He saw it.
Yeah,
So-
that bothers me even more. They've been hiding.
That's one of the reasons I didn't bring it up.
The government's hiding it.
So an alien craft crashes
think
in my
it's just
backyard, and and they're crashed.
Right.
But by the time the police gets there, they've cleaned it all up and disappeared.
Aliens are like that, Rick.
We've got a
yes.
Rick, who are you right now?
He may have landed and
Who are
back
you?
his
we
crap
take
took off.
we take a picture of everything now.
Right.
I can't believe they didn't get a picture of it.
This is the big.
But Rick, I'm gonna tell you, he was too calm for a
They're making
911
it
call.
up. They're making it up.
If that was me on the 911 call, it would be.
I agree. I agree.
Oh yeah.
Yes, Bubba, you're all over that. They were way too calm.
This is the word. This is the word they would have to say to me, sir, calm down.
Yeah.
We can't understand what you're saying.
You sound hysterical.
And then you would hear gunfire in the background.
Yeah. I got it.
Beautiful hair.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 81 years of experience in 100 pieces. So yeah, you could say that.
Well, the Bible says, if a man's got some gray on him, pay attention to what he says because he's made some mistakes that he might be able to help you avoid.
Yeah, it says gray hair is found mostly among the godly. So,
Yeah, right. And
Wow, that speaks good for me today.
it does.
Yeah.
I was about to say mine are earned, but there is something
Mine
to
too.
that. Yeah, there is something to that. Think about Bubba. We were laughing. We were looking at the book title. We started thinking. How many times somebody sits down with all these degrees on their wall, and when they're done talking, you're like, well, that's the same thing my mama tried to tell me. You know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Mama tried.
Yeah, I wish I was listened a little closer.
I got only me to blame because Mama tried. Burl laid it on the line.
Yeah,
Didn't
he did. I tell you, he laid that down perfectly. Well, Charlie, thank you. We're excited about both of these, and I appreciate how kind you've been to us and always accommodating and allowing us to be part of whatever you have going. And the new album with Bo Weevil sounds fantastic, and I can't wait to get my hands on the wisdom that you've earned over 81 years in the book. So the book comes out on November the 6th. The album is available today. So go enjoy all those. And, Charlie, you sound as good as ever, and it's a pleasure to get to talk to you.
Well, one other thing I want to say, I want to thank you guys for sticking to your guns and standing up for America and God and what we all believe, what us type of folks believe in. Thank you. God bless you.
Well, thank you very much for that encouragement, Charlie Downs, and same back to you. Thank you very much.
If you need any help deer hunting up there, let us know.
Yeah, just holler.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. And, all right, so I don't know what to do with that last story. I don't know who Greg is. Greg, this is the kind of story that you shred.
Yeah.
And you're not acting like you believe this, are you?
No, I don't. I'm like Bubba. The guy was way too calm to be staring at an alien.
I would have sounded like Sam Kinison on the phone screaming.
Yeah. What you probably got.
Oh, yeah.
This
moved
is,
with
the alien could have had something to do with that, guys.
Right.
Hey, now they can do that. They do have those powers.
I like that it's just like with Bigfoot. We assign all these characteristics to things we don't even know if they're real. Like we've studied them and been sitting around studying them for decades. Oh, right here they were built. They knocked these trees over to make nests. What?
Yeah, that was a juvenile.
That was a juvenile. That's a female. Aliens, they can do a mind wipe. Well, who said that?
Just because they could do it in a movie, Men in Black, doesn't mean they can really do it.
We've even made the decision they can travel here. We don't know that.
He actually could have said, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna let you make your phone call to report this."
Yeah.
Because there's a lot going on right now with UFO Talking US, and that's
big ball of fire in the sky.
But if you act like, hey, disturbed and frantic, I'm gonna kill you.
What happened was they're all sitting around there smoking the big chief, okay, laced with who knows what, and they saw that thing in the sky that we all see sometimes, that falling stars and things like that. And when they saw it, they said, "Hey, let's call in that like we had to crash in our backyard," and that's what we just watched. That's what we just watched.
Yeah, I want to believe that. That's fine.
Because
I'll tell you, if I was at
May 1st, we don't
the,
have pandemonium in that whole town. That
it looks like
May
they
1st?
just released the 911 audio, and there just was a big story on it. So, Even though it happened at the beginning of May, I think it's just now.
But don't you think?
If I was in the casinos out in Las Vegas, I would keep an eye open for some really strange-looking dudes.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go to Helena.
All right.
If we got anywhere from, and of course, our size varied. If we've got big-eyed creatures that crashed in your neighbor's yard, wherever you live, okay, and that are somewhere between 8 and 10 feet tall, okay, we heard all three of those. Large, we say large, and in the backyard of your neighborhood. So that happened over 30 days ago. Okay, and your neighborhood's just been carrying on. I mean, it's just. I mean,
I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean, guys, come on. We do a manhunt. I mean, for people that lose dogs. Right. Okay, I mean, and the neighborhood just shuts down. We got to find so and so's dog, and we just let 8 to 10 feet creatures that crashed in our neighbor's backyard. We're not on top of that.
So the first thing I thought it was
wouldn't you have roadblocks?
Yeah, how do you go back to the meat and 3 and get lunch again?
I was thinking, okay, maybe they are just seeing something because of drugs or something. But then the cops go to the house. It looks like just a family, and they're talking like they're not high or anything. So what did they see? I thought maybe they were hallucinating.
Anything. They did it as a joke, and they're all over YouTube, and they just got on the Rick and Bubba show.
The dad seemed pretty chill.
Now, how do you know the dad?
I just you can tell when people.
What do you
are
know about the dad?
Can't you?
I mean, you talk to somebody who works with him and says, "I tell you, he's very reliable."
No, but then they're standing there talking, and all of a sudden they see something in the sky.
They didn't seem like.
And then somebody else in the car said something.
The thing in the sky is real.
The other guys.
He said, "I saw it. There's a big light."
I mean, we blacked out the backyard because it's a private residence. Can you not tell us what you saw? Was the craft still back there?
That we can't look at?
All right,
no,
10-foot alien. I guess.
Well, they're so strong, they just cleaned it up and vanished into thin air. If they vanished into thin air, they didn't. He should have never seen them. Hey, we're crashing. Let's vanish. We don't want anybody to see us. Let's go into thin air.
So you think this was made up like the two witches eating the carcass of the deer?
Correct.
Okay.
That was weird.
Look, I made stuff like that with this when I was in high school. I shut the whole community down over a prank.
I'm just saying, if the government wanted to hide something, they could. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they're working on it.
I'm saying they have a problem keeping any secrets.
Well, evidently, I mean, if they want to keep secrets, let the Live Golf folks deal with it.
Yeah,
they kept a big
keep
one.
It down. Yeah.
Babylon B.
Well, I mean, if the Saudis tell you to keep it down home, you keep it down home.
You're right. You're right.
Babylon B doesn't miss it. They've got aliens dressed in suits sitting down with the Pentagon, since we know they exist now. Here's Babylon B's headline: Pentagon struggling to explain all 437 Earth genders to the new aliens. That is a good one. Bubba, we know when Tucker Carlson was removed from Fox News, he made his way over to Elon Musk and Twitter. He's launched the official first 10-minute episode. Now, he'd already put videos out that he was going to do this and why he was doing it. And, you and I, since, we work in the old business, and we know about contracts and non-competes, and does it end, or did you fire someone for cause, all these different things that go into play. And we were like, can he just go on Twitter and start doing a show? Right. So quickly. Well, there's a report. Now, what is this AXIOS? What is that?
Axios.
Yeah, well, what is that?
Isn't it? It's like an online newspaper.
Okay. So anyway, and it looks like they're saying that Fox News is about to come out, and we'll hear it, and they already are doing it, that they're claiming that Tucker Carlson could not do what he did, and that he breached his contract by going on Twitter this quick and just going on about his business. Now, Carlson's attorney says they can't keep him from doing this. Fox News, according to this source, says he's violated what we would call a non-compete, or he couldn't do that yet. And those of you that may not know that, I mean, it doesn't just happen in entertainment. It happens with sales. If you're in pharmaceutical sales, you can't just go to work for another pharmaceutical company if you walk out the door. In some contracts for a certain amount of time and all that. Salespeople fall under them. We don't, because ours is designed to end when it ends. But
right, it's internal.
But if you have a non-compete that trails at the end, usually you'll get some money. But if you take that money to go away, then you've agreed to the non-compete. So I don't know how his contract's constructed. Don't pretend to.
And a lot of it has to do with state law.
Sure.
They're
right
not real
states.
effective in right to work.
They're really
states.
not. No, they're not. We saw that, didn't we? So they So I don't know if that's true or not true, but we did think about that when he just started saying,
Yeah.
I'm over here now. Can you do that? Based
And
on
we didn't know if online was outside the scope of the coverage. Maybe he just had cable and broadcast
right
in his contract.
I thought about that
remember?
too. Yeah, I thought about that too.
So I don't know. Maybe we'll hear more about
I don't know. So anyway, but he did launch his first straight up episode on Twitter, episode 1. So it's out there now.
And you saw one of the things he was ranting about, didn't you?
Yeah.
Why are we not covering these UFO
He talked about UFOs. He did.
What the UFO thing seems out of control right now, doesn't it?
It really truly is. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
By this point, it's possible that American citizens are the least informed
Did you know
people
that
in the world. Your average yak is possible in steaming lumpy portions. By this point, it's possible that American citizens are the least informed people in the world. Your average yak herder in Tajikistan knows who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. It's obvious. Does he think some skinny dude in a dress is actually a girl? Come on. That idea would never occur to him. You've got to be lied to at full volume over a period of years in order to reach conclusions like that. And of course, we have been. The media lie. They do. But mostly they just ignore the stories that matter. What's happened to the hundreds of billions of US dollars we've sent to Ukraine? No clue. Who organized those BLM riots 3 years ago? No one's gotten to the bottom of that. What exactly happened on 9/11? Well, it's still classified. How did Jeffrey Epstein make all that money? How did he die? How about JFK? And so endlessly on. Not only are the media not interested in any of this, they are actively hostile to anybody who is.
Supergroup Toto. I'll supply the love, baby.
That's a good one.
That is a dandy.
That's a dandy.
That's a snappy one.
That's a good one for Monday.
Well, and they're still out on the road playing gigs because one of the group went to the beach this past weekend. We'll talk about it. Was music enthusiast Mark Garnett, and he had told me about he and his wife going to see Toto just last week.
I have never seen them live.
Yeah.
So I hate that.
Right.
I hate that I did.
there's-
I look back and go, I should have done that.
Yeah. So
should have done it.
4 of the 6 original members still rolling.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Of course, the drummer passed away, but and I don't know what. And the singer guy had a drug problem, so they had to get rid of him. And then they got a new one right after Africa, somewhere in there. And I've asked if he's any count, and they said he is.
We might just have an hour of great Toto bed music.
Well,
today.
hey, you know what? I can get
They
through
got the hits.
I can get through it.
They got it.
So we'll do that going forward. I'm already, you know how you start a week and you scramble, and we're at our age. You have to just keep things where they are, and if you ever change them or move them, then you've lost them. You don't know where they've gone.
Right.
So we had a little beach trip this past weekend, Sherry and I, and I'd forgotten that the reason why I am not crazy about the beach is because I go in the dead of summer. The beach in the fall is just it is heaven. It's probably it's just so wonderful.
The temperatures are better.
Oh,
the humidity is
my gosh,
better. The
yeah.
sand doesn't stick to you.
Oh,
the crowds are not there.
So
it's
my
it's
gosh.
awesome.
But anyway, so on the way, what we did there was 4 couples, and we're invited to be part of it. So what we decided was guys to have a vehicle and chicks have a vehicle.
Mm.
So that way we had to have 2 cars anyway. So that way, whatever the ladies wanted to do, and how many times they had to go to the bathroom and do all the things they wanted to do, then we just had our own deal. Well, on the way back, I have like I'm wearing today, which is what I'm getting to. I have regular glasses that I wear when I drive at night or if I'm watching TV or whatever. And then I have reading glasses that I just wear usually during the show to read things because I don't need it unless it's dark and I'm driving. I need to see better. So I made a mistake. One of the guys with me was sitting over in the passenger side, and he couldn't find his reading glasses, and I handed mine over to him as he was trying to read something on the way home. And all of a sudden this morning, I'm looking around in my truck, and I'm like, "Where's my reading glasses?" Or I had to text him, "Hey, you got my reading glasses?"
Oh.
So now I got to wear my regular glasses. And the only problem with that is we have these TV lights in here.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're having to wear regular glasses the whole time, glares off of them. So you're constantly doing this with the lights, banking off your glasses. If you have reading glasses, it doesn't bother you because you put them down on your nose and you pick them up, and put them back down. But so I got a big glasses boy today.
Well, and you don't have to take these, but because isn't it weird how it just happens too overnight? Yeah. I went from, hey, I can read something to, hey, wow, that's blurry.
No.
So now I've got reading glasses in my truck.
Mhm.
If you want me to go get them, now it's just up to you.
Yeah,
you could use them.
That'd be fine. I'll see if they work for me.
But then I'm not going to get them back, and then I'll be that guy.
Right.
But that's fine.
Yeah, right. And it could be, which is hilarious, is I've already texted because he's an early riser. I found that out, this weekend. But the
found out this week. I love how he throws that.
Right. But anyway, so he said, I thought I put them back in that little middle thing, and of course then I gave the funny line. Maybe I just couldn't see them.
Yeah,
right. I'm looking in there, I can't see.
Very possible.
I don't have my glasses on. They're scrambling around. So they may be in the truck, and I just couldn't find them when I was getting there, but they weren't where I put them.
Well, I'll go get
you know what
mine
happens
and
if they're
look
not
in
where I
your
put
truck.
them. If they're not where I put them, hey, maybe it's over.
Yeah,
I got one spot. That's where I set it down.
That's it.
Please don't move it.
I know over the weekend we caught who we think is the bomber. Right,
Yeah,
we got that over the weekend. Red Sox won the World Series last night. I know about that.
We had the Pittsburgh shooting over the weekend.
Yes, the synagogue. We got some evil, good, twisted. So well, you think about it. And this bomb guy's turned out to be a guard, hasn't he? So we'll
and we've just had a jet that's crashed off the Indonesian coast there with 189 people on board.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that too in the kickoff hour. So we've got a lot to unpack from the weekend, and then stories from us just being goofing off and being out there, and we'll run those stories down for you too. And of course, you'll have things on your mind as an audience that you want to bring up, and we'll certainly talk about that. We'll talk some other sports over the weekend too. I know tomorrow night for college. It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are so fired up about you being here. We really are. Lots to do. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible Study archive is now available for you. Sorry for the delay yesterday. Had a little technical difficulty, but it is there now. You can grab it. First 10 verses of Revelation 13. The first beast is on the scene. All right, so Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler here, Super P, and Lord of the Jacket are interns. And right there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and we do appreciate all of you letting us do what we do.
Well, but a big day.
And it's going to get weirder before
We'll
it's over.
go to 200,000 subscribers today. We're talking Bigfoot now after aliens. Bigfoot update. What a day.
I wish this was you, Greg.
We work a pro wrestling bit in today.
Oh,
let me tell you.
we got it.
A giant of a creature.
Yeah. Y'all better watch out. Better not go walking out there. Let's all sing it together. Everybody together. Let's go. Bigfoot's coming, gon' get you, gon' get you.
Sing it, Greg.
Bigfoot's coming, so you better watch out. Stick your doors and bolt your windows, 'cause Bigfoot's on the prowl. All right, so Kathy is calling us to start the hour. She says she had a real-life Bigfoot encounter straight up.
Uh-oh.
Kathy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Tell us what happened, Kathy.
Normal.
So I'm 50 years old now. So this is when I was very young.
How young?
Probably about 8 to 10.
Okay.
Okay. So back then, my mom would lock me out of the house to mop her floors.
Well, you know what? That's a good mama.
Yeah, don't want no footprints.
Yeah. So anyway, I was riding my bicycle in the carport. I looked up when I went around. I looked up, and we lived where there was woods just directly right outside our carport.
Oh, we all did.
And I looked up, and there stood something that was extremely tall, taller than like a human. It had reddish brown hair from head to toe, big eyes, nose, and it just stood there like it was frozen and was staring at me.
Werewolf.
Of course, I screamed and jumped off my bicycle, ran to the door. My mom had locked the door. That's when I realized that she had locked me out. I was clawing the door down. And when she came to the door, I turned around. I couldn't even talk. I turned around to just point at what I was looking at, and it was gone.
Kathy?
But I can tell you I'm 50, and to this day, I know what I saw.
All right, now, Kathy,
Kathy, can I ask you this? Where did this happen at?
What part of the world?
Winston County.
Oh, yeah. All right, so it's the habitat there is perfect. Listen, I'm going to play something down the line to you and see if this sounds like what you saw, okay? Because you hit some of these and it sounds like, can you hear this?
This thing.
Can you hear that pretty good?
This
Yes, I can
thing
hear.
was 10 foot tall. He had beautiful hair. I come out here and rough talked him and run him off. And I said, get away from here. Get. And he went right back out that path again. He looked like he had 6 fingers on each hand.
What does that sound similar to your encounter? He had beautiful hair. You said it was kind of reddish.
It was. I mean, I don't know about beautiful hair.
You have 6
You know, I mean, it's like a wiry, and it was laying down. I will say that. I mean, it was like a laying down hair, and it was reddish.
Okay. When you finally told your parents what you had seen, what did they say?
She just laughed. You know, I mean, I was a kid.
Yeah.
But and my dad wasn't at home. But you know, they don't say they don't believe me because you know I've stuck to this story for that many years. But my dad was a hunter, and he said he had never seen anything like that or encountered anything like that. But I mean, I can't help it. You know, I know what I saw. So
no way it was a bear.
Oh gosh, no. It was standing up on its 2 feet. Its arms was down, just like we hang our arms down.
Oh,
did you rough talk him?
Did you say get
on out of here?
Did he appear to be as did it appear to be as
No.
scared of you as you were of it?
That's a good question.
No, it was not. It was not scared of me at all. But I mean,
Was there
I
a
could
stink
tell,
in
like,
there?
That was my next question. Smell? Any smell?
No, I didn't smell anything.
Did it growl
No.
at you?
I wasn't close. I wasn't close enough. I was a few feet from it. I was still on the carport. It was outside the carport area, on the edge of the woods.
Time of day?
Right in the middle of the day.
Middle of the day. That's surprising.
Did you ever see any tracks or anything?
There you go, Bubs.
No, I never looked. Never looked for tracks. Like I said, my mom and I were home alone. There was no men there at the house at the time.
Like it should
And when
be.
I ran in, she locked the door and we didn't come back out.
Did you see it walking at all, or was it when you turned around it was just
No.
standing there?
Standing still?
Interdimensional.
It was standing still. I was afraid of it, but it was not afraid of me. It was just standing there staring at me.
Did it seem aggressive? Did it seem aggressive?
No.
Okay.
No.
Did it hold its arm out or anything, arms out, and like,
Or just down by his side or her side?
No, down by his side, and it never budged.
10
never
feet,
budged.
10 feet or shorter?
Shorter than 10 feet.
7?
I would
Could've
say
been juvenile.
no. It was taller than it. It was probably
Taller than
8
Shaq.
to 9 feet.
Taller than Shaq.
Oh,
Bigger
yeah.
than
Oh,
Shaq.
yeah, taller than Shaq.
oh, that's a big,
That's a big. That's
a
huge.
big Bigfoot.
Okay, Kathy,
Yeah, right back
you
up,
sound normal. I mean, you do. And
Hey, I promise you, I'm normal. I've been in your golden seas before.
I wouldn't call
You
that
had
normal.
story?
Yeah.
That's not exactly on the
left that
resume
off.
of normal. I was in the golden ticket seats. Doesn't hold a lot of water.
Oh, okay.
We've had some
okay.
odd folks in here. But
Okay.
yeah, but you doesn't she sound normal?
She does.
I mean, if she told you a story, wouldn't you say?
I mean,
Rick, they
as
say
far
that
as you can sound, you sound normal.
Well,
they're interdimensional. We've heard that.
Here we
I think
go.
it jumped time on her.
Well, Kathy, I'm glad.
I mean,
I'm glad.
my family makes fun of me, but I think a part of them actually believes me because, like I said, I've had this story my whole entire life.
Mhm.
So
Have you ever tried to
Still
draw a
remember it like
picture
it was
of what
yesterday.
you saw?
Could you draw it?
When I was little, I actually did. But no, I mean,
All right, so Kathy, here.
So if
this,
we sent you a sketch artist, could you do it?
Oh wow.
oh my gosh, I don't know. I mean, I probably could if, yeah.
all right, Kathy, here's the
I
question.
really would like to see it, wouldn't you?
Well, here's the thing. There's been a number of artist representations of what people said they saw. We have the
Patterson film.
The Patterson
Right.
film. Have you ever seen that?
No.
You ain't never seen the Patterson film?
What the? Oh, that's the
No.
some of the
Kathy,
greatest big
Kathy, do
footage
this.
ever.
Kathy.
Go Google
Yeah.
the Patterson film and look at that footage of Bigfoot and tell us, call us back and let us know, is that what you saw?
But you've seen depictions of Bigfoot. Did it
There
look
it
like
is.
the
Are you watching?
Oh yeah, some of those are just way off.
All
Way
right.
off.
All right, are you watching this on YouTube or listening?
She's pulling up to work.
Or you're listening?
No, I was listening.
All right,
listening.
so
Yeah,
go-
I'm at work now.
Go watch the Patterson film and send one of us an email saying that's the one I saw.
And then draw what you saw, take a picture of it, and email it to us.
Patterson film. As soon as you get in front of the computer and you won't get in trouble at work, watch the Patterson film. It'll come up quickly, and then just simply send one of us. That's the one, or no.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thanks,
I
Kathy.
will.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Kathy, let us know and don't drop off. Disappear on us. We want to know.
Yeah. Now I want to let you guys know that's probably as level-headed a Bigfoot encounter as we've ever
Oh, I
had.
know. I know.
But it's spawning others now, and we knew this was going to happen. Yep. I can't commit that the quality will stay. but
I'm gonna guess it won't.
But Hunter will come back.
And we all wish she was older when she saw it. Just a
Yeah,
little.
because when you're a kid, something appears really big, it's really not. It might have been just some old ugly neighbor.
Did I want
or
her
a
to say?
hitchhiker.
Did I want her to say? Yeah, basically she saw a very unkempt hobo.
Yeah,
but
yeah, it's possible.
But do I wish she had said I was in my 20s? I do. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
And then we'll find out what four they put in the playoffs as of this point of the season tomorrow night. So that'll be interesting. That's coming up too. We have arrested Caesar Sayoc.
Yeah, this broke after the show on Friday.
Yep.
And as I told you during the show, the FBI are very good at tracing down devices like this, especially those that don't explode.
Right.
And they had plenty to work with. And I thought they might have somebody by today. They even had them on Friday, which was great work on their part. Rick, he's a real bird now.
Yes, he is. We had all the different options. If everything is as it appears, and it looks pretty straightforward, it appears it is option one, a mentally unstable Trump supporter. Also, because if the van that he was driving around all over these places where people taking pictures of it and all this different stuff, it has all the things on it that you've heard. Of course, his family, no surprise here, saying he is mentally unstable and has major issues. But they have found the printer, stamps, paper, an unidentified powder inside his van, the equipment for soldiering. He said that his desire at one time was to be a foot soldier for white supremacists. That ought to be great. And so we have, at one point we're talking about puppets and Barbie dolls with their heads cut off. And, it is a really, really evil, dark, find every time they find something new. And there's pictures of him that are out there now, as we said, the family talking about that. I don't think they're a little surprised that he was sending bombs to people. They're not surprised he did something that was.
Now, didn't he claim, or is he Native American?
He claimed he was.
He claimed.
He claims he's a Seminole, but
Right.
he's got Filipino in him.
Yeah,
right. And
he's trying to be sharp and be.
Well, look, this day and time, you can be what you want to be.
I guess so. He may identify as a Seminole.
Don't let generics and genetics and all that get in the way of it.
He can.
No, that doesn't matter.
Just like what you guys said, I guess he can identify as anything he wants.
Yeah,
to be.
if he thinks he's Chief Osceola, go for it.
And I'm not a crack investigator for the FBI or anything, but just looking at the van alone, wouldn't that bother people? Shouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, and he's had a history with law enforcement there and the FBI as well.
Yeah, I think he's been arrested multiple times. And
He even has
He was
on
in the database. Let's put it
He
that way.
has it on the van, Native Americans for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But so
he's got bullseyes on
now
a lot of.
I want to go back to
liberals there you see on the van.
Yeah, I mean he's actually. I mean we realize he's a loon and he's dangerous, and luckily he didn't hurt anybody, but he did scare a lot of people. But when you go back to it, I kept hearing back and forth on the bombs were never designed to hurt anybody. Then I heard that change over the weekend, saying, "Oh yes, they were dangerous." That part kept going back and forth. I don't
know. I don't know. Like they said, if you would put, I mean, to me, the logic of putting a Amazon digital clock as the trigger on it, it doesn't even make sense.
Well, if you look though, Bubba, looking into his life, and I'll say things like headless Barbie dolls in his van.
Right.
I think you've realized that in his mind, which was completely deranged, he really may have thought he was putting together bombs that would work. It's just he was so deranged they wouldn't.
Yeah.
He didn't have
his intent was to blow people up. He just didn't know what he was doing.
His intent was to blow everybody up. He just didn't know how to do it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so
I don't know.
And I realize, and it's gonna see right here. It's gonna be.
Yeah, there he is, right there, in the white shirt.
I notice he does work out a little bit.
Well, no,
but I mean,
Rick,
he was a male stripper.
He was a bodybuilder. He is currently, or was a bodybuilder, and worked as a male dancer for many years.
So Speedy knows about that.
What?
So,
the male dancer part.
Because one of his on his record was about illegal steroids or something.
Yeah.
That was one of the.
That was one of the things.
Yeah. By the way, I know what y'all were thinking, and I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. There seems to be some similarities sometimes when you start dealing with crazy people, but
yes, sir.
there's always some things there. But anyway, so
there's just a few signs that we seem to see in all of them, but you get the general census is we will never,
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Don't forget, Dad, for Father's Day, go to the Rick and Bubba store. Somebody help Daddy's shirt. We got coffee mugs. We got hats. We got hunting stuff. We got grilling aprons. We got all kinds of stuff for Daddy. Somebody help him. Get him something from the Rick and Bubba store. Those orders need to be in by this weekend for either him to get them or you to get them to give to him by Father's Day next weekend. Hunter is standing by. And Hunter, let me see if I have this right. Super Pete tells us that you claim you and your friends are currently being harassed by Bigfoot, like right now?
Well, technically not me, but a neighbor of mine is.
Oh,
okay.
Explain. This goes back to, okay, so it starts out late 70s, early 80s.
My goodness.
All right, so, yes. People on the Conecuh River were seeing footprints of Sasquatch. They were hearing screams when they were camping. And then a local business owner down here had a lot of businesses along 331. He got dogs to track this thing. The law got after it. Well, it stopped. My father-in-law actually saw the footprints. He never told me, though. Mm-hmm. Well, I have a business, and in the business, I had one of those crazy Sasquatch shows on. You know, they're a little insane.
They are.
And
they never find anything.
No. And a gentleman was standing there, and he told me, he said, your father-in-law saw Bigfoot footprints on the river. I said, what? He said, yeah. And so I called him. He said, I never told anybody that. I told like a handful of people at the hardware store. So this is a small town.
You say it at the hardware store, it's out. Yeah. If you go into a place that has wood flooring and you talk about something, it's out.
You might as well have a podcast.
Yeah,
it's true.
Exactly.
It was a podcast before there was a podcast.
You're right. 100% agree. All right.
I love a wood floor in a hardware store. Love it.
The man looked at me and said, tell him I was the one making them.
I knew that was coming because Gary did the same thing.
And he never told anybody. Well, at my business, I have the feet that he made.
Perfect.
And they're on the wall. There's a newspaper article about the whole story. But the other day, coming through Glenwood, Alabama, my niece babysits my child. and she saw something crossing the road. When she got here, her eyes were as big as Coke bottles.
So
She goes,
we're modern day now. We're in the last couple of weeks.
modern day.
Okay.
She goes to, I still call it Troy State. That dates me, but Troy
Well,
University.
Me too.
And,
I do the same thing.
It will forever be Troy State. And
TSU.
she says, Uncle Hunter. That's right. She says, Uncle Hunter, I saw Bigfoot. I said, what are you talking about? She said, right up the road in Glenwood, I saw Bigfoot. So I made her take me back. I said, there's no way you saw this thing here. There's a big field to the left, and there's some houses, some trailer houses and barns to the right. And I said, there's no way. This is too close to houses. You know.
They
She
normally
was
don't
walking
like
towards
that.
us.
You're right. They don't like activity.
Yeah. They're at 7 o'clock in the morning. Come on.
Everybody knows
All
that.
right. So jokingly, I put it on my Facebook feed. Went live with it and was going to do news reports about it, and I'm still going to do those. And she a few minutes, well, not a few minutes later, a day or two later, a guy who lives right across from where she saw this thing sends me a private message on Facebook, and he's in his mid-70s probably.
Mm-hmm.
Business owner there, been a business owner there probably 50 years.
You got a good mind?
And,
Still clear?
Yes.
Mind
Spoke
bad.
with him about a week or two.
Okay.
Yes. Actually, it was probably a month ago. And, yeah, I mean, he still runs a sawmill. So, I mean, that tells you his mind. He's good.
Okay.
He said for the last
A simple
9
yes was
months,
fine. All right.
Yeah, let's get along.
Said chickens have been being stolen out of their coops.
Clearly
right
Bigfoot.
beside the dog. Fish have been taken off lines.
Whoa.
Pictures of
Fish have been taken off what?
lines.
Trot
You heard me correct. Trot lines.
Oh, trot lines.
Been broke.
You know
that could have been the neighbor.
But there's also
Or a bigger fish.
There's also animals that take chickens and take fish off trot lines. I mean, I can
That
skin
is
a buck.
true.
I can run a trot line because, I mean, country boy can survive.
That is true.
All right, I need you to get to a big time encounter really quick.
let's skip
Because
forward.
right now we've had fake feet, and my niece saw it babysitting my baby. I need more.
Yeah.
All right, let's get right to it.
That's
Give me the big moment.
guys, but we're going to start hunting this thing. It's coming. It's coming, and I will give y'all an update.
Okay.
I promise. When we find this thing, I'm going to put a news article out there. We're going to find
Oh, if you
Bigfoot in
find
Glenwood, Alabama.
Oh, if you find it, then we absolutely want to hear from you.
Yeah.
All right, so
Picture that screen
right
there.
Yeah.
Hey, captured Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Well,
got him strapped to the hood.
And I think Hunter may
in the parking lot.
Hunter may have the same attitude, and we talked about it on this show years ago. And Bubba and I have made this commitment. I told Greg even while we were hanging around in the area where the food comes in, I understand the risk I'm taking. Know that it could go terribly south. But this is also a warning to people who might want to have fun at my expense. It's not worth it, that kind of thing. I've committed to this audience, and I will recommit to this audience. If I see Bigfoot, there will be no, hey, I hope y'all believe what I saw. There'll be none of that. I will take him down, okay? I understand that I may, for the good of other people, be put in jail, but I'm not going on with this anymore. Okay, so I think I saw something somebody said he had that beautiful hair. None of that. Yeah. Okay, if I get a chance at him, I'm bringing him in, and I've said that in the past.
Yeah,
I have not wavered on that commitment.
It's a best of bit called Legend Killer.
Remember, we just said we're going to do it all.
I think we need to answer this once and for all.
And let me tell you this: if you get a text from me. And the only reason why I'm texting is because I did both hands to call you.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I put it on my show because I'm trying to load him in the truck, or I'm getting some help. So it'll start with a text because I may be out of breath from loading him.
Yeah.
I'll start with, I have Bigfoot. That's all you'll get. Okay? And then once I get him in the truck, we get him tied down pretty good. Then I'll get on the phone in the truck on the Bluetooth and say, look, all right, guys, tomorrow's show blocked me off an entire hour.
Right. Well, probably more than that.
Yeah, and I'm going to park him out here in the parking lot, and we're going to be done with it. Now, Rick, be careful. Someone could be in a costume. You're right. That could happen.
Somebody's missing. missing ugly uncle.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
I think the warning should be for anybody that likes to get in a suit.
Yeah, do not dress up and don't have a good show enough good suit because it could be bad, okay? And I'm not going to shoot anything I can't identify. But if I'm in the woods or somewhere near something to end this, if Burgess sees him, No story, because all I'm going to do is say, right there he is.
Do you give a warning like, hey,
No.
I'm about to shoot?
No. If I get him.
Yeah, he'll jump time then.
If I get him.
Yeah.
Hey, if I get a look. If I get a look, he's down.
Well, but that's when if like maybe they take the head off. No, it's scary. That way it's
well, no,
somebody.
I hope they'll do that because I've made this commitment on there.
I know.
If anybody ends up being accidentally killed by me, that's on them. Now I don't know if the court will see it that way, but I'm willing. But I'm willing to. I'm just telling y'all, I'm so tired of I think I saw something. You know what I mean, or whatever. And these shows like he's talking about, they never find anything.
Never.
If I have an encounter, there'll be no speculation.
Riddle solved.
I'll either not mention it or I'll bring him in. There'll be no more, I think I saw something.
All right.
I won't go down that road. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right.
For some reason.
And meanwhile, the president is tweeting about a pitcher being removed from the World Series.
Right in the middle of all this.
But anyway, you would.
That's just bizarre.
Tweet away, POTUS. Tweet away.
Ain't nothing going on. Have at it.
Which I don't know what that tweet was about. I've just seen the headlines. I heard y'all talking about it.
Yeah, How about that?
Something about
He didn't agree with the strategy, Rick.
He didn't agree with the pitcher being pulled or something.
Most of LA didn't.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think it turned out it wasn't a good call.
Well, no.
No.
I'm glad he weighed in on it.
Huge miscommunication.
He weighed in on it.
Yeah.
You think you would have your lines of communication pretty clear by the time you get into the World Series?
Which is, of course, what is just as we predicted on this side. Of course, the opposition has already named him the MAGA bomber.
Yep.
Make America Great Again. Bomber.
Yeah.
So now what they're going to do, the left is going to do, is they're now going to say that this guy represents all of you out there that support Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
This is why he wins. And it's all these mentally unstable people that are dangerous to the country.
Well,
and they're dangerous. He's dangerous because he works them into a frenzy. Now I think that
there he is working out.
I think that just like we deal with a lot of people, I mean, we're talking about a mentally deranged person.
Yeah.
And that's really the bottom line. And
well, I mean, we didn't call the guy who shot up the Republican softball practice the progressive shooter.
No.
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 I mean, sometimes you just have nuts out there.
Well, I think we can say on both sides of the political fence right now, when we start playing hardball politics like we are doing right now and have done in the past, I don't buy into that all this is new. It just is current. We always think whatever's current that it must have been unprecedented when a lot of time it's not. You got to look at all of our American history. But the problem you find is I do think that we are having, we got ourselves some mentally unstable people that feels like at an all-time high right now, and both sides of the political fence in their desire to defeat the other political opponent, they have worked their crazies on both sides into frenzies.
Yep.
And Maxine Waters has worked some crazies into a frenzy. Undoubtedly Trump has worked some crazies into a frenzy. The progressives worked the shooter into a frenzy. Now, see, I don't blame the progressives because the guy could not reason that you shouldn't go shoot people, at baseball practice. I blame the person who actually did the shooting.
Right.
But I don't think we can say that one side of the political fence, has the corner market on people getting worked into a frenzy to try to defeat the other side. Both sides are pointing to each other saying if they get in power, it's a doom.
And I think the media has some responsibility, too, with that.
Yeah. Well, but ultimately, the human beings who do what they do are responsible.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I would say that about the people who've done things in the name of progressive point of view and this man's point of view. It's evil no matter who does it. First of all, we've talked about the 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us. Field of Greens, it really has become synonymous with the show now. Now my emails are almost daily. People saying, hey, thank you for turning me on to Field of Greens. By the way, did have an emailer yesterday, says, I don't know what all the whining's about the taste. I'm just doing it with water, tastes just fine. Well, to each his own. Now, if you don't want to do just water, that's perfectly fine. You can do an orange juice or, a fruit juice if you'd like, or almond milk works great with it too, or milk if that's what you want to do. So I actually put a protein shake and just throw the Field of Greens into the protein shake, and that turns out great. But anyway, so it works however you want to do it. But the bottom line is this is not junk science. They make a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others now more than ever supporting your immune system. Boy, have I seen that too. Blood pressure, I've seen that. Energy, that's a clean energy, I see that really clear. So I love this product, and it really isn't a surprise because these are the things that we've known the human body needs to operate at peak efficiency. We've always known this. It's just hard to get it into your diet. Well, fieldofgreens.com makes sure that you get everything that your body is craving, and then when the body gets the right fuel, it works the way it's supposed to. So get yours now. Now, look, some of these people that sell these pills and things like that, that's usually freeze-dried, and it's usually just common produce like you'd find at the grocery store. These are hand-picked, organic, and delicious fruits and vegetables, all in a couple of scoops a day. That's what, and I do 2 scoops a day. Somebody asked me why. Because that's what it says on the instructions. But if you want to do one a day, you can. But go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it under sponsors, too. And don't forget that promo code Bubba at fieldofgreens.com because that gets you 15% off. All right, so, Bubba, we have some updates. Did you say you have a Skinwalker, since we're just hitting all the home runs today on the weird, but you say this is a Skinwalker comment, but it has nothing to do with the Skinwalker show?
Well, I did get caught up last night. And they did have an amazing picture from a game cam of a big silver ball that looks like it just appeared in a field. Okay. But that's really not what I wanted to talk about. Okay. On the show,
sounds like a biggie.
On the show last night, Dr. Travis Taylor, had a guest come to the ranch, and he introduced him as Jay Stratton, who used to be his boss on the top secret UAP task force.
Yeah.
You called it UAP?
Well, that's what they call it.
Okay.
I'm just giving you their terms.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, Jay Stratton told the guys at Skinwalker Ranch he is the one that invented the term UAP because he felt like he needed to separate from the UFO history that we had so far.
Because so many dead ends and that kind of stuff. He wants a new beginning.
Well, there was several reasons, but here's the thing.
I thought he was running SLU. I'm sorry, that's Jay Stratton.
He basically unmasked who the secret leader was of this task force. And I went online and started looking, and Twitter was blowing up about this, going, finally, we know who some of these people are. We knew Travis Taylor.
So he unmasked him on Skinwalker.
He was out. Travis Taylor was outed as being on this, as the lead scientist on the UAP task force that the Pentagon was running.
Yep.
Jay Stratton was unmasked last night as the head of that group. Now there's another guy in this group, Dave, and I can't say his last name, Grusch, Grusch. He is the guy who has come forward the past few days.
I am Grusch.
And announced, we got flying saucers. We got pieces of flying saucers. We got whole flying saucers. And they're hiding it. And he did a whistleblower complaint to the attorney. I mean, the, what's the guy? The investigative guy over the Pentagon, the Defense Department. What's it called? I can't remember the term now. IG. The guy that investigates fraud and misabuse during all that.
Yeah.
So I just thought that was very strange because Dave Grusch was on that secret committee task force. Travis Taylor was on that secret task force. And Jay Stratton was the boss of that task force. And all of them have come to light in different ways in the past few weeks. I
But
just thought that was
Travis,
strange.
but Travis could not talk about the whistleblower on this show.
He said he could not talk about him yesterday. You heard him say on this show. He
Right.
said I cannot talk about it.
And then they unmasked him on Skinwalker.
Well, they unmasked
guy who was
Jay
tied to it.
Stratton, who was the boss of that group. Now, Jay Stratton, let me give you a little background on him. The government has authorized 3 different groups to investigate and evaluate UFO, UAP incidences, cases, and effects. One group was the AAWSAP, one group was the AATIP, and then we have what we recently know about, the UAPTF. There's only one person in our entire country that was in all 3 programs, and it was Jay Stratton, a career intelligence officer who worked for the Office of Naval Intelligence, the Defense Warning Office of the DIA, and other sensitive national security programs. He specializes, Rick, in reverse engineering of technologies, threats, and future scenarios.
Okay. And so there's a lot going on right now.
It is strange to me. We've had the whistleblower, who we found out was on the UAP task force. We have Travis Taylor, who was on the UAP task force. And on Skinwalker Ranch, which would have been Tuesday night's episode, they unmasked the guy who was in charge of it. Well, guess what the guy in charge of it used to do? He investigated Skinwalker Ranch for the previous owner. And they had him back to talk about things he had seen, and they ran an experiment with him. And it's almost too much to digest, so I won't get into all that. But I thought it was very strange that we've had all of these things kind of float to the top here in the last few weeks. I mean, we got a guy going to Congress who wants to testify that says we are hiding spaceships. And they have bodies, he said.
Well, I mean, how can we just move on?
Inspector General's what I was trying to say.
How can we move on to lunch after that?
But see, when he says they have bodies, and then we play a clip earlier where we got a family that's calm and claiming some of those bodies were alive in the back of their yard, we give no credit to that.
I know.
But, I mean, it would be different if I'm a scientist called in to look at it versus I'm making, to me, a 911 call
it is different
when I'm screaming like Sam Kinison.
But it goes to your same point of these. Why it's the heightened level and the frequency in which all these things keep happening.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean,
it does seem to be ramping up right now a little bit.
Well, I will say this back to the neighborhood
Something in
people,
the air.
and we've said it, and we said this before. Back to I won't let Bigfoot get away. The other thing I commit to you, if I have an alien craft crash in my backyard, and creatures bigger than Shaq, one standing beside it, one still in it with giant eyes, and that really happened, the only stories you would hear is Rick Burgess still won't shut up.
Right.
He is screaming. He's now standing in the streets.
He's the town friar.
He is standing on the crest. He's shouting, they crashed in our yard. I saw him. He's begging for interviews. He will not shut up. Everywhere we go.
Would you have tried to kill the alien?
Yes. Yes. I have the same commitment to them.
Okay.
What if you'd have started a war by killing him?
Well, you know what? One thing good about that? Can I tell you one thing good about that? No more speculation.
Well, at least you know what we're
I'm tired of speculation.
And if he
tired of he said, she said, I said. I'm telling you, yeah.
And what if the alien?
I saw it. No, he didn't. Yes, I did. No, he didn't.
I want to know the mind of Rick.
Yes.
In this moment, the alien says, "Hey, don't tell anybody about this, and don't you hurt me because you can't handle what I'm about to throw back at you." Threatens you. Does that back you off, or do you continue to fight?
No, I say for the good of mankind. I said we're kind of tired of how y'all been tampering around,
right?
And I'm kind of tired of being tested and looked at.
Crap or get off the pot.
Yeah, either
today's the day.
Either tell me why you're here, what you're doing, or you and I got a real problem.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm not going to stand here.
What about this scenario? The
Yeah.
only way you wouldn't kill it is if for some reason you're able to jump on its back and put it in a sleeper hold.
Yeah,
and then
but
call
what-
911 and go, I don't know how long I can
No,
hold
what-
it, but
what
I
is
got
he?
it.
I just don't watch movies. Then we try to keep him, and he gets away.
A guy did that
He's
on the
not
subway,
loyal.
and they charged him with murder.
Thank you.
I
know that
what
I'm
if
going.
What if
I'm
his
in
claw
trouble.
is
I got
after
it.
you or something?
Yeah, I'm talking about this was like an alien.
Rick, here's the thing.
But he's
Let
going to
me
get away. Don't you ever watch movies?
I know. I just wondering.
I don't like alien movies.
These three groups that Jay Stratton was in, which I
What if it's
gave
talking
you,
like
I
that?
gave you the abbreviations. I want to share the name of them. The AAWSAP, that's the Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program. The AATIP, which is the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, and then we knew the Unidentified Aerial Phenomenon Task Force. You know, it was just easier when they said UFO.
Yeah, we got an alphabet soup here. That's fun.
I also saw another story where Travis ended when he shows up at a UFO conference. You know, people go nuts.
And of course they do,
They
Bubba.
they
Of
lose their.
course they do.
Y'all realize what a rock star he is in the UFO world?
Yeah.
I mean, they was a reporter. I think he was from Las Vegas. Did a story about it was a convention, and I think it was Travis and Jay Stratton showed up together, and just not to speak. They just sit down.
Everybody just melted.
Sit down in the audience, and the place like to went berserk.
They just.
I mean, it's
lost
like
their-
they had seen Bigfoot.
Rick, what if you approach the alien and like we're holding a pistol at it and we're like,
now does he put his hands up?
I love the noise.
yeah, but he's got both hands
Give us
up.
that noise again.
Like
Is he
going,
a chipmunk alien?
Hey, Bigfoot, aliens, Black Panthers, chupacabras, y'all got trouble coming.
think about it.
And he looks like me.
Don't mess with Rick.
And if I can get all of you in one sweep, we're going to solve it all.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Him in custody. They sent out all the mail bombs. We talked about that. A bizarre story to me. It's kind of trying to figure out all of that. And now we say the migrant caravan has halted after a fight breaks out over rumors of a kidnapped child. And it's revealed a second caravan is now headed for the U.S. Border. And Trump is deploying the 800 U.S. troops to the Mexican border. And then I'm not sure if this is the same one of this story, but coming in today, I hear there's now one headed from El Salvador that's only got a few hundred people in it. The numbers on the migrant caravan are just all over the road. I've heard as low as it's down to, a couple thousand. Some people got it up at 4,000. I even heard one time somebody still had it at 14,000. Yeah. But it seems there was some kind of fight that broke out because there were, I guess, some rumors in there that somebody's kid had been kidnapped, and they all started kind of fighting and said there was a man who told them to line up for food, and that went bad, and it's
you know what I don't understand about this? The Mexican president has said that the migrants who wish to obtain temporary identification documents, jobs, education for their children could do so by registering for asylum once they enter into Mexico. But the workers or the migrants they're not interested in the offer. They said they're going north.
Well,
so I thought that's what they were looking for.
Right.
And tell me, and maybe I missed it, have we had these kind of things before?
Like this one?
Like back when Clinton was in or Obama was in? I don't really remember them. Do you?
I don't. I know that Clinton, Obama, and Trump all say the same thing about it.
And I'm not saying that from a political standpoint other than to ask the question, were we dealing with this back then too, or is this a new thing?
It could be I just wasn't paying attention to the news.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Yeah, but
and the picture here, it looks kind of like Woodstock on wheels.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of people here sleeping on a railroad track. I don't think that's wise.
Right.
That could end up bad.
Well, just like these stories are telling you today.
But why, if you left Nicaragua or you left Honduras or whatever because, bad men were there and they take your money, as one lady said, and now you're in Mexico and the president is saying, look, sign up for asylum here. We've got work, we got jobs, we got education. you know, and they go, no, we're going to keep walking north. Right. So, you know, chances are you're going to get to the border and be shut down. Then we're going to have Tent City, you know, south of the border, and all that's going to, you know, health and humanitarian problems and all that. I mean, it's just a again, I'm missing the motivation here.
Well, especially,
do they think they're going to walk into the U.S. and everything's going to be just fine? Are they going to keep going to Canada? I don't know.
It's a long way. They've come a long way. But you're right. And see, the thing about these mobs, like the Saturday night thing they're talking about, when they were running through whatever town was near where they stopped, claiming that one of the children had been snatched. Then they said something else led to a panic at an earlier stop. So these crowds are getting worked into these frenzies. And I don't know if you've ever been around a crowd. About the second and third wave, they don't even know what happened. They just start going crazy because somebody said something crazy. It's extremely dangerous for the people in the caravan, people in the path of the caravan. And then when you look at our southern border and you see 800, active duty troops have been sent there, and approximately 2,000 National Guard forces are already there. You see this, don't you? I mean, this has got that Kent State feel to it, where something's going to get out of control and somebody's going to fire a shot.
You just got too many people,
and it's
there.
going to be bad.
Well, is that the goal? Is that what this is really all about? Just create havoc? I mean, if it was people really seeking asylum and they're out of the country where they were being persecuted, then what's the problem?
Well, here's what I got to get, because, and I know some of this just gets so hard.
Or you just can't rest till you get to the U.S. Is that what it is?
Well, it's so hard to wrap your mind around anything. You're like, just what you're saying, because this is always how my mind works, and I know that maybe it's just too much this way. Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right. Continuing to work through the stories today. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. Bubba, unfortunately, we're talking about a long life. It's not like he was taken at the prime of life, but still, people mourning Pat Robertson.
Wow.
Has gone on in at the age of 93. At the age of 93, and Greg, for you, the Iron Sheik has passed away.
Yep. I saw that.
Yeah, he went on in
Moment
as well.
of silence.
It didn't tell me how old he was. I'd have to do the math, and I wasn't willing to do it.
He was.
So it just showed me the dates. And I could have simply done the math, just didn't have that in me.
Just couldn't.
He was born in 1942. Anybody want to run the numbers?
He's 81.
81. All right. So Iron Sheik went in at 81. Pat Robertson went in at 93. And it shows you that we cover the entire gamut of celebrity deaths.
Yes. From one end to the other.
Yep, from one end to the other. Bubba, we have somebody else. Adler will hit 3A. We have someone else who's announced that they will be seeking the Republican nomination. This is not a surprise. We knew this was coming. But yesterday it was officially announced, and we just got word from Speedy. He will be on the show next week and speaking at the Gridiron Men's Conference next weekend, so I hope we get an opportunity to see him there. Here's Mike Pence announcing that he will run for president. Here we go.
The land of opportunity, beacon of democracy, the shining city on the hill, land of the free, home of the brave, the United States of America. As a son of the heartland, grandson of an Irish immigrant, those aren't just words. My family has lived the American dream. I had the great honor to serve in Congress, as governor, and as your vice president. And I'll always be proud of the progress we made together for a stronger, more prosperous America. But today, our country's in a lot of trouble. President Joe Biden and the radical left have weakened America at home and abroad. The American dream is being crushed under runaway inflation. Wages are dropping. Recession is looming. Our southern border is under siege, and the enemies of freedom are on the march around the world. And worse still, timeless American values are under assault as never before. We're better than this. We can turn this country around, but different times call for different leadership. Today, our party and our country need a leader that'll appeal, as Lincoln said, to the better angels of our nature. I have long believed to whom much is given, much will be required. My family and I have been blessed beyond measure with opportunities to serve this nation, and it'd be easy to stay on the sidelines. But that's not how I was raised. That's why today, before God and my family, I'm announcing I'm running for President of the United States. We can bring this country back. We can defend our nation and secure our border. We can revive our economy and put our nation back on a path to a balanced budget, defend our liberties, and give America a new beginning for life. President Reagan described us as a shining city on the hill. And above all, he called on Americans to renew optimism and believe in themselves again, to believe in each other. Every time our nation has produced leadership that has called upon this country to do hard things, the American people have always risen to the challenge. And we will again. We just need government as good as our people to do it. I believe in the American people, and I have faith. God is not done with America yet. And together, we can bring this country back. And the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
So Pence is in, and everything he said, you go, yeah, I agree, and so that's another good candidate, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah,
and like I say, he'll be on the show next week.
I think Mike Pence is probably he's a great man.
Oh yeah,
and super guy. He has served our country. I would probably agree with him on 99% of the issues.
Yeah, sure.
I just don't know if he has a chance to pull it off. I don't know if he has the charisma that it's going to take to get through this primary season. I just don't know.
We shall see, but as I say, the field is a pretty impressive field right now.
I did love the fact that the visual that they chose for Joe Biden, he's eating ice cream in one of the shots.
Yes.
That's just fantastic.
Yeah.
And then they just had Kamala Harris just laughing. That was good choices there on the editing.
3B, someone who's already said he's running too, Senator Tim Scott. The people are starting to go, we want to know how you feel on certain topics. He weighs in on biological men playing sports against biological women. He's going to use something here. Some of you hang on. It may be difficult to understand. Common walking around sense. So here is Senator Tim Scott on his view of biological males in women's sports. Here we go.
I'm about to say something really controversial in Joe Biden's America. If you're able-bodied, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. And if you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if you're a man, you should play sports against men. America needs more victors and less victims. I'm Tim Scott, and I approve this message because these aren't just conservative values. They're American values. And as president, I will defend them.
Pretty straightforward. I think we have time, Adler. How about video number 2?
Can I tell you, Tim Scott, if I was ranking political opponents, Rick, like we do teams, Tim Scott's coming way up.
Oh, yeah. I've always thought he was great. And back to what you said a minute ago, I just hope he could find some way. But Donald Trump, he's running too and is in the lead. And here's what he had to say about what's going to happen to the deep state if he gets to be president again. Here we go.
When I get back into the Oval Office, we will totally obliterate the deep state. We will establish a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to declassify and publish all documents on deep state spying, censorship, and corruption. By the way, they spied on my campaign. They got caught. Can you imagine if let's take Barack Hussein Obama. Let's say we spied on his campaign, you got caught. What do you think would happen? You think it would just be some stories in only a few newspapers, because most of them don't even want to write it. They would have brought back the electric chair. That's what they would have done. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Unequal justice. And I will require every federal employee to pass a new civil service test. How about the president? Let's start with the president. Demonstrating an understanding of our Constitution. To stop the local Marxist prosecutors who release rapists and murderers while persecuting conservatives. On day one of my new administration, I will direct the DOJ to investigate every radical district attorney and attorney general in America.
There you go. Different approach, but when you run them all three together right there.
Barack Hussein Obama.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What is the end game here?
Yeah, that's
how did it start? What are you trying to do? Who's behind it? And if they're behind it, what did they do for you or say they would do for you?
Or what is your
for you
end
to be
goal?
part of it? What are you trying to accomplish? But and to me, it's no more complicated than this. Now, I don't like having a mob coming at the same time.
No,
but
no.
you've
well,
got
you can't.
Yeah, you've got a sovereign country that is set up that says, hey, you can't just come up here and call asylum. You can't do that because we have to vet that out. And so then we take it and we vet it out, and then we decide as a sovereign country whether you meet our criteria for seeking asylum or not. And then if you're trying to come in here just illegally, we already say you can't do that. There's a vetting process, and we have a legal immigration system that many people – I talked with a woman Friday where we were all having lunch on our way to the beach, and she was from Cuba, and she was furious with this type of approach. She said – and she gave us her story, what all she went through to legally become a part of the United States of America from Cuba. She said, I went through the legal system, and I'm offended by anyone else who tries to get here any other way. And so we'll see how it turns out, but it just has that. And I know the numbers keep dropping, and sadly people are dying, and then some people are turning back saying, why did I ever do this?
Yeah.
But now you got these little other ones that are starting, and
it's just not a good, healthy thing to try to walk 2,000 miles, especially with family.
No, it's not.
I wouldn't recommend that.
And I'm like you. If I was just saying I want to leave where I'm coming from, and I just need a new place so I can have water, food, and a job, and Mexico says, well, okay, we'll do that, I'd be so glad the walk was over. Wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, it's almost like there's other things driving this. You know?
Now I understand that setting up shop in Mexico is not the same as setting up shop in the old USA. I got that, but I mean,
if you get to the U.S. and you cross the border, you're going to be in a very desert type area. I don't know that it's going to be a whole lot better.
Well,
immediately,
what I would say, Mexico in hand is better than 2 USAs in the bush.
Right,
you?
I agree.
Because
say 2 U.S. states in the bush.
Yeah, I don't know because that's not going to be guaranteed. That could be the big denial.
Yeah, I mean, you could just get put in the fence.
Yeah, or the horrifying shot dead.
Yeah,
yeah. But so, I don't like the feel of this at all. Angry mobs and frenzies. It's never good when people are standing there with weapons saying, "Don't take another step." It feels bad.
Yeah.
But I don't know what else you do, because as we said, we've had Democrats and Republicans both say clearly you can't just have thousands of people pouring in unvetted into your southern border. You can't do it. It just can't. We have we mentioned it earlier about how a masked gunman came inside a McDonald's located in Birmingham, Alabama on Saturday. And we had a dad who opened fire on the masked gunman to try to keep things from escalating. Did you say, Speedy, did we have more information than Bubba and I have here on either one of these packages or another story?
Yeah, it just says that the co-worker was interviewed. He said he was making 2 quarter pounders when he heard the gunfire. And he said that when he first heard the shooting, he thought, well, somebody is in here killing everybody, and they're coming for us next. So some of the employees ran to the freezer area, but apparently a dad and 2 sons were walking out, about to leave, when this gunman came in and opened fire. And the father of the 2 sons luckily was carrying and returned fire, where him and his son were shot with non-life-threatening injuries, but he shot the gunman who eventually died. But the employees are calling this man a hero, because they don't know if this guy was coming in targeting one of the employees at the McDonald's, or if he was coming in just to kill everybody there.
Or some kind of robbery of something.
Exactly.
One correction, they say the father has life-threatening injuries. The sons do not.
Okay, well, I guess he's okay now, or he's coming out of it. But I guess he was bad hurt.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, see, because you have to get in the mindset of the anti-gun people. And so what I was thinking is, well, they say this guy escalated the situation, but what you're saying is the person was a gunman. I'm masked. I have a gun,
and he already opened fire,
and I'm opening fire on innocent people. Then the man, with his own right to carry, returned fire, saving no telling how many lives. And he and one of his boys were shot. And as you're saying, they're both okay. They said the father was injured worse than the son.
Okay.
But you're saying...
Yeah, I'm like you. I'm reading it two different ways and two different stories on the condition of the father.
Right.
One says the father had life-threatening injuries. The other says the father had non-life-threatening injuries.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it's non.
Yeah, I do too. But the point being that even though this is bad, you don't want to be in a shootout anywhere.
No.
Without him there defending, this guy has a turkey shoot. He goes in there and kills everybody he wants to.
Absolutely. No doubt about it.
That's why the guy speaking out about armed guards at the synagogue, I don't follow.
Well,
at least you have a chance. See, there's a big difference in we got a chance and it's a turkey shoot. Okay, which is a bad thing.
All you got to have is walking around sense to realize if a gunman is coming, if you have somebody who can secure the place with their own weapon they know how to use, you are safer than everybody not having a gun.
Yes.
I mean, that's just logic.
I mean, we all wish the bad guy didn't have the gun and walk in to kill somebody. That was, we all wish that, but, you can wish in one hand.
Well, 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you, Johnny Donovan. Thankfully, we're not in New York City today because we wouldn't be able to breathe. But here we are from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. Once again, the all-loving, all-caring Northeast. Y'all may think we're stupid, but we can breathe today. So we'll start this hour. You can join us. And we got many topics to cover. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Interns at Rick and Bubba University, Super P, and Lord of the Jacket, earning their degree in common sense. That now a superpower. And there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
I know we have things to cover, but I have to interject this. Is there a job in this world that is easier than what these two men in the golden ticket seats do? They simply go around giving people Bluebell ice cream. Is there anything could be? Does anybody ever say, "I just don't like those guys"?
Well,
them and their ice cream samples.
I told them when they come in, second to only Santa Claus.
I know.
Yeah.
They have to have the best job in the world.
This literally just happened. We looked at the security camera, and we know this is a kind of a soft spot for us. Everybody says you got some places where you're. Your
security is lacking.
Yeah, you're susceptible here. Well, what was it the lawyer taught us over here? We got some exposure.
Right.
And I looked out and Speed's like, "Hey man, there's two guys outside. Anybody gonna know what this is about?" I said, "No, man, that looks like. Wait a minute, that looks like an ice cream cooler. Let them in."
I couldn't get out there quick enough.
Right.
Rick,
let them in. They've got ice cream.
There was a minute we had it narrowed down to a bomb or ice cream.
Right.
And lucky for us, ice cream.
Yeah.
Well,
Who carries that in a cooler?
And it was worth it. So anyway, Bluebell ice cream introducing, Greg, you're gonna love this one. Their brand new flavor, Java Jolt.
Java Jolt.
Coffee ice cream with a little jolt to it.
I like Java and I like
Come on with it.
Got dark chocolate in it.
Oh,
They got a little coffee,
Good for your heart.
coffee beans in it. Mm-hmm.
There you go, Bubba.
Did you say good for your heart?
Yeah. Dark chocolate. He picks something out. That's what he does.
Right. Yeah.
That's what he does.
Yeah.
It's that same stuff. If you're Baptist, you got to rely on dark chocolate. 'Cause
Absolutely.
the wine's got that same chemical in it.
Right. It does.
Yeah.
It does.
That's what I was told
Right.
by
Yeah.
somebody else.
Yeah. All right, so we got another story so thank you guys. Thank you for Bluebell. Java Jolt, the new flavor. Look for it wherever Bluebell is sold, which should be just about everywhere. All right, so we've got we love when the new flavor comes out because we know we in business. So Bubba, we have this case that's been hanging on. It's literally on one of our TVs right now. With Joran Vandersloot.
Oh boy.
And there's an update on this?
Yeah, we saw him actually leaving Peru this morning, and he reportedly is on an FBI jet headed to Birmingham, Alabama.
And there we go. And he's coming here to face extortion charges, right?
Wire fraud, extortion charges with her family when he basically told them that he would give them the details of her disappearance for a certain amount of money.
Right.
And they wired him part of the money, and he took it, which entrapped him into the actual violation.
I'm
sorry, my chain of thought was broken there by the smacking of ice cream over my shoulder. I'm sorry about that.
I heard the report. It's good.
If anything will break my concentration,
that's it.
it's ice cream.
Bubba, did Greg? Did Bubba? He said you held the peanuts from him today. That we had peanuts from yesterday's Bible study. He said you had them hit out.
I'm not going to volunteer them, but he's welcome to them.
Okay.
He's already got in them. He's found them. He's found them.
John did an outstanding job as usual.
Yes, he did. And did you see with this Joran Vandersloot thing?
Yeah.
Did you find yourself having a hard time when his lawyer tried to make us care of the fact that he keeps beating up everywhere they put him in jail? And we're supposed to care about that.
No.
I mean, the things he's done to these women, and the alleged things, and the things that have been proven, and I'm supposed to have heartstrings over he keeps being beat up in jail. I don't care. I mean, it's so what?
Yeah.
Let's bring him in here, and if he's done this, let's try to get this family some sort of relief that they can be, that they can get some kind of information, or at least charge him with something that on the death of their child.
I think they're going to get him here.
It's probably a vacation for him to get out of Peru.
Oh, let me tell you something. If you go into jail,
Peruvian jails are not one of those places you want to go.
Let's be honest.
It's not like Club Fed.
If you've got modern day progressive far left Democrats in control, you'd rather be in jail here.
Absolutely.
A criminal in America is a much better gig than a criminal in Peru.
Oh yeah, Rick.
It's I'm telling you, they put you away there. There's not a whole lot of protest.
They ain't worried about your conditions either.
Well, you see, all of a sudden, I mean, if you don't believe that, these other places, look at that Russian jail. Look what it did to Brittany Griner. Suddenly, she's standing up for the national anthem.
I know.
I know.
I thought that was impossible.
She was the first one. She popped up like a prairie dog.
The Russians have her standing up, and I'm talking about at attention. I hate America. Not as bad as that place, though.
Yeah.
I thought I stand up, girl. You're home.
That didn't even hit the first note on that national anthem.
Everybody's like, let's kneel for the anthem. I ain't kneeling. I've been in a Russian jail.
Yeah.
I'm standing.
Skip.
She's singing it now. I saw her sing about half of it.
Oh, yeah.
She's learning the words. So, it's...
the Holloway family's been through so much with all this, and I hope they get closure
I do too, man.
in this, but it's just strange to see all this again playing out.
I know, man. It's just unbelievable. So hate that for them. And hopefully, even though I know this is opening up some old scars, that maybe they can get some sort of, I don't know, some sort of healing from all this. It is tough. Bubba, some of the things that we have not gotten to, that we have not mentioned, did you see, and we have this story today, a couple of things. You mentioned this earlier. We heard Trump going to the break. His attorneys have been notified that the former president is a target of another criminal investigation. There's a shocker. With election year coming up next year. So he's going to have to face that. And you asked the question.
Yeah, what happens, because this is criminal now, the one you're talking about.
Right, yeah.
What happens if Trump is winning the early primaries, and this court case is in March, one of them, right in the middle of what would be the primary season, if they try to arrest him or he's found convicted and put in jail, how does that work?
Well, and also this is the of the when you become like diabolical, you're so mad about something you're not thinking clearly. If you're going to go after the former president for the handling of classified materials on a criminal charge, do you not see? Now your guy's going to be. I mean, he did the same thing. Your guy's going to be in trouble too, right? I mean, if you get your way on this,
well,
Pence
had some too.
Yeah, won't that set precedent that you could go after all of them?
Yeah, Pence is charged. He won't be charged.
Yeah,
they
I
already.
know.
Yeah. But anyway,
I would like to ask him, and I don't know if he'll answer or not.
Well,
since we're going to have him on.
Yeah.
How do all these documents get to the House?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do? What we got a document problem. This really, Rick, seriously. I mean, this is above politics. It's above parties because all of them have done it.
Right.
Yeah.
What is our document deal here? Why has everybody got a bunch of documents in their garage?
Well, and
what is the deal with
it's
that?
possible that Biden sold some in a garage sale.
Yeah, right.
But
Hunter did.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Along with the painting.
What he did is he drew a picture on the back of it. we all saw it.
Couldn't get to
We
it.
saw it. We all going for it. Somebody dropped that corn and chickens were running. But it's Hunter drew a picture on the back and sold it for $1 million to somebody that I'm sure that didn't want influence. But anyway, so I'll tell you what's going to happen, Mr. Bussey. You asked the question. If Donald J. Trump is charged criminally after he is the nominee for the Republican Party.
He won't be yet, but it'll be the middle of the He could be leading the field by then.
Well, let me tell you something. You ever heard the term all Hades is breaking loose? That's what's going to happen.
Well, you got several things here. You got nobody's above the law. We've
Of
always
course,
said
of
that. If you got
course.
evidence, charge somebody, prosecute them.
Mhm.
That's fine, whoever it is. The other thing is election interference.
Right.
Because Trump's attorneys are going to say, you're only doing this to interfere with the election. I am a legal candidate for a
Yep.
federal office.
Right.
You can't do that.
Well, on the other side of the fence, the FBI, based on what we played for you, was that on yesterday's show, or if not the day before, the FBI says, yes, we will allow now all House Oversight Committee members can view the Biden documents that allege criminal scheme with the Biden family. Remember, the oversight guy came out and said, hey, y'all can't keep this from us.
Oh, yeah. They were going to hold him in contempt of Congress, and Christopher Wray, head of the FBI, conceded last night and said the entire committee could see those documents.
Now that they've taken the ones out that
So right. Now that they've removed the ones that would
now
actually.
that they've redacted them, there's only about 4 words on each piece of paper you can even read.
see it now.
Does anybody get the feeling we need to clean up our politicians a little bit? I mean, are they all going to jail on both sides? I mean, that's the reason why you see these really high-quality candidates. They really stand out. Now, they have no chance to win because all the people that get elected just reflect the state of the people of our country, and we're not really all that pretty right now.
Yeah.
They're the fruit of us.
Yeah.
We are producing them. Phone calls next. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is a bad situation. You have to defend yourself.
Well, the other thing about it being a deterrent, and Greg was right earlier, and we've said it before, a lot of times these people are so cowardice that if they know there's armed security in place, they won't come shoot the place up.
Right.
They don't want anybody shooting
No,
back.
you're right.
Let me ask you this too. It said here in one, and I'm going back and forth between the stories. It said the man entered the building when the employees unlocked the door to let the father and his sons out. So, being that the door was locked, is it late at night? Is that the reason it was, or they were
Must have
trying to
been.
close or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're probably letting them finish up
Oh, I see.
and then lock it so nobody else will come in. Because
Yeah,
I
and
guess
then
it was-
and that makes
Yeah, it
sense.
makes sense.
That makes sense because the Birmingham police said that when the father and the sons were leaving, that's when the guy entered and started shooting.
Yeah, and you don't know whether he had some axe to grind with an employee in there or what, but he came in
Or
there.
robbery, or just mad gunman. Who
Yeah,
knows?
you never know.
Who knows?
But I'll tell you one thing, I'm glad this guy had a gun, and I bet the people in there working that night, that late shift, glad he had it too.
And this guy will not be doing that again. He will not be a repeat offender.
No, I will say this, that we don't have to be concerned if he's ever going to do it again.
Nope.
Nope.
Also,
I hate that it's that way, and you have to be that blunt about it, but it's true.
do you want to go road rage or to this Kentucky Father?
I was looking at the old Halloween costume
Oh,
here, Rick.
boy,
Kentucky Father is Rick. He's found himself in some controversy.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
He reportedly made a bad decision when he decided to dress his 5-year-old son up in an Adolf Hitler costume.
Unbelievable.
Good night.
Unbelievable.
He also donned the Nazi soldier outfit at a Halloween event.
Yeah, but not a good choice there, probably.
And Rick posted the picture on social media.
Sure
Oh,
he did.
even better.
Everybody's got to see it. Right?
Dressed as historical figures.
Yeah.
He wins the Clueless Award.
Yeah, I know. I understand what he's saying,
Yeah,
which is still clueless.
He said others were dressed as murderers, devils, serial
Got it.
killers. I got it.
No,
I
but,
got it.
well, people don't bat an eye at that, and we talked about this last Wednesday in the Bible study, is because people, for some reason, think that's okay, but people will give that a pass. Adolf Hitler and the Nazis,
They're just on the do not use list.
Yeah,
You know?
that's just over there, and there's the way maybe you think the world should be and the way it really is.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it is.
That's,
Yeah, people don't really mind you dressing up as a serial killer or Satan himself or any kind of chainsaw murderer, but
Nazi uniform and you with walking alongside little Hitler.
Yeah.
I just there it is. His dad's in the full blown deal, and the son is little Hitler.
Rick, that's even worse than I thought.
It's
How's
horrifying.
his dad get that? That's quite a uniform.
His dad is in the full SS costume.
Of course, you have to ask that uncomfortable question: where'd he get it?
Yeah, where'd you go buy that at?
See if
Rick, I mean, he looks like he walked out of a World War II movie.
Yes, me here.
It's terrible.
I think this is the dad, I believe.
As far as quality of look at where did he get that?
I'm not sure.
I mean, that looks like
He may be a
He
Nazi.
came up with the idea at the last minute, but started regretting his decision once others at Trailer Treats confronted him.
It happened about the time we had the first person approach us. I mean, is that time that clued me in that, okay, maybe we shouldn't have did this.
It just promoted something that was that was terrible that happened in the past that definitely maybe shouldn't have been brought up.
He could have made his face up. He could have went as, I know clowns, a lot of people are afraid of clowns. And he could have been anything.
Not everybody has the devotion to living history that I have. It's
now past the hour. Phone troll time. Lord of the Jacket takes the phones at 866 We Be Big. This means we drop the gate. Let's go, everybody out like you had 8 puppies running to dinner. And here we go. Lines are available. You can grab them at 866 We Be Big. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. Remember, parameters are a blessing. All 10 lines are available to you now as you are coming in. I want to point you to Relief Factor. Relief Factor is all natural for botanicals. I love getting the emails about Relief Factor. I take it every day. Take 1 pack in the morning, 1 at night. I'll throw 1 there in the middle if I got a little something bother me, a little something not work. I got a little something, a little twitch. I'll take 1 right there in the middle and love that as well. Unlike the over-the-counter painkillers, they don't have it doesn't have the bad side effects, so you don't have to worry about overuse or anything like that. No addictive properties like some of the opioids. So if you have not started using Relief Factor, you can go to ReliefFactor.com today. Get your 3-week supply for $19.95. That's ReliefFactor.com. 3-week supply, $19.95. After 3 weeks, you should know whether it's working for you or not. 866 We Be Big, Lord of the Jacket, taking phone calls as they come in on any topic you want to talk about. We do have a couple of videos today as well, and one of those that we just mentioned, that it looks like that the Oversight Committee is going to get the opportunity to actually see this stuff from the Biden administration, but also we have some lessons not learned, and under this deal here, and people keep going out and letting us see these things. Bud Light is co-sponsoring an all-ages drag show party and calling it a safe space for a family festival event. Who in the conference room? Somebody said, "Now we got an opportunity to." This is brand new.
Brand new.
Yeah, it looks like
they have not learned anything.
The Northern Arizona Pride Association is going to have a drag show. They say is family friendly because we know drag shows can somehow make that
the word drag and family friendly.
It just doesn't. Really. But anyway, and Bud Light is part of this. and look, I'm not done yet.
I don't.
U.S. Air Force tweets an image of a soldier saluting the LGBTQI plus pride flag. Is nobody learning?
What in the world?
And then here's another one. Punches thrown at California school protests over the fact that these schools are trying to implement LGBTQ. They left a letter out, according to this other one, plus curriculum for Pride Month.
Oh, hey,
so
it got pretty violent.
So I just don't know. Is nobody? Are we this? What would you say? We've said it before, Bubba. You had a name for it. But anyway, the old name for it was, they haven't read the room. You don't have the ability to. You call it
spatial displacement.
Spatial displacement. Right. You're not aware of your place in the world. I mean, it is. Which, by the way, that one, and that's original. That owns me. I use that a lot. All right, let's go. Let's go to Mitch in Florence, WLAY. Mitch, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Oh, thank you. First time caller.
Well, I'm glad you called.
I was wondering if Rick was at the softball tournament in Athens, Alabama last week.
I was not. Tell me the person that you thought was me. It must have been, first of all, tall, dark, and handsome.
Yeah.
Well, there was two teams from Birmingham in the Athens tournament, and my granddaughter plays on one of the Athens teams, and she had a hit in the last game that we played, and whoever it was came up and
ran out of time.
I don't know. What did they do? They came up and did
was
what?
he an encourager? Was he
came up and congratulated?
Pushed him over?
Yeah. Did he ask which way to the concession stand? I mean,
what if they said they were you? What if they said they were Rick?
Well, then now we know where Tommy Digby is. That one, Bubba, doesn't it win every time? Is it ever not won?
No. It puts me back.
Yeah,
it puts me back years ago.
Oh, sure.
That takes us back. So I'm sorry you ran out of the 30 and nobody gave you a timeout. I'm so sorry. Jamie in Coleman. Jamie, go ahead. Jamie?
We got laughing.
Okay.
We got it. We got it. Can't deal with that.
They hung up, yeah.
A lot of people laughing.
Let's go to Mike and Eufaula. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, Mike.
30 seconds.
Hey, guys. I just didn't know if you want me to run for president. Seems like everybody and their brother is, and I'm just curious what Rick and Bubba would think about me throwing my hat in the ring.
I think you have about as good a shot as about 85% of the field.
Yeah, I'm just thinking I could name your crew my basic cabinet, and y'all could give me most of the answers, and then I could just go out and work, cut grass at the White House, and do those kind of things, take care of things.
Yeah, you'd be a shadow president, but we'd really be running it, kind of like the one we have now.
Yeah, just like
let's go to Alan.
I'd like a shot at straightening some of that out.
Yeah, me too. Alan, go right ahead. As long as I'd have to go there. Alan, how you doing?
Rick. Hey, good morning, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
You are the world's best tormentor, I believe. You tormented your kids, Greg, growing up. I was listening to some best ofs about the guys at the car wash you would torment.
Oh yeah.
And I was just wondering, is Car Wash Joe still alive? Is he still around?
He actually went on in.
Yeah.
He passed away several years ago, right? It's been a while now. Yeah. He actually went on in. I was not asked to come and do the eulogy, which was a little bit of a shocker, but he did pass away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna officially really shut her down.
Rick.
Well, that's the ultimate shut her down.
Big Z. It is.
It's time for Big Joe to go on in.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. I think so.
Well, don't you think that
The
was
ultimate run
wasn't
of
that
Z.
one? Is that? Well, I used to tell it to you for your birthday, so it must have been one of your favorites.
Well, yeah, because you had your experience with him, I had mine, and they were different.
Yeah,
but I understood yours.
Yes. Golly, would you have loved to have been there to shut it down? Golly,
Well, I was on that lot several times.
Yeah, oh sure you were.
So I don't know if it was the day that you were
Did you ever
running it or.
Did you ever see me as Employee of the Month on the marquee?
Going
out there, but look, that's what it's fair.
I can see it now.
Rick Burgess, Employee of the Month.
You remember the branch they had over in West Anderson, and that you were in this little booth?
Yes.
And you and Rigby at work, you'd be sitting in that booth.
Well, that's back to Helms the other day when I passed the polygraph test.
Yeah.
And involved that location.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you tell the truth, you pass.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. No. It was the way the
He
question
put a
was
test
phrased.
on
I believed my answer.
I'm on Saturday.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big.
Still one of my favorite stories.
Yep. Do we have this actual trailer of the the raccoon thing?
Yeah, we can get that easy. Yeah.
Have you seen this, Bubba? This has your kind of humor written all over it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know how else to put it. Except that I'm sorry that I feel like I've hurt a lot of people.
Yeah.
And, I'd give anything to make it right.
One downtown business owner tells us they felt dismayed when they saw the photo, adding that they would not have let that person into their business if he was still wearing the costume. In Owensboro, Mike Pickett, Eyewitness News.
All right, so
Wait.
this guy couldn't put it together that this wasn't the thing.
Well, not until everybody got mad at him.
But let me ask you this: that last guy's comment. So he just randomly picked a business and said, "Would you let this guy in?" He said he would not. Well, I mean, that business didn't have anything to do with the story,
guys.
How you like the little mustache on the little kid?
Yeah, we can all have the discussions
Is that
about
with a magic mark?
Yeah.
What is that?
From a spiritual standpoint, what you should and shouldn't do with Halloween. This one shouldn't even be up for discussion.
No.
I mean, you know what? This is someone who tried to commit genocide against a race of people and take over the world.
Now, Megyn Kelly said, "What's the big deal?"
That's not.
But y'all, do you realize this speaks to our society? This guy said, I couldn't really. I started regretting when I saw people get upset.
Yeah, immediately.
People just don't have a devotion to living history like I do. Well,
so the mirror didn't do
Rick,
it.
when he says living history and his devotion to it, is that why he had the costume?
I guess so.
Because it looks like it fits him perfect.
Oh, that is a.
Yeah.
I mean, does he go out and do this with other things?
Did they hire him out for parties? Yeah. What?
Now, I will
Kid
say,
could have been a clown.
look, I will say it. If you're trying to scare everybody, that is scary. It is. What about when he just really?
The costume's a little too good.
But I mean,
that doesn't look like a Halloween costume. That looks like you just came from your job costume.
yeah. How does a thought ever enter into your mind? I'm gonna dress up as a full blown Nazi, and my little boy's gonna be Hitler, and I think that's what I'm going with to the Trail of Treats.
Yeah,
how does that ever enter your mind?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, the number. All right, so I don't know about this, but it says that, and is this low? Is this something we shouldn't play, or shouldn't we shouldn't? Okay, so don't. But I started laughing about this looks like something that would own you, Bubba, but we're not going to play it because it looks like it is just the thought though. They did that stupid movie Cocaine Bear. I can't believe we've gotten to the point that a movie like that would even make it to the movies. It's somebody's done some sort of parody of that about a raccoon that's on crack.
That's hilarious.
Crackcoon,
And this is based on a true story.
Yeah, and right, and there's a parody out there, but it's low road, so we won't go to that. But we will go to this. So I'm not familiar with this artist. You said you at least knew who he was, Speedy. Who is Tyrese?
Tyrese is in your Fast and Furious movies.
Okay, I don't know
him in a bunch of stuff.
He's also, I think he sings. He's put out songs and stuff. He's an actor.
Did you know I've never seen a Fast and Furious movie?
Really?
Rick, that's un-American.
I'm not drawn to cars.
I haven't either, by the way. I don't like a lot of chase scenes.
I'm not drawn to cars.
They're quality films.
Yeah.
They're not.
They're not. Yeah,
No.
Automobile stuff. It doesn't.
I don't like car chases. They take too long.
If you do, they're for you. But if you don't, they're definitely.
I felt like I hit the pinnacle of that idea with Cannonball Run. So I left after that. It's. I mean, you're not gonna get any better than that.
Yeah.
That's a hard follow.
Yeah.
But he had this to say, which I do think you'll like.
Okay.
He was on a podcast / TV show and was just talking about Hollywood and their love of Satan.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Here we go.
As much as I'm supposed to be promoting this movie and talking about my album, I just feel like we're in competition right now. Because they are trying to normalize the devil. They are trying to the devil is on the main stage at award shows and in every video and signs and symbols. And I said, you know what? We need to stop treating our relationship with Jesus like the little buddy that you talk to before you go to bed at night and not be more vocal about all the things that God means to us and all of the things that God has brought us through. Wow. Because there's been a lot of moments that you didn't post about.
Mm-hmm.
But yet how did God decide to get me through this?
Yeah, man.
And, they going above and beyond to promote the devil. And it's pissing me off.
Mm-hmm.
Because the devil worshipers used to be real secretive. Going down in the basement, this secret world. Now they
they on the device, too.
Yeah,
Believe that. Yeah. I do want to come back, and I'm...
All right, so
wow.
Well, okay. Hey, how about when you get?
Can't disagree with that.
How about when you get the word that you think he's promoting the latest Fast and Furious? Did he get on that podcast for us? Yeah, he did. What did he talk about? He said he's tired of the Hollywood putting the devil on display. And one thing he hit on, which really has been a problem, especially in the Western church, where Jesus is just this little buddy that you talk to when you get afraid or you want something. He's not the Lord of your life. You're not a devout follower of his. He's not the center of the foundation, and everything flows from there, and then he flows through you. But he says, when you don't have that, then guess who takes away the stage if you're not going to step on it? I mean, that's been the whole Lucifer thing from the very beginning.
Right.
And he's right. People are becoming more and more bold. You know what it feels like when you look at the evil in our world right now that, as Adrian Rogers said, he said, really what Tyrese just said, but differently. He said, the things that used to hide in the back alleys, now they strut right down Main Street. Yeah. And what it is they become emboldened. Have you ever seen like how animals operate? They'll kind of stick their head out and they'll think, okay, no predators coming after me, nobody's opposing me, and then they'll get out they'll get half their body out. Okay, this looks safe out here, and then before you know it, they'll go, I think I'm good, and they just start really running around, all through your yard and all this kind of stuff. That's really what's happened. Is these forces and these belief systems and worldviews at one time could not step down Main Street without opposition, but now there is no opposition. So they just get bolder and bolder, and it gets weirder and darker and more twisted as it goes on. And so he's right. But but we were told. I mean, think about it. We were told that if there's going to come. It's already happened for a lot of people, but the day, if we hang around long enough, the day is coming where, it's finally going to be that your faith in Christ costs you something. But I'll tell you, when it costs you something, you really experience it like you really can't possibly experience it if it never cost you anything.
Right.
And because, like I say, our redemption, it was free, but it wasn't cheap, and there's a cost to following Christ. And can you imagine standing there before Him and going, okay, so I've had people that were on their knees on the beach, Coptic Christians who had their heads cut off, and they would not rebuke me or recount me. And let me be clear, you didn't talk about me because you were afraid somebody would be mean to you?
Yeah.
You're afraid somebody wouldn't let you in a movie? Somebody wouldn't let you go to work or wouldn't let you be a teacher? That's what shut you up? And these people got their head cut off for me? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's... and so then when we sit back, and then what we really have, and we'll touch on this maybe a little bit in the podcast this weekend, because we're going to talk to Pastor Mac Brunson about the state of things and kind of take all this on. But more importantly, can we trust what the Word of God says, and why? When we've talked about before, when we openly discuss all these other historical things that have happened that we don't even question remotely, and so we'll talk about that and some other items. But when the church, and Paul talks about this in the two letters we have to Corinth, he's talking about this very thing, and a little bit to Galatia when he's furious about how quickly did y'all abandon good doctrine. But what happens is the church is designed to be in a society, but not be of that society. So, but then what happens is in all the different things, like, let's be more relatable, let's be seeker friendly, let's watch this, and let's not talk about the Bible all the time because some people don't believe the Bible. And before you know it, the world begins to seep in to the church.
Oh, yeah.
And as opposed to the church impacting the world then begins to impact the church. I've said this to my kids as they head out in the world. I said, here's the big thing you got to be ready for. And all had made a declaration of some sort of faith. I said, well, we're about to find out. I said, because when you step out in the world, one or two things is going to happen. You will shape the culture, or the culture will shape you. And that'll show us where you are. Because as Scripture clearly says, if we abide in Him and He abides in us, He will, not us, He will produce fruit that flowed, much fruit, he says, that not kind of, not a, that's why we did this whole devotional thing about being transformed. It's not hey, I'm a better version of myself. I'm not even myself anymore. And as my sanctification goes on, he says, this fruit will flow from you because of me. And I don't know about y'all, everything I immerse myself in impacts me. So but they don't have near the strength that he has. So immerse yourself in him. When everybody asks me, what should I do to grow up spiritually, I'll say, put the same game plan in action in your seeking of Christ and your seeking of Scripture and your prayer life, the same exact plan that you implemented in everything else you became an expert on. Do we all learn different ways? We do, but apparently we can all learn. We don't all learn the same way. So how did you learn that? How did you know so much about that? How did you become so intrigued with that? How did that change the way you are? Hey, I heard this speech changed my life forever. Did it? Well, I bet what Jesus had to say would too. And so with even more power. So if you ever want to know where you are in this battle right now, just look at the fruit that flows from us. If Jesus flows from you, you've absolutely had an encounter with him. But if Jesus doesn't flow from you, you probably just believe in him, or he's your buddy, or he's a safety net for you, or something like that. But he's not the Lord. You're not under his authority, because if we say we're under his authority, and we repented of our sin, and we said, I leave faith in myself, and now I place my faith in you, he says if that takes place, then he completely transforms you. So if that hasn't happened, it's not because he has an inability to do so. There's something wrong. And so what we've become is people who say everybody else is out there in love with what they believe, and they can't wait to tell the world, and how dare anyone question me because this means everything to me. And then they look to us and go, "Was your faith mean anything to you?" And you're like, I don't want to make trouble. Wow, so they're willing to make trouble. That shows how devoted they are to it. But we're kind of like, My ultimate goal is to be liked. That's not Scripture. The ultimate goal is to be found with Him. And if people oppose Him, and you had to be standing there with Him, then so be it. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. So we've left the stage empty.
Yeah.
And so guess who took it? Mm-hmm. Your phone calls and anything we miss when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Curious, would there have been made a big deal if this guy had dressed up as Joseph Stalin or the Marquis de Sade or, the Pol Pot, Khmer Rouge, guys that are notorious killers? Would there have been the same outrage, or have we not taught history as it should be taught, sir?
Well, I would say this: most people wouldn't even recognize the other people you're talking about.
Yeah, if they recognized them and understood it, yes. But imagery, you see a Nazi and you see that logo and you see Tiny Hitler, and because of that image is so burned in your mind, you immediately take offense to it. But with those you mentioned, equally offensive, but not as easily recognized. And
I would say the stigma among the population's not near the same, because we haven't. I mean, there's a few movies about the Russians and Stalin. There's a ton about the Germans in World War II that you would recognize them. I would say very few would know who Pol Pot or any of those bunch is.
Yeah. So
I wish I didn't. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah,
guys.
I understand.
Yeah, thank you. But yes, I get your point. But see, like for instance, I think if you did the Klan and dressed as a Klansman, even though you might say you're trying to do living history or you're trying to be scary, that image is so well known, and rightfully so, spawns such disturbing images. The ones you mentioned, you're right. It just, you hear about it and you're familiar with it, but you also need to remember that all of those people you mentioned are the results of going full-blown communism and full-blown tyranny. And sometimes it's also the result of godless societies. You hear this garbage all the time. What difference does Christianity really make? If you look back, you might throw the Crusades out there and try to go down that road, but I can throw all the things this guy just mentioned to you, and all those came from godless societies that told everybody you weren't allowed to even believe in God. Godless societies have not produced this wonderful society that you're almost led to believe that religion causes the problem.
No.
The lack of it's problematic as well, if not more so.
History wouldn't agree with that.
It would not. Now, you said you're looking at some emails we've got now of these World War II reenactments. I didn't know this existed because, like you said, of the equipment it needs.
Oh, yeah. I saw a picture of a young man, and he's sitting on it looks like a tank right out of World War II.
I did not.
And I got a link to Linden, Tennessee emailed to me, too. And, I mean, they put on a parade, it looks like. They have what things look like at the home front. I mean, they've got all kinds of things going on. That looks like a big deal.
A really big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, I see they've even got the women dressed up.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the style for that time.
You know what? I did not know this existed, and I find myself kind of digging it a little bit. I mean, Greg, you want to go to one?
Probably not.
Why not?
I don't like that.
Well, we were talking about it in the break. If you reenact the Revolutionary War, War of 1812, even the Civil War, you have muskets and a cannon maybe
Right.
and horses. I mean, you get into World War I and II, you got to have airplanes and tanks and everything else. That gets a little complicated. Look at that, Rick. Look at that tank right there.
I mean, that's
sure enough one.
I mean, that's a sure enough good one.
And somebody's got to be the Germans, right?
Yeah. Hey, look at that.
Just don't go out Halloween or over to Walmart in your costume.
Well, I mean, it's all.
So people just sit there and watch it.
Yeah, well, just like the Civil War, you've seen those reenactments. They've been parodied in movies and everything else. But I guess here's the thing I'm wondering, and they pull it off. I'm looking here. Is there? Can you get enough authentic uniforms for everybody on both sides?
Yeah, or does somebody show up wearing one that's not? Look, Rick, I mean, we got a squadron of World War II planes coming over.
Flying over. I know the Civil War people really get into it, but my goodness, look at the
lot more equipment doing World War II.
They drop a bomb.
Now, they don't look like they have the numbers that the Civil War reenactment people have. As far as just
looks
people.
Like that looks like Baba Black Sheep coming in there, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah. Oh my gosh, here comes a giant.
I hope the tank runs over that building. Is there any hope? I want to see it run right through it.
Rick and Bubba's show. We got yesterday's Bible study archive, Revelation 13 verses 1 through 10, available for you today on our YouTube channel and podcast channel. Also, Shop for Dad, Father's Day next weekend. You can go to the Rick and Bubba store. A lot of great stuff there for Dad. The store asks that you, so they can get it to you for Father's Day or to him for Father's Day if you're not going to be with Dad. Maybe he lives somewhere else, you're not making the trip this year. Be sure the order is in by this weekend. Okay, try to get that done so we don't have stress on getting it to him. Some great stuff there, and I've been watching. A lot of dads are getting stuff. All right, so Speedy, yesterday you went to the doc.
Oh no.
Well, we have to talk about this. We talk about our medical state on this show all the time. Now, unfortunately, this involves an area.
Burgess.
The
HIPAA.
But the. And if you don't want to discuss it, we don't have to. But
did you throw that in there for legal?
Yeah, I don't. No one's forcing you to talk.
Adler,
about
that
Please
didn't
look
happen.
what Adler has.
Adler.
All right, don't show that, Adler. You were.
I had some symptoms.
You were experiencing some discomfort.
Speedy, what are you comfortable sharing with the audience?
Thank you, Bubba.
Now that we're on air.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not a man's favorite trip. to the doctor.
No, it's not. And as dudes, you'll start experiencing maybe some, I don't know, symptoms. And what do we always say? I'll be all right.
Oh,
I mean, I'll get to it.
Maybe a lot of commercials on TV.
Yeah, maybe, hey, just Adler, maybe just having a bad day. My energy
I'll
level.
be okay. I'll get to the other side of it.
Energy level
Wish I
not
felt
what
better.
it needs to be, but I'll get there. And so I guess maybe last Friday, as I go back and really trying to detail everything, I just. We always say, I'm just not sure of myself.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite sure of myself. I don't feel good, and so that's when it started. And then over the weekend, I had just not felt great.
Can you be more specific?
I was peeing frequently.
So there it is.
And,
that's very specific.
Felt my.
So an urgency to go to the restroom?
Yeah.
And
a
little discomfort.
Not happy.
Going,
not
right?
happy with my output.
Any discomfort with the output?
A little bit at the beginning.
No burn.
Yeah. And here we go. And so it got to be Monday, and I was like, I feel better. Woo! I feel good.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the whole time, my wife is saying, "Hey, you never get checked out."
Mm-hmm.
She didn't talk like
the
that.
The wisdom of wives.
And,
Wisdom.
And I'm like, I'll be fine. And then Tuesday rolled around.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like I was feeling better on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
But then Tuesday came, and I'm like, I feel better. Energy level's better. I feel like I'm kind of back to myself, but still that discomfort, that we just discussed, and I don't have to go through it again.
Right.
And thank you.
Are we talking about pressure? You're saying that you...
Well, let's just say this. Like, we always run to the bathroom together during the commercial breaks because...
Saw you in there a lot.
Yeah. Well, And, sometimes we'll find ourselves at the stalls together, hey, man, what's up? And y'all will be finished out the door, and I'm still wrapping up.
Yeah, and for your age, that seemed abnormal.
It did, and nothing
It
I'd
was
ever...
you and then 2 80-year-old men still standing there. And I thought, well...
He's like, how you doing, son?
That's not good.
And so that's not like me. I've never experienced anything like that. But it was just during that, and then it was just a little discomfort. So then you start thinking, oh, my gosh, is this kidney stones? What is it? Then UTI was thrown around, and then prostatitis was thrown around.
Oh, yeah, the prostate. Maybe have an inflamed prostate.
Yeah, just from an infection or something.
But you just had a physical, and those numbers looked good.
Yeah. The physical had all the kidney numbers, the prostate, the PSA, all that was.
Because we didn't like some of them. We had something you were really concerned about.
Well, no, I mean, I think that comes from some medication. There was one enzyme they didn't like, but they was on the borderline. And then there was a little bit of everything looked fine.
That's fine. So you finally go to the doctor because
Terry finally said, "You're going."
Well, did you tell her we were saying the same thing?
No, I told her. I told her
he had weak.
I told her
voice.
y'all didn't care.
He had weak voice yesterday.
He did. I could tell.
I think it was more mental than anything.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
He knew something was wrong with his body, and he didn't want to talk about it.
So I finally I texted the doctor, and he never texted me back. So I thought Bubba gave me a bogus number.
Yeah, that's possible.
But it turns out he's off all week.
And in all fairness,
I was
that
a bit up there.
Yeah. Well, how about this? In all fairness, a bogus number would have been more like me than Bubba.
Oh, yeah.
Adler, I'm not. I don't got that.
Okay, sorry.
And so I end up going and getting in, and it's uncomfortable when they first see you and they said, "All right, fill that up," and they need a urine sample.
Male or female?
She's just as female as I mean.
Okay, so a female.
I don't think I saw one. I don't think I saw one male in the building.
A female nurse practitioner has to talk to you about this problem.
Yeah, she said, "Hey, before we get started, let's get a baseline, figure out what we're at because of your symptoms. We want to check this out."
How was the sample? You have enough to give them right then, or you have to wait? Or
no,
more than they needed.
I felt good about it.
Okay,
I felt good about it. Matter of fact, I was a little proud.
They don't need a lot.
No, they don't. But I made sure I probably gave them a little much.
You ever had to sure enough go, and you were like,
it's hard to
I got
stop
all you need.
And start back.
There.
It's hard to cut it off.
Right, Rick, you can warm your hands on that one.
I know. Yeah, I tell you won't have cold hands. You won't.
Oh, it's awful.
So she said, "Thank you very much for your sample." And that was
she said it.
Yeah, she did. She said, "It was a little awkward."
Thank you for it?
Well, no, because thank you for, I guess, not taking long because I didn't.
Good job, little buddy.
A little bit.
Great performance.
Hell of a job.
I thought at one point she was going to say she was proud of me.
Look, a potty train.
She said, "Well, thank you for your sample. If you will go sit back down out in the waiting room, we'll come get it."
Okay.
And so, and I didn't no more sit there. And she was like, "All right, here we go, Mr. Wilburn." And I'm like, is my dad here? Every time they say Mr. Wilburn, I think my dad's there. Adler's showing sprinklers and faucets dripping. So I go back into a room.
There's worse pictures.
And it's uncomfortable because you don't know. Y'all had filled my mind. I'm looking around for rubber gloves and everything. I'm started humming Blue Moon. And I know, well, I mean... And so they come in and they start asking me. She said, "Now let's talk about this." I'm like, "Do we have to?" She said, "Look, we're just gonna have to just lay it all out and just really talk about it."
Oh no!
So there's another exam coming.
So I said, "All right, well here's the deal." And I just went through all the symptoms, and she says this is pointing to UTI. Or maybe some type of an infection.
Right.
And she said, we're going to go a little bit further, and we're going to do a PSA blood sample to make sure there's not an infection in there, and we can pinpoint that. And then the original analysis on your warm urine says that you're clear, but we're going to send it off for culture just to make sure. But we're going to start you on an antibiotic, and let's knock this out because your symptoms are, I mean, you don't feel great. I'm like, no, I don't. And so.
Little weak voice.
And so she said, I need you to get two antibiotics in today because it's, twice a day. Get on home, get that in, and then we'll communicate.
When will we know?
She said today we should have PSA results. I've already been texting with them a little bit, and I know placebo. I know my mind is weird, but I already feel better. And I've only taken 3 antibiotics, but I feel like I already feel better.
Were you uncomfortable with some of their questions?
Oh yes. And she said, "Look, we're gonna have to be straight up here." And I'm like, "All right." She said, "These are hard questions, but I need you to answer."
Did you lie on any of them?
Huh?
Did you lie on any of the questions?
I probably gave her a little more information.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick